Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵 username on Wattpad. Now let's start. Chapter 1. Izuku sighed as he sat up in his fairly worn bed, pulling off his ancient bedsheet. He walked to the bathroom and looked himself over. Dark circles painted his under eyes, and his once bright eyes now shone a dull green. He splashed cold water on his face and breathed. Well, here we go again, he thought to himself as he looked over his face with indifference. He walked back to his bedroom to start getting ready for school and checked the time. Upon seeing that it was already 8:50 a.m., he groaned. Great, I'm gonna be late. He hurriedly threw on his uniform, not bothering to check his appearance before he ran downstairs and past his mother, who sat at the counter sipping her coffee. She gave him a disapproving glare, but he was too preoccupied to notice as he swung the door open and began to run to school, the great Alderia High School of promising scholars and future heroes. Arriving 20 minutes late, he trudged into class and took a seat near the back with his head down on the desk, seated right in front of his best friend-turned-rival, Bakugo Katsuki, or as Izuku would like to call him, Kaken. The students eyed him with disdain, but the teacher paid no mind, simply continuing with the lesson. Izuku buried his head deeper in his arms, thinking he could use this time to get some much-needed rest, considering he couldn't sleep most nights. But Bakugo had other plans as he swung his foot back and kicked Izuku's chair, causing him to jolt up in surprise. Izuku sighed and pushed his chair out again, instead pulling out his hero analysis book to attempt to analyze some of his classmates' quirks while he had the time. Before he knew it, class had ended. He started to pack away his things, opting to keep his analysis on the desk as he wanted to note some extra things down after he packed away. Reaching down to put away his pens back into his aged yellow backpack, he saw a set of feet walk from behind him. Bakugo was quick to grab his hero analysis book, and Izuku shot up immediately trying to get it back. Kaken, give it back, he panicked, standing on the tips of his toes reaching for it as Bakugo held it just out of reach, clearly enjoying Izuku's struggle. Nah, I think I'll have a red instead, he grinned and opened it to a random page. On the open page was a detailed drawing of one of their classmates, surrounded by cramped notes that dissected everything about them, their quirk, their habits, personality traits, faults, and possible weaknesses. Bakugo's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing his face. He'd thought Deku's notebook was just some collection of sketches and trivia about heroes, not whatever this was. Before he could flip to the next page, Izuku lunged forward, quickly snatching the notebook from Bakugo's hands, his features tight with frustration before they twisted into wide-eyed shock. Then panic. Without a word, Izuku bolted. He slammed the door behind him, leaving Bakugo staring at the closed door, stunned by what he had just seen. What just happened? Bakugo whispered to himself, his mind racing. Izuku had a quirk this whole time. He thought he was quirkless. Why would he hide that? Bakugo's thoughts swirled, emotions rising within him. We can be heroes together again, he muttered before he could stop himself, the words escaping like a secret he never meant to share. But then just as quickly his expression hardened. No. He lied. He shouldn't have kept this from me. Bakugo's hands curled into fists, determination flooding his mind. I need to find him. Bakugo sprinted in the direction Izuku had bolted, his chest a storm of emotions, confusion and determination driving him forward. All he knew was that he had to catch up with his friend. He tore down the hallway, boots pounding against the floor as he sidestepped the splintered remains of the door Izuku had wrecked. His breath came in sharp bursts, heat flaring in his veins as he pushed himself faster, launching down the stairwell 2 steps at a time. Bursting out of Aldera High and into the street, his eyes scanned wildly, until there. Just ahead, weaving through the crowd, a flash of messy green hair and the familiar yellow backpack. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵. Bakugo called out, shoving past pedestrians, his feet hammering against the pavement in pursuit. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸. Get back here. Bakugo's voice rang through the street as he sprinted, the words pushing him forward. His legs pumped harder, chasing, just like Deku had been chasing after him his whole life. He rounded the corner at full speed, only to skid to a halt. Gone. The street was crowded, but there was no flash of green hair, no yellow backpack. Izuku was gone. No! 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐵 shouted, shoving a hand through his hair in frustration. His chest heaved, his eyes sweeping the area again and again, refusing to accept it. But there was nothing. Deku had slipped away. Grinding his teeth, he finally turned back, fists shoved deep into his pockets. Deku's not worth it. The lying coward. The thought was bitter, hollow. He knew it wasn't true, knew he was being unreasonable, but he clung to it anyway, because the alternative hurt too much. With that thought weighing heavily on him, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐵 started the long walk home. Meanwhile, Izuku ran blindly, his breaths ragged and uneven, his only thought to put as much distance between himself and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵 as possible. His legs carried him without aim, his eyes barely registering the blur of streets and buildings flashing past. Then, a sharp clang. A nearby manhole cover shot into the air, spinning like a coin tossed skyward before slamming back down. From the darkness below, a foul, bubbling sludge spilled upward, shifting and writhing. Izuku barely had a second to look up before the heavy cover struck him square in the face. Pain flared, then nothing. His body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Well, what do we have here? A slick voice cooed. The sludge writhed closer, tendrils curling. A perfect little host. Just begging to be filled. The ooze slithered over Izuku's limp frame, wrapping him up with ease. He didn't stir, leaving him helpless, an easy prize for the creature. The sludge seeped into Izuku's body, filling every corner it could find. It reveled in the ease of the takeover, chuckling as its host didn't even twitch in resistance. But the moment was short-lived. From the same manhole, a thunderous crash erupted as a towering figure burst forth. Dust scattered, the ground trembling under the impact. The symbol of peace himself landed in a flawless pose, his smile gleaming. "I am here." All Might boomed, his voice shaking the air with power and certainty. The sludge's grin faltered, yet before All Might could even move, something stirred. Izuku's limp body convulsed, his form glitching in and out of focus. Jagged bursts of energy flickered around him, tearing through the ooze from the inside. The sludge shrieked as its body split into fragments, splattering against the pavement. Still unconscious, Izuku's body twitched one final time before the strange distortion calmed. He wavered unsteadily on his feet, eyes shut, his breathing ragged. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, he collapsed forward, utterly spent. All Might's smile faltered, replaced with wide-eyed shock. "Young man," he whispered, staring at the boy who had, without even knowing it, defeated the villain in his sleep. All Might was quick to catch him, cradling the boy's limp body in his arms before lowering to one knee. He laid Izuku gently on the asphalt and began patting his cheek. "Ahem. Wake up," he urged, his booming voice tinged with urgency. When that didn't work, he grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and shook lightly. Suddenly, Izuku jolted awake with a sharp gasp. He immediately curled to the side, body convulsing as he retched, expelling the remnants of the sludge. His sleeve dragged across his mouth, his expression tight with disgust, until his gaze lifted. And then his whole world stopped. Towering before him, larger than life, was the man he had admired since he could remember. Blonde hair gleaming in the sunlight, that unshakable smile carved with confidence. The #1 hero himself. "All Might." Izuku breathed, his jaw slack in pure awe. His hands trembled as if reaching for proof that this was real. With a soft laugh, All Might leaned down and gently closed the boy's gaping mouth with one finger. "You saved me. Thank you so much, All Might." Izuku burst out, his voice cracking with excitement as a radiant grin stretched across his face. But All Might only scratched at the back of his neck, his smile carrying a curious edge. "No, actually, young man. You saved yourself." His voice was warm, impressed, but layered with something deeper. Izuku's grin faltered instantly, dread crawling across his features as his stomach dropped. His hands clenched at his knees, heart hammering in his chest. He saw everything. Now, I really must get going. It was nice meeting you, boy. All Might boomed, puffing his chest proudly as he crouched to leap away. But Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. No, I can't let him get away. He needs to know that I have to tell him. Before he could think it through, his hand shot out, grabbing onto All Might's massive leg. Instinct drove him more than reason, his grip tightening as if his life depended on it. All Might launched into the air with a thunderous burst of wind. The city shrank below them in an instant, the rooftops blurring into streaks of gray and green. It wasn't until All Might felt the unexpected weight tugging at him that he glanced down, just in time to hear Izuku's startled shout. "Hey!" Izuku exclaimed, flailing as he dangled from All Might's leg. His backpack slapped against his side with every gust of wind, his knuckles white from holding on so tightly. All Might's eyes widened. "Young man, what are you doing down there?" "I didn't think this through," Izuku shouted, eyes wide as the city rushed far below. All Might neared a rooftop, his trajectory off, and landed in an alley with a jarring thud. Izuku tumbled, but the hero's arm shielded him from the worst of the impact. "That was very reckless, boy. You could have gotten hurt. What were you thinking?" All Might scolded, his booming voice edged with concern. But then he shook his head, turning away. "Never mind. I need to go." "No." Izuku scrambled up, stumbling forward. His quirk flared instinctively, pulsing with raw strength, as his hand latched onto All Might's arm, holding him firmly in place. Please wait, All Might. I need you to promise me something." Izuku's voice cracked, desperate, his eyes wide with pleading. All Might froze, glancing down in surprise. The boy's grip, the power behind it. He couldn't move. It was real, undeniable strength. His own eyes widened. Before either could speak further, a sharp hiss broke the silence. Steam poured from All Might's body, enveloping his massive silhouette. Izuku's breath caught, staring through the cloud, his heart pounding in confusion. As the mist cleared, his idol's towering frame was gone. Standing in its place was a much thinner figure, his once proud clothes now hanging loose. He looked like a shadow of the man he had been only moments before. Izuku's jaw dropped. His knees nearly buckled. What?" he whispered, unable to believe his eyes. All Might raised a thin hand, lips tugging into a faint smile. "Surprise, young man. This is the real me." Izuku's desperation twisted instantly into alarm, his eyes wide with worry. "All Might, are you okay?" He rushed forward, panic lacing his voice, but All Might held out a frail hand to stop him. "I'm okay," he said softly, though his appearance betrayed the truth. For a moment, he tried to hold the facade, but then he exhaled heavily, shoulders sagging as though the weight of his truth was too much to bear. Lifting the edge of his shirt, he revealed a scar across his torso. The wound looked old but serious, like it had never healed right. Izuku's breath caught at the sight, his hands trembling at his sides. "Actually, I'm not. You see this? My body was hurt by a villain's attack 5 years ago. Ever since then, my strength has been fading. I can only stay in my hero form for a few hours a day, sometimes less." He tried to continue, but suddenly doubled over with a cough. He clenched his jaw and covered his mouth, but couldn't hide it. He said, showing Izuku his trembling hand. "That villain really messed me up." He gave a hollow laugh, trying to lighten the weight of his words, but it broke halfway into another cough. Izuku stood frozen, staring at the fragile man who was supposed to be invincible. His heart ached, his idol unraveling before him. "All Might," he whispered, voice trembling, unsure whether to cry, apologize, or scream. Izuku sank to his knees, leveling himself with the frail man before him. His eyes darted over All Might's skeletal frame, filled with worry and sympathy, but then hardened into a glare of fierce determination. "I don't condone blackmail," he began, voice trembling but steadying with each word, "but this is important to me. I won't tell a soul about what you've just shown me, as long as you don't tell anyone about my quirk. No one can know." If they find out, the government will be after me, wanting to use me. Can you promise me, All Might? His words were raw, his emerald eyes locked fiercely onto the man he idolized. Deep down, Izuku knew he'd never betray All Might's secret, no matter the answer, but still he needed to hear it. All Might's features tightened, the faintest shadow crossing his gaunt face. He studied Izuku for a long, quiet moment before sighing. I won't tell a soul. I wasn't going to regardless. He lifted his bony hand, thin and frail compared to the mountain of muscle it once was. A secret for a secret. Izuku's heart pounded as he grasped it, shaking firmly. But as soon as their hands parted, his determined glare cracked, and he bowed deeply, words tumbling out in a rush. I'm sorry. I never meant to threaten you, All Might. I would never tell anyone your secret, no matter what you said, I swear it. For the first time since transforming, All Might smiled warmly, his tired eyes soft. You're too innocent for this world, young man, he said gently, the words both fond and heavy. Once he'd steadied his breath and gathered enough strength, All Might reached for Izuku's battered notebook. With a flourish, he signed his name across a page, the bold letters practically glowing to Izuku's eyes. Keep chasing your dream, All Might told him, straightening with effort. Izuku clutched the notebook to his chest, bowing his head to hide the tears stinging his eyes. Thank you, All Might. And with that, they parted ways, All Might leaping off into the distance, and Izuku heading home, their shared secrets binding them closer than either could have imagined. Bakugo stormed down the streets, his fists shoved deep in his pockets. His thoughts churned with anger and something he couldn't shake. Deku lied to me all these years. All that time he said he was quirkless, all that time he let me think he was weak, beneath me. And now he's got power enough to smash doors off their hinges like it's nothing. What else has he been hiding? His jaw clenched tightly. He wanted to hate him, to write him off as the lying person he kept telling himself he was. But under the rage, there was something else, gnawing at him. A flicker of hope he didn't want. If he's got power, then maybe. He shook his head violently. He doesn't get to just waltz back into my life and be my friend after lying to my face. He kicked a loose can down the alley, the clatter echoing against the walls. That's when he heard it, a strange sound, followed by a sudden crash. Bakugo turned sharply, and his eyes widened. From a sewer grate, a sickly green sludge surged upward, forming into the writhing mass of a villain he'd never seen before. The hell? He started, but before he could react, the ooze lunged. In seconds, tendrils wrapped around his arms and legs, slamming him to the ground as the sludge forced its way toward his mouth. Bakugo thrashed, sparks flying from his palms, but the villain's grip only tightened. Meanwhile, blocks away, Izuku was trudging home, notebook hugged to his chest, All Might's signature still fresh in his mind. His steps were lighter than they had been in years, his heart hammering with both hope and fear. But then, a muffled explosion rattled the street behind him. Shouts rose in the distance, followed by a woman's scream. Izuku froze, his blood running cold. That sound. He knew it. Sparks, fury, chaos. His stomach dropped. Kaken. He broke out in a sprint, his lungs burning but his legs refusing to slow. Each pounding step echoed his frantic thoughts. Please don't let it be him, please. Izuku swung around the corner only to see flames. The whole street was ablaze, with the water hose hero trying desperately to put out the fire while other heroes worked to keep citizens away from the raging heat. Izuku weaved and pushed through the crowd of people with haste. He had seen these flames before, smelled the familiar, sweet scent of nitroglycerin before, the very scent that now thickly filled the air, along with the crisp smoke of dynamite. He didn't want to believe it as he rushed to the front of the crowd. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew. His very eyes confirmed it when they met Bakugo's deep crimson, filled with panic and helplessness as his hands grasped at the sludge, desperately trying to pry it off. Izuku's heart quickened with dread at the sight, and before he could even think, his body and turbulent emotions acted on their own. Glitching behind the sludge monster and away from the view of the public and heroes, he moved his hand into the sludge and grabbed Bakugo's arm. He concentrated his glitch into his other hand and punched the slime, smashing it into tiny blobs once more as he glitched away to a nearby rooftop while still holding tight onto 𝐒𝐲. As soon as they landed, Izuku crouched low, releasing 𝐒𝐲's arm. He motioned for him to stay quiet and crept toward the rooftop's edge, peering down at the chaos below. The pros scrambled, shouting over each other as they searched for 𝐒𝐲, clearly baffled by what had just happened. Izuku scanned the crowd, heart hammering, checking for cameras, phones, anything that might have caught him. When he saw none, relief washed over him. He slumped back against the wall, exhaling shakily, only to find 𝐒𝐲's burning crimson eyes locked on him. Izuku braced himself. He drew in a sharp breath, squeezed his eyes shut, half ready to glitch away before the insults could fly. But they didn't. Instead, a single word cut through the silence. Why? 𝐒𝐲's voice was raw, carrying none of his usual fire. It was a tone Izuku had never heard from him. 𝐒𝐲 swallowed hard, then pressed again, louder this time, confusion evident in his voice. Why did you lie to me? When you had all this power, this amazing stuff. His hands clenched into fists, trembling as much from frustration as from leftover panic. Why did you lie? To me. To everyone. Izuku scrambled closer, clapping a hand over 𝐒𝐲's mouth before he could respond. Shut up, he hissed, eyes flashing with intensity. Do you want the media climbing up here, huh? The glare he leveled at 𝐒𝐲 was sharp, and for a moment 𝐒𝐲 froze, caught off guard. Izuku held it, then slowly pulled his hand away, trusting that Kaken understood the weight of his words. Look. Izuku dragged a shaky hand down his face, trying to steady himself. His chest heaved with the effort. I didn't lie to you. I didn't want to lie to you. But if I told you. His throat closed up, and the rest came out in a whisper. It could have gotten out. His gaze sank to the rooftop floor, shoulders curling in. Mom told me when I first got this quirk that if anyone knew, I'd be taken. Used for experiments. Or worse. A shiver racked through him, his knuckles going white as he clutched his knees, still refusing to look 𝐒𝐲 in the eye. And I couldn't let that happen. No matter what it took, I was going to be a hero. I couldn't do that from inside some government lab. Izuku's voice wavered, but his conviction held. I wanted to be my kind of hero, not some government-issued weapon. His eyes lifted to the smoke-stained sky, frustration and regret carving lines into his face. God, Kaken. There were so many times I wanted to show you. Every time you called me names, I thought, this wouldn't be happening if I had a good quirk. His voice cracked, spilling faster now, like he'd been holding it back for years. All the times I craved being around you without the malice, without the hate. For you to laugh with me, not at me. To make you smile because of something I did, just like you used to. His breath shuddered, words tumbling over each other. I never thought hiding my quirk would be what ended our friendship. I know it's not great, but the sentence broke apart, strangled before it could finish. Tears welled in his eyes, spilling over as he ducked his head, staring at the rooftop floor. I missed you. Izuku's words came out as little more than a whisper, his throat tight, his body betraying him by trying to swallow the confession whole. He braced himself, mind already preparing for the sting of a fist or the sting of an insult, anything to punish him for being so vulnerable. But nothing came. Instead, silence stretched. Then, softly, so softly it almost didn't sound like him, 𝐒𝐲 spoke. So did I. The words hung heavy, raw, of all the usual fire. Painful, but true. Izuku's head snapped up, tears clinging to his lashes, his wide, green eyes filled with disbelief and a fragile, desperate hope. What? Really? He blurted, voice cracking as if he needed to hear it again, as if the words themselves might shatter if 𝐒𝐲 didn't confirm them. His tone was pleading, almost childlike, so desperate it hurt. 𝐒𝐲's jaw clenched, his gaze darting away for the briefest moment before snapping back to Izuku, sharp and unyielding. His fists trembled at his sides, not from anger this time, but from the war raging inside him. Don't make me say it again, nerd, he muttered, rough, but the tone in his voice didn't fool him. This time, It was Izuku's turn to press forward, voice trembling but fierce. Then why did you bully me? Push me away. If you missed me. Bakugo froze. His crimson eyes flickered, then dropped to the rooftop. Beneath them. For once, he couldn't meet Izuku's gaze. He grit his teeth, words dragging out of him like they hurt. The only reason I bullied you was because I felt like you broke the promise. Which is, it's unbelievably stupid of me, because you don't break anything. You never do. His hands flexed at his sides, nails biting into his palms. He slammed a fist against his thigh, the frustration spilling out of him. I felt like you betrayed me, Deku. Izuku's eyes widened, tears blurring his vision as he locked onto Katsuki's. Memories of their childhood burned through his mind, their games, dressing up as heroes, saving the day together with bright smiles, vowing to be a duo, to open an agency side by side, to stay together until the end. And yet, he'd been the one to break it. His voice cracked when he finally spoke, but there was steel beneath the tremor. Kaken, I never wanted to break our promise. But I had to hide my quirk. If people found out, I wouldn't be here. I'd be taken, experimented on, turned into something I'm not. I couldn't let that happen. Even if it meant lying. Even if it meant losing you. He clenched his fists, shoulders curling in slightly. I hate that I let it ruin what we had. I hate that it made you feel betrayed. But it wasn't because I didn't care, or because I wanted to leave you behind. It was because I was scared of what would happen if anyone knew, and scared of losing everything we dreamed about. He lowered his gaze, voice dipping softer. And maybe that makes me pathetic. Maybe it makes me weak. But it was the only way I knew to keep moving forward. Bakugo's hand snapped out, striking Izuku across the face. Not hard enough to wound, but firm, sharp, enough to jolt him. You didn't ruin it. I did. Bakugo barked, his voice cracking with fury and something heavier beneath it. Quirk or no quirk, I should have been there for you and I wasn't. You never left, didn't it? I pushed you away. His words echoed across the rooftop, his chest heaving, fists trembling as though trying to force Izuku to place the blame on him alone. Izuku blinked against the sting in his cheek, then lifted a hand, resting it gently on Bakugo's arm. His touch wasn't to stop him, but to ground him, to make him look. But neither of us tried to fix it, Kaken, Izuku said quietly, yet with an edge of firmness. Yeah, I kept coming back, I followed you around, but that wasn't healing anything. It wasn't enough. He tightened his grip slightly, holding Bakugo's crimson gaze. We both hurt each other. We both let it rot instead of pulling back and apologizing. Instead of replacing what we broke in each other. The silence between them stretched, thick and suffocating as their eyes locked, for what felt like years. I am truly sorry, Kaken, Izuku said, the words trembling out of him but steady with conviction. For leaving you. For lying to you. For ever thinking you'd betray me and tell someone about my quirk. For not fighting harder. For us, for what we had. You mean so much to me, Kaken. His voice cracked, his head bowing, a faint blush staining his cheeks, though the sincerity in his eyes left no room for doubt. You don't even know the half of it. Bakugo's breath hitched. His fists flexed at his sides before finally loosening, as if Izuku's honesty had broken the last of his defenses. After years of choking down what he really felt, he finally forced himself to speak. He faltered, jaw clenching, the words resisting him. I'm sorry I left you when you needed me, Deku. His voice was rough, like it was tearing him apart to admit it. I made you feel bad growing up. I was supposed to be your hero, hell I promised I would be, but instead I became your worst enemy. His crimson eyes burned, not with rage, but with shame that had festered too long. I hated it. Hated myself for it. Couldn't bear to look at you, but couldn't stay away either. I didn't know how to deal with you. So I acted superior, pushed you down, dismissed everything you were, because it was easier than facing the fact that I couldn't beat you where it mattered. And no matter what I did, you always came back. He exhaled shakily, the words scraping from his throat. So now I'm coming back to you. I'm not asking you to forgive me. You should be angry. You should hate me. But I need you to know that I'm done running from it. I'm done running from you. I needed to apologize. For every harsh word, every shove, every time I made you feel worthless when you weren't. I'm so sorry. For everything. And for the first time since they were 4 years old, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵, hesitant, almost reluctant, opened his arms. It was stiff at first, unsure, but the invitation was there. The same embrace Izuku had dreamed of for 12 long years. Izuku didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, crashing into 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵's chest and knocking them both flat onto the rooftop. The air rushed out of them in startled laughter, but Izuku clung tight, burying his face into the crook of 𝐒𝐻𝐵's neck. The familiar scent hit him instantly, dragging back years of memories with it. His breath caught, and slowly, almost reluctantly he pulled back. 𝐒𝐻𝐵's face was tilted toward him, a crooked grin tugging at his lips. Are you hurt at all? Izuku asked softly, slipping right back into that worried tone that never failed to break through his nerves. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 scoffed. What? From that fall? Don't insult me, I'm not that weak. No, Izuku interrupted, his voice quieter, heavier. His gaze dropped to the rooftop between them. From the sludge villain. I had a run-in with him too. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 froze, then looked away sharply, his entire demeanor snapping shut. Nah, I'm fine. Just some wannabe villain. Didn't need you to save me. I had him handled. His words were clipped, dismissive, but he wouldn't meet Izuku's eyes. Izuku saw it anyway, the flicker of truth he couldn't hide. The panic, the helplessness. He'd seen it all when he yanked him out of that situation. He knew 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵 was lying, but he let it slide. For now. Instead, Izuku leaned back against the wall, his hands curling into fists against his knees. His throat tightened as the words slipped out, raw and low. I'm just disappointed that the heroes didn't do anything. If he cut himself off, swallowing hard, his chest constricting at the thought. If I hadn't been there. If I hadn't saved you. The unfinished words hung heavy in the air, suffocating in their weight. Well, you did. So none of that matters anymore, 𝐒𝐻𝐵 said at last, his voice rough but steady. The words were begrudging but not empty, he meant them. He was still clumsy with honesty, still bristling at every show of vulnerability, but beneath it all was a quiet relief. For the first time in years, he wasn't pushing Deku away. Izuku felt it too. That unspoken shift. From this moment forward, they both knew things would never go back to how they were. The distance, the bitterness, the years of silence between them. All of it had burned away on that rooftop. From now on, they were going to be in each other's lives again, no matter what. Together, they made a silent vow, for the next 10 months leading to the U entrance exam, they would train side by side. Push each other. Break themselves down and build each other back up until they were unshakable. They would reclaim the promise they'd made as kids, to rise as heroes together. Not rivals. Not enemies. The duo. As the chaos in the streets below finally dispersed, they clambered down from the rooftop. On the way out, they shared an awkward hug, rough and clumsy, but warm all the same. And when they finally parted ways, walking off in different directions toward home, neither could wipe the grin from their face. Excitement burned in their chests. A brighter future than either had dared imagine. And though neither of them realized it yet, the bond they had just reforged would become the most important thing they had, strong enough to carry them through the challenges, the heartbreak, and the storm waiting ahead. Izuku walked home with a smile on his face, the noon air cool against his flushed skin. His mind buzzed with possibilities, already drafting a training schedule, mapping out exercises, planning the grind of the next 10 months. His heart was still pounding, not just from excitement, but from the happiness he hadn't felt in years. Young boy. The voice boomed across the empty street, startling him so much he nearly tripped over his own feet. Izuku's head whipped to the side, eyes widening. No way. All Might, he whispered under his breath, unable to believe it. But the figure that came stumbling toward him wasn't the towering symbol of peace. It was the frail man he had seen before, the fragile shadow of the hero he admired most. He was breathing hard, one hand clutching his side as though just running to catch up had cost him everything. All Might raised a trembling finger, cutting off any words Izuku might have said. His sunken eyes fixed on him with sharp intensity, and when he finally spoke, his voice, though weak, carried weight. "Young boy," he rasped, catching his breath between syllables. "You just saved that blonde boy, didn't you?" It wasn't really a question. It was a statement, measured, certain. Izuku scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, a nervous laugh escaping him. "Why, he's my childhood friend. The heroes weren't doing anything to save him and my quirk it acted on its own. I couldn't just stand there and watch him get hurt. So I grabbed him and glitched us to a rooftop and, wait." His eyes widened in alarm, panic bubbling up. "How did you know that?" "I checked for cameras." "Oh no, please tell me no one filmed me." His words tumbled over each other in a frantic rush, but his spiraling thoughts stilled the moment a firm, bony hand pressed down on his shoulder. Izuku looked up to see All Might, frail and skeletal, meeting his gaze with reassurance. "I was in the crowd," All Might said softly, and despite his weakened form, the weight in his voice was unshakable. Relief poured out of Izuku in a shaky breath, his shoulders sagging. But before he could say anything, All Might continued. "That isn't what I wanted to talk to you about, young." He tilted his head, expectant. "Izuku Midoriya," he supplied quickly. All Might's eyes widened slightly, recognition flickering in his tired gaze. "Midoriya. I've heard that name before. But where?" He muttered under his breath, though he brushed it aside a moment later with a shake of his head. Straightening as best as his frail body would allow, All Might fixed Izuku with an intensity that made his heart stutter. "Young Midoriya," he said, voice swelling with conviction. "You showed great strength and promise today. You possess the heart of a true hero. I have seen it with my own eyes. Your willpower, your selflessness, they inspire me. And for that reason." He extended his thin, trembling hand, but his smile was radiant, brimming with pride. "I would like to bestow upon you the greatest honor of all, my quirk." All Might's words hung in the air like a thunderclap, his declaration so surreal that Izuku could only stare at him, wide-eyed, unable to breathe. Izuku froze, All Might's words hitting him harder than any punch could. Take All Might's quirk. That wasn't possible. That had to be a joke, some kind of test. His stomach tightened as suspicion clawed its way in. His guard shot up, eyes narrowing. "How did you know I can take quirks?" he demanded sharply, the words escaping before he could stop himself. All Might's eyes flew wide, his skeletal frame stiffening as though struck. "You can take quirks," he repeated, voice sharp with surprise. Izuku's blood ran cold. That reaction. It wasn't calculated, it wasn't knowing, it was genuine. Wait, he didn't know. Then what was he talking about? "What? I can manipulate DNA. I can take quirks, give quirks, alter them." The admission tumbled out in a low, rushed voice, Izuku's face drawn in tense confusion. "So what did you mean by passing on your quirk to me if you didn't know that?" All Might's jaw went slack. He stared at Izuku like he'd just grown a second head. His voice was hushed but urgent when he answered, "I meant, my power can be inherited. My quirk, one for all, can be transferred if someone ingests my DNA. That's what I meant. I didn't know. You could do that." The world seemed to tilt for Izuku. He blinked, dumbfounded, his mouth falling open before he shut it again. "Oh!" The breath rushed out of him in a sigh, and his hand dragged down his face in frustration. He had slipped. Anyone could have overheard. Anyone could have put the pieces together. He clenched his jaw, cursing himself silently. How stupid can I be? Chapter 3. Izuku's hand lingered over his face, fingers pressed into his temples as if he could squeeze the mistake back into his skull. But it was too late. The words were already out. His secret, again, slipping into the open. All Might, however, didn't look like he was preparing to shout it to the world. His serious expression showed that he was deep in thought before he shook his head firmly. "Tell me about your quirk. If it's what I think it is, then I do hope you'll accept my quirk as well." His eyes, though tired, glimmered with conviction. "You're going to need it." Izuku narrowed his eyes slightly, suspicion flickering beneath his green gaze. He studied All Might, searching for the smallest hint of betrayal or deception. But all he saw was earnest weight, the kind that only comes from someone who carries the world. Fine, Izuku muttered at last, though not without hesitation. Considering you're offering me your quirk, and you haven't told anyone about mine. His tone was edged, defensive but not hostile, like a wolf with its hackles raised. Turning sharply on his heel, he walked toward a nearby bench half hidden under the glow of a flickering streetlight. The night hummed faintly with distant traffic. Izuku dropped onto the bench heavily, exhaling. Then he motioned for All Might to follow. All Might obeyed, each step slow and deliberate. When he lowered himself beside Izuku, his frame sagged as though the weight of the conversation pressed down even harder than his injury ever could. Izuku's fingers fidgeted in his lap. He stared down at them for a moment before finally speaking. My quirk. It isn't simple. And it isn't safe. It was my 4th birthday, Izuku began, voice tight, eyes locked on the ground as his fingers twisted in the fabric of his school shirt. My mom didn't trust the public doctors, so she took me to a private one. In hindsight, it probably saved me. If we'd gone public, I might have faced serious consequences before I ever knew what freedom was. He in a shaky breath, forcing himself to keep going. They ran all these tests, BLD, DNA, scans, poking and prodding until finally, they gave it a name. A mutation. A new quirk. He gave a dry, humorless laugh. They called it glitch. Said it was the be-all and end-all of quirks. But they didn't know what it really did. No one did. Just that it was dangerous. Izuku's jaw tightened, his grip on his shirt turning white-knuckled. That night, my parents drove me home. We tried to pretend it was normal. Just the 3 of us having cake and celebrating. Dad went to light the candles with his flame quirk, and he faltered, swallowing hard. I hugged him from behind. And just like that, his flames disappeared. I had taken his quirk. Silence pressed down heavy around them. The only sound was Izuku's breathing, uneven, caught somewhere between guilt and anger. I couldn't control it then. I didn't know how to give it back. His voice dropped, almost breaking. So he left, packed his bags and walked out the door. Never came back. Mum tried to tell me it wasn't my fault, but his hands clenched in his lap. It felt like it was. Izuku's gaze sharpened suddenly, his tone darkening with resolve. I can give it back now. But I won't. He doesn't deserve it. Not after leaving us like that. So I never reached out. Not once. He finally looked at All Might, his eyes raw but steady. That was the day I learned what my quirk could do. And the day I learned just how much it could take away. Izuku's expression dimmed, his voice slipping into something hollow and far away. After that, my mum changed. His throat tightened, but he forced the words out. She used to be warm. Her love was endless. She would hold me after nightmares, tell me everything would be okay. But once Dad left, it was like she followed him, piece by piece. She looked at me differently. Like I was the reason she was alone. Like I was the reason everything fell apart. And I felt like I was. His fingers curled into fists in his lap, nails biting into his skin. The mum who once saw me as her whole world just stopped. She didn't hug me anymore. Didn't even smile the same way. I still live with her, but he hesitated, his voice breaking before hardening again. It feels like she left me too. Silence pressed between them before Izuku continued, quieter now. I still don't know what my quirk really is. Half the time it feels like it has a mind of its own. I've figured out some things. I can teleport with it, I can destroy things with it. I can even alter DNA. But I know that's not the full picture. There's more. I can feel it, like something is waiting in the dark. He finally lifted his eyes, searching All Might's face for a reaction. Instead of the steady encouragement he expected, he found something else. Sympathy, awe, and then concern. Deep, bone-deep concern. Was he your biological father? All Might asked carefully, his voice softer than Izuku had ever heard it. Izuku blinked, brows knitting together. No. Why would you ask that? His confusion was raw, edged with suspicion. All Might looked down, his hands tightening over his knees, a shadow passing over his features. He almost seemed to shrink in on himself as he asked, voice weighed down with dread, "Do you know who your real father is?" Izuku stared at him, the question hitting harder than he could process. The silence that followed felt like the calm before a storm neither of them wanted to face. Izuku's brows furrowed deeper, his chest tightening with unease. His voice wavered between confusion and desperation. "No, I don't. She told me he died." His fists clenched at his sides as he leaned forward, eyes sharp. "But why does that matter? What aren't you telling me, All Might?" His plea hung in the air, raw and urgent. All Might's gaze hardened, his posture shifting from kind mentor to serious figure. "Are you on good terms with your mother, Midoriya? I need to speak with her." Izuku froze, a jolt of alarm running through him. His eyes widened, his throat tightening as his voice rose, almost breaking. What's going on?" All Might hesitated, searching Izuku's face, as if weighing how much truth he could bear. But the boy's trembling demand left no room for silence. "Not really," Izuku admitted bitterly at last, his voice dropping, small. "She's hardly my mother at this point." His fists loosened, then tightened again as he drew in a shaky breath. "You can talk to her. But first, you need to tell me why." The air stilled. All Might's expression fell, heavy with regret. Slowly, he tugged at the hem of his shirt, lifting the fabric to reveal a scar on his side. The sight alone made Izuku's breath hitch. "This," All Might said, voice grim, "was given to me by the man who nearly ended my career. The man who has haunted me for years." His face darkened, shadowed with memory. Then his gaze locked with Izuku's, sharp but laced with pity. "I think that man is your father." Izuku's world seemed to tilt. His breath came short, disbelieving as his wide eyes stayed fixed on the scar. "And if I'm right?" All Might's voice cracked with quiet sorrow, his towering presence seeming to shrink under the weight of it. "Then one day, Midoriya, you will have to face him. Because your father—" He let the silence drag for a heartbeat, heavy as stone, before finishing with the final blow. "Is a powerful villain." Izuku's throat closed, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. He broke eye contact, his gaze sinking to his lap, eyes glassy and hollow. His voice came out cracked and thin, like the words themselves cut him on the way out. "So you're saying, I'm the son of a villain?" His hands trembled in his lap, fingers digging into his knees. "And this quirk, the thing that's caused so much trouble for me, I got it from him." His lips quivered as his mind raced, pieces falling together like shards of glass. "He can take people's quirks. Just like me." His thoughts turned frantic, drowning him. But he's dead. Isn't he? He has to be." All Might's silence stretched unbearably before he finally bowed his head lower, shame in every line of his body. His voice was barely more than a whisper, heavy with grief. That single word shattered him. He shot to his feet, the bench screeching against the concrete. His breath hitched, his body trembling as if just being near All Might hurt too much. Without another word, he bolted. "Midoriya, wait." All Might's weakened form struggled to keep pace, but he forced himself to follow. He had to. By the time they reached Izuku's house, his lungs were burning, but Izuku still didn't slow. He stormed through the door, slamming it open so hard the frame rattled. The familiar smell of cooking greeted him. His mother was in the kitchen, back turned, humming faintly as she stirred a pot. But when she heard the door, she spun around. Her eyes narrowed first, sharp, cold, but the look was instantly replaced with a sugary, beaming smile, so practiced it almost looked natural. "Izuku, you're home early," she sang, her tone brittle with false warmth. Izuku froze, his chest heaving, anger and hurt twisting across his face, All Might stepping in after him. "Oh, well, who is this Izuku?" Inko's voice rose in a false sing-song, her lips stretched into a dazzling smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You didn't tell me you were bringing a guest." But beneath the sweetness, she flicked her son a sharp glare. All Might, still in his gaunt form, caught the look. He filed it away but didn't let it derail him. His eyes stayed firm, his tone clipped, businesslike. "Good evening, Miss Midoriya. Forgive the intrusion," he said, bowing faintly. "I'm here on behalf of the Hero Commission. There are questions that must be asked, questions concerning Izuku's biological father." The color drained from Inko's face. The spoon slipped in her hand, clattering against the edge of the pot. Her smile wavered, stiffened, then vanished altogether. She began, but All Might raised a hand gently, guiding. "Please, take a seat." His voice left no room for argument. For the first time in years, she looked uneasy, her mask of control cracking as she hesitated before pulling out a chair and sitting down stiffly at the kitchen table. Izuku lingered in the doorway, torn between staying and leaving again. The weight of the moment pressed down on him until he muttered, "Drawback." He darted upstairs, the sound of hurried footsteps filling the silence. All Might's eyes tracked him until the boy disappeared, then returned to Inko, who had crossed her arms tight against her chest, avoiding his gaze. When Izuku came back, changed into casual clothes, he avoided sitting near her and instead took the spot right next to All Might, like a quiet declaration of where his trust lay. His mother's jaw clenched at the sight, but she said nothing. All Might placed his hands on the table, leaning forward. His voice dropped into a grave seriousness. Let's begin." The kitchen clock ticked on, dragging the silence between questions and answers into something heavy. For nearly an hour and a half, All Might carefully, patiently drew the story out of Inko Midoriya. She sat hunched in her chair, hands twisting in her lap, her eyes never holding his for long. At first she resisted, snapping at his questions, but eventually her words began to spill, resentful, bitter, almost frantic with the years of keeping them locked away. She told him about the first time she met Zen Shigaraki, a charming, ambitious man with a strange intensity to his smile. He swept her off her feet in her 20s, convinced her that she was the center of his world. For a short while, she believed him. Then Izuku came. A child she hadn't planned for, but one she loved instantly. Zen hadn't shared that glow. She admitted with a sharp laugh that he'd seemed distant, as though Izuku were nothing more than a project or a problem. And then, she described the night he left. Izuku was 2 years old. Zen had kissed him once, tucked him into bed, and whispered something to him that Inko never caught. Hours later, she woke to find his side of the closet empty, the front door unlocked, and not a single note left behind. He vanished without a trace. Her voice cracked as she admitted how hopeless she felt in the days after, jobless, alone, with a toddler in her arms. "He left me that night," she said, with a flatness that chilled the room. When All Might pressed about Hisashi Midoriya, her lips tightened. She explained that she hadn't remarried for love, not at first. Hisashi had been her friend, a man who helped her survive the dark years, who adored Izuku even when she couldn't bear to look at her son without remembering Hisashi's face. Eventually, affection turned into something steadier, safer. Hisashi became her husband. And Izuku, her little boy, was told his father had died. Because in her eyes, he had. Izuku sat silent through most of it, hands fisted in his lap, staring down at the floor. Every word scraped against him, carving deeper the chasm he already felt between himself and his mother. By the end, All Might leaned back in his chair, his face shadowed with unease. He had the answers he needed, but they left behind only sharper questions. Izuku's chair screeched across the tile as he shot to his feet, fists trembling at his sides. His chest heaved as words tore out of him before he could stop them. "All this time, you lied to me." His voice cracked, anger and hurt twisting together. "You told me he was dead. You let me grow up thinking my father was gone when really you just, decided I didn't deserve the truth." Inko froze, her bright smile slipping, her eyes sharpening into a warning glare he'd known since childhood. But this time Izuku didn't sit back down. His hands shook, his throat tight, but he forced the words out anyway. "You don't get to decide what I can handle, Mum. You don't get to choose which pieces of my life I'm allowed to know. You let me believe a lie my whole life." His voice wavered, but he stood his ground, green eyes blazing. The room felt heavy. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze unreadable, but Izuku could feel the tension between them, a fracture too deep to ignore. He turned almost desperately to All Might. But why would she lie? Why hide something like this? All Might's face was drawn, serious. He'd wanted to ease into the truth, but now, he couldn't hold it back any longer. "Miss Midoriya," he said, his voice firm, "I'm sorry to say this, but Izuku's father isn't just an absent man who walked away. He is someone who uses people as tools to achieve his own ends." 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's fingers dug into her skirt, knuckles white, but she said nothing. All Might leaned forward, his voice lowering. "He is a dangerous man." His eyes flicked toward Izuku, pain flickering there before he looked back at her. "I believe he brought Izuku into this world for more than family. He made him for a purpose." The silence after was suffocating, Izuku's breath shallow as the words sank in. Izuku's fists clenched tighter, his green eyes flashing with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "You knew, didn't you?" he said, his voice raw. "You knew who he was, what he was capable of, and you—" He swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. "You decided to lie to me my whole life. You let me grow up believing he was dead. How could you?" 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's face paled, her smile gone entirely, replaced with something unreadable. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but Izuku cut her off, his voice rising. "You, my own mother, kept me in the dark while I lived my whole life thinking I was safe, thinking I was normal. All the while, the truth was right there. Do you have any idea how that feels? To realize your entire childhood was built on a lie." All Might shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting between them, feeling the weight of the moment, while 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's lips pressed into a thin line. She started, her voice shaky, "I only wanted to keep you safe," 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽 tried. "You wanted to protect me." Izuku interrupted, his words sharp. "By lying to me. By making me believe my father was gone. You didn't protect me, you robbed me of the chance to understand who I really was, to prepare myself for what might come." The kitchen was tense, as mother and son stared each other down, years of hidden truths finally crashing into the light. All Might remained silent, his expression serious, knowing there was no easy way to soften this blow. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽 straightened, her shoulders rigid, chin high, her voice sharp. "Protect you. Don't twist my words, Izuku." She snapped, her glare intense. "Do you have any idea what it was like raising you alone? Do you think I had the luxury to hand you the truth like it was a toy? Your father left me with nothing, a baby, no money, no support, and you think lying to you was easy." Her hands clenched at her sides, but her tone held no remorse, only accusation. "I did what I had to. I raised you, fed you. I put a roof over your head. And now you have the nerve to stand there and judge me." Izuku's jaw tightened, fists trembling at his sides. "That's not what I'm saying. I'm not blaming you for raising me. I'm blaming you for lying to me, for keeping me in the dark about who I really am. You left me powerless to face the truth of my own life, my own father, my own quirk." 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽's eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "And what would you have done, huh? Run off and meet him? Become his pawn? My choices kept you safe, boy. Don't you dare act like I'm the villain here." Izuku's breath hitched, anger and frustration coiling tight in his chest. He stared at her, green eyes blazing with a mixture of hurt and defiance, knowing that no words could bridge the gap between them, but still, he needed her to understand. "I can't do this." He spun on his heel and stormed toward the stairs. The floorboards creaked beneath his weight as he raced past the kitchen, ignoring 𝐒𝐮𝐽's shouted protests. He reached his room, yanking the door closed with a slam that rattled the frame. He leaned against it, breathing heavily, his hands trembling as he tried to control the whirlwind of emotion inside him. After a moment, his resolve hardened. He needed someone who understood him, someone who always had. Izuku stared at his phone, his thumb hovering over the screen. Only 2 contacts stared back at him. And Kaken. His chest tightened. What was he doing? He had just started to reconnect with Kaken. He couldn't dump all of this on him. But he needed to breathe. He needed to tell someone. The thoughts buzzing in his head wouldn't leave him alone, clawing at him relentlessly. Swallowing hard, he made his decision. He grabbed his phone, threw open his bedroom window, and slipped out into the cool night air. Heart pounding, he sprinted through the streets he knew so well, the wind whipping past him, adrenaline driving his legs. By the time he reached 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵𝐻's house, he was gasping for breath. He pressed his finger against the call button and waited. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 picked up after just one ring. What? Why are you calling me? His voice, sharp as ever, carried a strange undercurrent of calm that made Izuku's chest tighten with relief. I'm outside, Izuku stammered, his voice trembling. Please. Let me in. I need you. There was a pause on the other end, and then the unmistakable sound of a door swinging open. Moments later, 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻's eyes appeared in the doorway, wide and unguarded, painted with concern. Without a word, he grabbed Izuku's hand and tugged him along. They moved quickly through the house, Izuku stumbling to keep up, until they reached 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻's dimly lit bedroom. The door clicked shut behind them, cutting out the rest of the world. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 let go of his hand but didn't take a step back, his crimson eyes scanning Izuku's face with a mix of suspicion and worry. All right, spill it. What's got you running to my house at this hour? 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 demanded, his voice rough and impatient, but there was a tension beneath it that betrayed genuine concern. Izuku's voice cracked the moment he opened his mouth, words tumbling out in a torrent of panic, guilt, and fear. He poured everything out. The monster he had faced, how he blamed himself for 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 getting caught because he ran away in the classroom, how it had led him straight into danger in the city. He told him about All Might, about being offered the symbol of peace's quirk, and how he had explained his own ability in return. His hands shook as he recounted the painful truths about his past, his father, and how his mother had kept things from him. He avoided the parts about her neglect. He couldn't bear to put that weight on anyone yet, but the raw grief and confusion poured from him anyway. I just want to be a hero, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻. I didn't want any of this. He choked out, his sobs shaking his frame. I didn't want to be made for someone else's purpose. I just wanted to be a hero. With you. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 didn't say anything at first. He let the words hit him, let Izuku tremble in front of him, soaking in the pain and desperation. And then, almost instinctively, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around him. Hesitant at first, then firmer, tightening as if holding on would keep the world from breaking apart. Izuku collapsed into him, burying his face against 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻's chest, shoulders shuddering as he let the tears fall freely. I feel so lost, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix this. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻's hands pressed against his back, strong and grounding. Shut up and listen, Deku, he muttered, voice low but steady. You're not alone. You hear me? Not alone. We'll figure it out, together. Got it? Izuku nodded against him, muffled sobs breaking through as relief and comfort finally cut through some of the fear. For the first time in years, he felt like maybe, just maybe, he wasn't fighting this all by himself. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 grabbed Izuku by the chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. His touch was firm, unyielding, but not harsh, just enough to make Izuku look up at him. Deku, 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻 growled, his crimson eyes locked onto Izuku's tear-glossed greens. I know you better than anyone. You could never be a villain. Not now, not ever. Don't even think for a second anyone could turn you into one. He leaned closer, voice dropping, rough but edged with a rare softness. You face everything that comes at you head-on, grinning like it's nothing, like it's second nature. Your guts, your drive, they're incredible. You throw yourself into challenges for others without a second thought so others don't have to. Hell, All Might himself couldn't even come close to the hero you are going to be. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵𝐻's hands tightened slightly on Izuku's shoulders, grounding him. So what if your dad is some monster? That doesn't change a thing about you or everything you've already done. If he thought you'd turn into a villain, he dug his own grave. You've got the kind of quirk, the kind of heart, that proves he was wrong. You are what you make of yourself, Deku. He let the words hang, gruff but steady, letting the weight of his conviction press into Izuku without needing to soften it further. Izuku's eyes widened as his chest tightened at 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻's words. His heart thudded in a way that felt both foreign and electric. Besides, you have me now. And I won't let anyone near you. Not over my dead body, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚 growled. For a fleeting second, Izuku let himself dwell on the weight behind those words. Maybe, just maybe, they meant more than he dared admit. He could feel the heat of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚's gaze, the raw intensity that always made him feel both terrified and alive. His mind, despite itself, wandered to impossible things. What it would be like if 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚's protection wasn't just concern. If it was something more, something personal, something only for him. Partners. Friends. The thought made his stomach twist, both thrilling and infuriating. It was a silly thought really, he'd just gotten him back, and here he was, trying to mess it all up again. He blinked, trying to push it away, forcing himself to focus. This is enough, he thought to himself, almost defensively. Just having him back, having him as my friend, that's more than I could have hoped for. After all, it was 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾. There was no one better than 𝐒𝐶𝐻𝐾. And yet, even as he thought it, the tension lingered in the space between them, unspoken, palpable, a slow burn that neither of them dared to name aloud, yet both felt it in the quickened pulse, in the way 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾's hand lingered a moment longer than necessary on his shoulder, in the quiet crackle of heat and unvoiced need that hovered just beneath the surface. Izuku's thoughts were still spinning, a mix of gratitude, fear, and that strange, fluttering feeling he couldn't quite name. He shifted awkwardly on the edge of 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾's bed, trying to process everything that had happened. The sludge incident, the revelations about his father, All Might, and the uneasy truth with his mother. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾, sitting cross-armed on the floor nearby, watched him with a mixture of irritation and something softer he'd never admit out loud. Quit fidgeting, Deku. You're acting like a squirrel, he muttered, though there was a softness in his tone that Izuku didn't miss. I can't stop thinking, Izuku admitted quietly, his voice small. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾 grunted, leaning back on his elbows. Then shut your eyes for a sec. Stop overthinking. You're gonna wear yourself out before we even start training tomorrow. Izuku hesitated, blinking up at him, but the exhaustion from the day, the weight of everything he'd endured, made him pliable. He let out a shaky breath and slowly lay down on the bed, careful not to get too comfortable at first. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾 raised an eyebrow, his usual frown in place, but didn't move. Don't get comfortable, he warned, though the edge in his voice had dulled. Izuku smiled faintly, a mixture of relief and lingering anxiety, and curled up, resting his head on the pillow. The steady presence of 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐾 in the room, that protective, gruff energy, felt grounding. Within minutes, the tremor in his body eased, and his heavy eyelids finally gave way. 𝐒𝐻𝐾 watched him for a moment, silent and tense, before shaking his head slightly. You're ridiculous, he muttered under his breath, but he didn't move, didn't shoo him off. And somewhere deep down, even he admitted, though never out loud, that he didn't want to. The room grew quiet, broken only by Izuku's slow, even breathing as he drifted into a much-needed sleep. 𝐒𝐻𝐾 stayed nearby, alert and watchful, the faintest tension lingering in the air between them, but now, it was the kind of tension that promised protection, closeness, and maybe, just maybe, something more. 𝐒𝐻𝐾 shifted his weight slightly as he carefully laid down on his bed. Looking at Izuku's soft features, he wondered what it would be like to wake up every morning to him, to share those moments and know they belonged to him. He had known for a while that he cared for Izuku, but he had been in deep denial, because admitting it was admitting a vulnerability he didn't trust anyone with, not even himself. He didn't care that he was different. That didn't faze him one bit. No, he cared that out of every person in the whole world, he had to care for the most complicated one of them all. For the longest time, he couldn't process his feelings for the boy, resulting in bullying him just to stay close, just so he would know what he was doing and when. He ruled over Izuku so no one else would come near. So that when he finally did get the courage to tell him, if he ever would, no one would get in his way. But on the rooftop earlier that day, everything had spilled out. His walls, his control, his carefully buried feelings, they'd all bled into the open, and he hadn't stopped them. Not that he wanted to. He had come so close to telling Izuku exactly how he felt, to stripping away all the restraint and admitting the truth. But he hadn't. He'd decided to wait. It was too fresh, too raw, and he knew he needed patience. If Izuku truly wanted him, he would come willingly, and Bakugo would give himself away without hesitation. He wouldn't force it, not on Izuku, who bent over backwards to please everyone, who would never act out of selfish longing. Bakugo wanted honesty. Pure, unfiltered choice. So he would wait. And if it never came, then he would accept that too. After all, it was Izuku. There was no one better than Izuku. The sun cut through Bakugo's curtains, landing right in his face. He growled under his breath and tried to roll over, only to realize he couldn't move. Something heavy and warm was wrapped tight around his middle. "The hell?" he muttered, blinking blearily before the memories of yesterday came flooding back. His scowl twitched, almost breaking into something softer when he glanced down. Izuku had latched onto him, arms locked tight around his torso, his whole body pressed against his back. "Teeth, figures," Bakugo hissed, trying to peel himself free, but Izuku's grip only tightened in his sleep. Bakugo let out a short, irritated huff, though the corner of his mouth tugged upward despite himself. The situation was annoying, and yet he couldn't bring himself to shove him off. With a sharp exhale, Bakugo rolled his eyes. Struggling wasn't getting him anywhere, so instead he shifted, twisting until they were face to face. "Damas," he muttered under his breath, but the word came out softer than he meant it to. They were close, too close. His nose nearly brushed Izuku's, and he froze. He could feel the steady warmth of his breath, could see how relaxed his face looked for once. No muttering, no panicking. Bakugo swallowed hard, forcing down the strange kick in his chest. Carefully, he pried one hand free, hesitating only a second before gently ruffling Izuku's messy green hair. It was meant to be rough, a quick way to wake him up, but Izuku didn't stir. Bakugo's voice was a low grunt, but his hands slowed anyway. His fingers sank into the messy strands, and despite himself, he lingered. The softness was surprising, a direct contrast to the calluses of his palm. It twisted something deep in his chest, something he knew all too well. Izuku stirred, nudging closer into the warmth of Bakugo's hand. His lashes fluttered, and his voice, low, rough with sleep, slipped out before he could stop it. "Don't stop. I like it." Bakugo jerked, yanking his hand back on instinct. But Izuku's eyes cracked open, wide and green and too honest, and the words hung in the air between them. Bakugo grit his teeth, hesitating, before his hand moved again, slower this time, dragging through messy green strands. Izuku's breath hitched, his cheeks heating as his gaze dropped. Sorry, Kaken. You don't have to, if you don't want to." "Teeth," Bakugo scoffed, trying to hide the way his ears burned. "Shut up, nerd. Soft, that's all." His voice was gruff, but his fingers lingered anyway, threading through the hair like he couldn't stop himself. When Izuku finally dared to peek up at him, eyes bright and cheeks pink, Bakugo's chest clenched hard enough to make him freeze. Their gazes locked, too close, too much. Cursing under his breath, he pulled his hand back like he'd been caught doing something wrong, but Izuku's body moved before his mind could catch up. He shifted closer, closing the tiny gap between them, his fingers curling into the sheets like he was anchoring himself. It's fine, Kaken. I didn't mean to make it weird," Izuku mumbled, but his chest betrayed him, pressing faintly against Bakugo's arm, leaning into the space he wasn't supposed to take. His cheeks burned, his heart thundering so loud he swore Bakugo could hear it. Bakugo stiffened. "Deku, Izuku cut in, voice cracking under the weight of everything he couldn't say. His hand twitched like it wanted to reach out, but he froze halfway. "I didn't hate it. Not at all." His words were quiet, but the way his body stayed close, too close, spoke louder. Bakugo's jaw worked, sharp eyes searching Izuku's flushed face. Every instinct screamed to shove him back, to bark something scathing, to cover up the wildfire building in his chest. But for once he didn't. He just sat there, rigid, while Izuku's nearness burned against him. He forced his face blank, like nothing had happened at all. "You're making it sound like a big deal," he muttered, leaning back just enough to look casual, though the tips of his ears betrayed him, faintly red. It was just me messing with your hair. Don't overthink it, the nerd. Izuku blinked, startled by the dismissal, though the warmth still lingered on his scalp where Bakugo's hand had been. His heart didn't slow, not even a little. Bakugo crossed his arms and flopped back onto the pillow, eyes on the ceiling as if the conversation was over. But he couldn't relax, every nerve on edge from how close Izuku still was. He told himself to ignore it, to treat it like nothing, because he didn't know what else to do. Izuku stayed quiet, but the way his fingers inched along the blanket, just barely brushing against Bakugo's arm, made it clear it wasn't nothing to him. Acting like he didn't notice, Bakugo grumbled, "Do you want to start training today? I mean, it's Saturday and I got nothing better to do." He shrugged like it was no big deal, eyes flicking anywhere but at Izuku. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. "Training? Already?" His voice cracked with surprise, and he instantly hated himself for it. "Don't sound so damn shocked, nerd," Bakugo shot back, glaring at him just enough to cover the heat crawling up his neck. "You said you wanted to get stronger, right? Or were you just talking out of your butt?" Izuku shook his head quickly, cheeks still pink from earlier. "And no, I do. I mean, training would be really good." His words tripped over themselves, but his eyes shone with something that made Bakugo's chest clench. "Then it's settled," Bakugo muttered, throwing the blanket off and sitting up. "Don't think I'm going easy on you just 'cause you're a crybaby. If you're serious about being a hero, I'll push you hard." Despite the harsh words, Izuku smiled, small but real. Izuku went home to get dressed, avoiding his mother at all costs as he slipped through his window, picked out a casual gym outfit, and slipped back out undetected. The air outside felt lighter, easier to breathe than inside those walls. He made it back to 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 and raised his phone to his ear, but before he could even press the call button, the door creaked open. Bakugo was already there, leaning against the porch steps like he'd been waiting the whole time. "Took you long enough, nerd," Bakugo muttered, crossing his arms. His expression was sharp, but there was something restless in his stance, like he'd been pacing before Izuku showed up. Izuku froze, phone still half raised. "You were waiting for me." "Don't make it sound weird," Bakugo snapped, shoving his hands into his pockets. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but let it soften into a sweet smile. "Thank you." Bakugo clicked his tongue and looked away. "Shut up and let's get moving. You said you're serious about training, so don't make me regret wasting my Saturday on you." Izuku nodded quickly, jogging to catch up as Bakugo started down the street. For the first time in a long while, the heaviness in his chest didn't feel quite so suffocating. Bakugo led the way down the street, his hands stuffed into his pockets and his usual scowl plastered across his face. Izuku trailed close behind, clutching his backpack straps. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, but Izuku kept sneaking glances at him, wondering where exactly 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽𝐽 was taking him. "You're walking too slow, nerd," Bakugo grumbled without looking back. Sorry. Trying to keep up." "Teach." Bakugo sped up anyway, forcing Izuku to jog a little to stay beside him. They wound through the back streets, away from the main roads, until the city noise dulled. After a while, Izuku piped up, "So, where are we going?" "Somewhere no one will bother us. Last thing we need is some extra running their mouth about us." Izuku gave a nervous laugh but nodded. He trusted Bakugo, even if he sometimes questioned why. They rounded a corner near an empty lot, overgrown with weeds and half-collapsed concrete walls, the kind of forgotten space that kids usually claimed as their own. But before Bakugo could declare it good enough, a familiar, booming voice rang out. "Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo." Both boys froze, whipping their heads toward the sound. Standing at the far end of the lot was none other than All Might, well, the skeletal version of him, hunched slightly but still grinning wide as he waved an arm. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "What's he doing here? That's All Might, right?" Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might. How did? The symbol of peace strode over, surprisingly light on his feet despite his frame. "What a coincidence, finding the two of you here. I was just searching for a quiet place myself, and lo and behold, two promising young heroes in the making." Bakugo bristled, glaring suspiciously. Quit acting like this is some dumb fairy tale. You followed us, didn't you? All Might only laughed, though there was a flicker in his eyes that suggested he wasn't denying it. Perhaps fate has a way of bringing the right people together at the right time. Izuku fidgeted, his chest tight. Yesterday's talk still lingered in his head like a storm cloud. Bakugo noticed. Hey, he muttered low, leaning toward Izuku. Don't let him get to you. If you want to train, we'll train. No one's stopping us. All Might's grin softened as he overheard. Then, allow me to lend my guidance. You're both walking paths that will change the future of heroes. If you'll allow it, I'd be honored to supervise. Izuku's heart leapt at the offer. Bakugo just clicked his tongue, but he didn't say no. The three of them sat in a rough circle on the cracked concrete, the silence filled with distant city noise and the occasional chirp of birds nesting in the broken walls. Izuku fidgeted with the straps of his backpack, then finally blurted out, I told him everything you told me. His words spilled into the open air before he could second-guess himself. He met All Might's eyes earnestly, emerald green full of determination. Because I trust him. And he also knows about my quirk. He's a good person, I promise. Bakugo stiffened beside him, bristling. Deku, he started, but Izuku pressed on. I know I shouldn't have said anything without asking you first, but I couldn't keep it from him. Not after everything that happened. He deserves to know. Bakugo's jaw tightened, and he folded his arms across his chest, glaring at the ground. Like I need him vouching for me. All Might's smile faltered just a fraction. He studied Bakugo for a long moment, his eyes narrowing, not in malice, but in thought. Young Bakugo, he said slowly, his voice carrying that steady weight of authority, are you truly ready to shoulder such a truth? The knowledge you've been entrusted with could endanger you both. Like I care. Bakugo met his gaze head-on, unflinching. I'm not some weakling who's gonna run my mouth or back down. He told me because he knows I can handle it. And I can. Izuku's breath caught. He wasn't sure if it was the fierceness in Bakugo's voice or the way he said it so simply, as if there had never been another option. All Might let the silence stretch, then nodded once, a deep and thoughtful dip of his head. Very well. Trust is a rare gift. If you've chosen to extend it, young Midoriya, and if you've chosen to carry it, young Bakugo, then I will respect it. Relief washed over Izuku so strongly his shoulders slumped. He glanced at Bakugo, whose scowl hadn't budged, but the way his knee brushed lightly against his own said more than his words ever could. For a moment the silence hung heavy. All Might's grin spread, sharp and knowing. He was satisfied. The fire in the boy's eyes told him everything. Midoriya was safe. But then All Might's smile faded, his towering presence softening into something heavier, more human. He glanced between the two boys, then fixed his gaze on Izuku. There's more I need to say, he began, his voice low. Young Midoriya, I owe you an apology. The way things unfolded with your mother. The questions, the truths dragged out. I should have handled it differently. I pushed too hard, too fast. That pain is on me. Izuku blinked, startled. For a moment he almost wanted to wave it off. But the sincerity etched across All Might's features made his throat tighten. He drew a shaky breath and shook his head. It is what it is, All Might. My mom, she made her choices. And my father being who he is. His fists clenched in his lap, but his eyes sharpened, fierce. None of that changes me. None of it defines who I am. Bakugo's sharp gaze burned toward him, studying his profile, the familiar fire returning to Izuku's tone. Izuku's voice steadied, iron beneath the softness. Only I can decide what I am. And I'm going to be a hero. No matter what BLD runs in my veins, no matter what anyone says, I'll prove it with everything I have. For a long moment, All Might simply stared at him, lips pressed tight, as if weighing the boy's entire soul. Then slowly he smiled, tired, proud, almost bittersweet. Then, young Midoriya, he said with a wry chuckle, it's time I asked you properly. Will you accept my quirk? Will you inherit one for all? Izuku's breath caught. His heart thundered in his chest as the weight of the question settled over him. He glanced at Bakugo, who gave a small scoff and rolled his eyes, but didn't look away. "I'll take it," Izuku said firmly, his voice clear despite the tremor in his chest. "Not because it's yours or because of who my father is, but because this is my path. My future. My choice." All Might's grin widened, even in his frail form. "Well said, my boy." All Might, already smiling like he'd known Izuku's answer before he even asked, let out a hearty chuckle and reached into his coat. He pulled out a folded sheet of paper, the corners slightly crumpled, and handed it to Izuku with a flourish. "This," he declared proudly, "is your training regimen. It'll push you to your limits, but if anyone can handle it, it's you." Izuku's eyes went wide as he carefully unfolded the paper, scanning the neatly written instructions and diagrams like they were sacred scripture. His face flushed with excitement and determination all at once. "And don't worry," All Might added with a wink, turning his gaze toward Bakugo, "I'll draft one for you as well, young Bakugo. After all, you two seem rather inseparable these days." Bakugo stiffened instantly, bristling. Don't make it sound weird, old man. I'm just not letting this idiot out-train me. He's not leaving me in the dust." His glare darted toward Izuku, though there was no real bite to it. Izuku ducked his head, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks despite himself. He clutched the paper to his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you, All Might. I won't let you down." All Might's grin softened into something warmer, almost fatherly. "You already haven't, my boy. Both of you." The three of them sat there for a moment in companionable silence, the weight of what had just been decided lingering in the air, but with it came a spark of excitement, of hope. The future was no longer a distant dream. It was right there, waiting for them. Once the contacts, schedules, and meal plans were finalized, the air shifted. All Might's booming voice dropped into something grave, of its usual warmth. His expression hardened as he revealed the truth of one for all, the power that had been passed down through generations, and of the shadow that hunted it. The villain who sought to claim everything for himself. The name landed heavily. All for one. Izuku's chest clenched, his breath catching as the world tilted. That monster, his father. The thought unsettled him. For a heartbeat, it threatened to crush him beneath its weight. But then just as quickly, fire caught in his lungs. BLD meant nothing. Family wasn't decided by genes or scars left behind. All for one had never been and never would be a father to him. His hands curled into fists, and he forced himself to meet All Might's gaze. "I don't care if he's my father," Izuku said, his voice steady even as his heart thundered. "He's just another villain. And I'll stop him, no matter what it takes." He felt, rather than saw, Bakugo at his side. When he turned, their eyes met, emerald green and blazing crimson. No words passed between them, but they didn't need them. In that moment, their resolve aligned. Fierce. Unyielding. "This ends with us." When All Might finally left, the weight of his words still clung to the night air. Neither Izuku nor Bakugo spoke much as they started the walk back to Bakugo's house. It was almost unspoken at this point. Izuku would be staying over again. Bakugo told himself it was because things with Inko were shaky right now, that giving Izuku space from home was the best option. That was the kind of excuse he could live with, practical, simple, no strings attached. But Izuku knew better. Knew the truth was harsher. That was just how his mother had become. Somewhere along the way, she'd stopped offering warmth, stopped offering comfort. Izuku couldn't even remember the last time he'd felt it, not since his 4th birthday. Every night after that had been colder, lonelier, as if she'd slowly pulled herself further and further away. Bakugo didn't press. He didn't need to. The silence told him more than words ever could. The way Izuku's shoulders curled inward, the way his gaze stuck to the pavement like he was afraid of looking up. Bakugo shoved his hands in his pockets, jaw tight. "You're an idiot, you know that," he muttered, not looking at him. "Walking around like it's your fault. You don't gotta explain anything to me, Deku. I get it." The words were rough, but the steadiness in his voice was enough to ease the ache in Izuku's chest, just a little. When they got back to Bakugo's house, the two of them headed straight upstairs. Within minutes, they were sprawled out on his bed, talking over possible designs for their future hero costumes, anything to distract themselves from the heaviness of All Might's earlier revelation. Izuku had even brought his precious hero analysis book, pages already filled with detailed notes and sketches to make their ideas more efficient. Bakugo's eyes narrowed the moment he saw it. A grimace tugged at his mouth as memories of the day before resurfaced, but curiosity got the better of him. So what's with that thing anyway? Teeth, kinda creepy, knowing all that stuff about people? Izuku winced, scratching at the back of his neck. In class, the lessons were always so easy, I'd finish the questions in minutes. So I started these books to get better at analysis. I mean, I've always been fascinated by quirks, Kaken. Honestly, I'm shocked you're surprised. He gave a weak laugh, but it fell flat. But yeah, I guess you're right, it is a little creepy how detailed it all is. His fingers fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, shoulders drawing in. Bakugo's words had made him uncomfortable. Bakugo clicked his tongue, looking away like the sight of the notebook physically annoyed him. Yeah, it's creepy. You're a nerd. Always have been. Izuku flinched a little, but didn't argue. After a beat, Bakugo sighed through his nose and added, quieter, but it's also the only reason you're still standing here. You don't just watch quirks, you break 'em down. Hell, half the time you're 3 steps ahead before anyone else has figured out what's happening. That might look obsessive, but it's why you'll actually make it as a hero. He shoved his hands in his pockets, scowling. So don't act like you gotta be ashamed of it. Don't let any villains get their hands on it, dumbass. Izuku let out a quiet laugh, the tension in his chest loosening slightly. Bakugo's eyes softened, barely noticeable, before he reached over and ruffled Izuku's hair, rough but careful. Better. Now quit looking like a kicked puppy and focus on these costume ideas before I lose my patience. Izuku ducked his head, trying to hide the faint smile tugging at his lips. Even under all the sharp edges, Bakugo's presence felt like a shield, a steady warmth in the middle of everything that threatened to pull him apart. Somehow, he always managed to make things feel safer, even when he was yelling. Izuku flipped through his hero analysis book, pointing at sketches and notes. If we put reinforced padding here, it'll protect your joints without slowing you down. And maybe some ventilation near your nerd, don't tell me what to do, Bakugo interrupted, arms crossed, though a spark of curiosity lit his eyes. I don't need ventilation. I'm already fast enough. Yeah, but if you're blasting constantly you'll overheat, Izuku countered, trying not to smile at Bakugo's grumpy scowl. Bakugo snorted. Overheat? I'm not some helpless dog trapped in a car. Who even taught you this stuff? Bakugo teased before he caught a glimpse of the page. His smirk faltered. It was his page. He stared, frozen, at the sketch. It was him, exactly him, but not in any pose he had ever struck. Izuku had drawn him entirely from memory. Every line, every muscle, every subtle detail captured with precision. Bakugo's chest tightened as he realized just how much Izuku had observed without him noticing. Attributes he'd never consciously revealed were all there, laid bare, meticulously noted. His weaknesses, his disadvantages, all scrawled in neat, analytical handwriting, exposed for anyone to see. Bakugo swallowed hard, a mix of awe and disbelief churning in his gut. He really couldn't hide anything from that boy. Deku, this is amazing. He breathed, blinking at him in astonishment at the sheer amount of thought and detail he had described him in. He could tell Izuku spent more time and care on his pages than any other, and it secretly made his heart swell, a warmth spreading through him. Izuku gawked, a mix of disbelief and excitement bubbling up. You really think it's good? A rare, genuine smile tugged at Bakugo's lips. Of course it's good, he said, the words rough around the edges but sincere. Their bickering over the book carried on until it naturally shifted back into the talk of hero costumes. Bakugo found himself continuously referring to Izuku's notes, muttering insults even as he copied down half the ideas. Izuku, grinning despite himself, pointed out that he should build some sort of arm gauntlet to store his sweat, something that would let him set off even larger explosions with pinpoint precision. Bakugo begrudgingly took the idea as his own and incorporated it into his costume design, grumbling a thanks under his breath, shocking Izuku. Over the months, they trained relentlessly, pushing each other to grow stronger while also getting closer. Side by side, they learned to lean into their trust in one another, anticipated each other's movements, and refined their fighting styles under All Might's careful guidance. Though their regimen wasn't all sparring and strategy sessions, they spent long hours at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, cleaning up the grounds, a tough way to build endurance, strength, and muscle mass. Sweat, sunburn, and laughter became part of their routine, a rhythm they both came to rely on. By the end of the 7th month, Izuku's body had transformed. Weeks of dedication, intense training, and his own tinkering had brought him to peak condition, ready to accept All Might's quirks safely and efficiently. Bakugo, watching him, couldn't hide a rare look of approval mixed with pride. Together, they weren't just growing stronger, they were becoming unstoppable. The next day, All Might met them on the newly cleared beach, grinning proudly at the progress they had made, finishing 3 months earlier than he had expected. He informed Izuku of the process. He would have to eat one of All Might's hairs to consume his DNA. He explained that it would take around a day to kick in and pulled out one of his golden blonde hairs, offering it to him like a birthday gift. Izuku agreed hesitantly, staring at the hair. "Let's just get this over with," he muttered, grimacing as he took it. The texture was strange, and he almost spat it out, but a gentle nudge from Bakugo cut through his hesitation. "Quit whining, Deku. You're not scared of a little hair, are you? Come on, swallow it already." With Bakugo's teasing glare drilling into him, Izuku clenched his jaw, forced himself to gulp, and swallowed the strand, trying not to think about it as his stomach churned in protest. Luckily, he had skipped breakfast that morning. Not even seconds later, he felt a surge of energy, fiery red lines snaking up his arms, spreading across his body. The power felt overwhelming, and he could sense it pushing against his own quirk. His skin tingled, and he felt a rush of sensations. Sounds he hadn't noticed before, the rustle of leaves, the heartbeat of a bird, filled his ears. He stumbled, falling to the ground, trembling as his quirk reshaped itself, adapting to All Might's power. Every sense was heightened. His eyes felt like they were on fire, and he could smell everything around him: the iron, sweat, sand, and even the faintest trace of seaweed. His skin felt alive with energy. It was a lot to process, and he felt overwhelmed. Then, suddenly, he found himself in a different place, surrounded by darkness. It felt like he was floating, and he couldn't tell where he was. A man with long white hair appeared before him, stepping softly into view. Despite the darkness, his presence radiated warmth and comfort. "Hello, nephew," he said, his voice gentle and steady. "I don't have long, but I wanted to tell you that we are amazed at your progress. You have unlocked a significant portion of this quirk already, and you have only just received it. We know who you are, Izuku, and we are proud of you. Until we meet again." Izuku's eyes flew open, his chest heaving as if he had just surfaced from a deep dive. The first thing he saw was Bakugo, hovering over him, eyes wide with concern. He took a shaky breath, wiping sweat from his brow. What was that?" Before he could process it, Bakugo pulled him into a tight hug. "Are you okay?" Bakugo's voice was frantic. "What just happened, Deku? You collapsed. We couldn't stop you. Me and All Might had to hold you down." His grip tightened, as if letting go meant Izuku would slip away again. Izuku blinked up at him, still dazed, his body trembling from the aftermath. Bakugo's arms were like iron around him, grounding him even as his chest still burned. "Kaken." His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. I don't know what happened. It felt like my whole body was tearing apart. There was a man with long white hair. He called me nephew. He said something about me being the 9th of something and that I had unlocked 70% of the quirk. I can't remember much else." His eyes darted away, guilt flickering across his face. "I'm sorry I scared you." Izuku's words barely left his lips before Bakugo's grip tightened, pulling him in even closer. No shouting, no insults, just silence. His forehead pressed against Izuku's shoulder, his breath ragged and uneven. For once, he didn't try to hide it. He didn't let go. Izuku's chest tightened at the rare stillness from him. Carefully, he let his hand rest against Bakugo's back, grounding them both. In the quiet, the crash of the waves against the beach seemed distant, almost unreal. 𝐻𝐿 was trembling. And that said more than any words ever could. All Might stood a few steps away, his towering frame unusually still. For once, the proud grin was gone, replaced by an expression shadowed with worry. He had seen many things in his life, but watching Izuku struggle had rattled even him. Now, as Bakugo held Izuku like his life depended on it, All Might didn't step in. He didn't speak. He simply watched, broad shoulders tense, hands curling and uncurling at his sides, because he knew this was something he couldn't fix with strength alone. Still, his eyes softened. He saw Bakugo's trembling, Izuku's shaking hand on his friend's back, and he felt a swell of pride and sorrow all at once. They're both just children, and yet they carry so much. Finally, his voice broke the silence, low and careful. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. I owe you both an explanation. Bakugo didn't move, and Izuku didn't try to pull away. The silence stretched until All Might finally stepped closer, his thin shadow falling over them. His eyes lingered on the red lines still faintly glowing across Izuku's skin before he let out a long, shaky breath. Young Midoriya. What happened just now? He paused as if weighing every word. That wasn't supposed to happen. The transfer of power, it should have taken time to settle. But with you, it forced itself into your body all at once. Izuku's breath hitched, his pulse still racing. All Might crouched down, his voice quieter now, almost ashamed. I've never seen anything like it. Not with my MSTR. Not with her predecessor. No one's body has ever reacted this way. He clenched his fist against his knee, his jaw tight. I don't know if it's because of your quirk, or because this power sees something in you. Bakugo's grip on Izuku tightened at that, his crimson eyes flicking up to glare at All Might. So you didn't even know this could happen? He spat, his voice low but shaking. All Might's shoulders sagged, and for once, he had no booming reassurance to offer. I didn't. My MSTR said the power reacts differently with every holder. But I didn't think she meant this. Izuku's hands trembled against the sand, his whole body still humming with aftershocks. He stared at All Might, wide-eyed, his throat tight. It wasn't supposed to happen. What? Why me? He thought to himself as fear twisted in his gut, heavy and sharp, but then he felt Bakugo's grip tighten around him again. That trembling, desperate hold. 𝐻𝐿 was scared for him. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing himself to steady his breathing. He wiped at his eyes and sat up straighter, leaning into Bakugo's support even as his body screamed for rest. I'll be okay, he whispered, more for 𝐻𝐿 than himself. Then, with more power and determination behind his voice, no matter what it takes, I'll learn to handle this. If this power chose me, then I can't waste it. I won't waste it. His chest still burned, his body felt like it was splitting at the seams, but he tried to smile, even if it wavered. 𝐻𝐿. All Might. Thank you. I'll get stronger. I promise. Bakugo's jaw tightened as he stared at Izuku, crimson eyes still sharp but shadowed with something softer. He muttered, looking away, though his voice was quieter than usual. You're such a nerd. Even half done, you're talking about getting stronger. His arms loosened for a moment before tightening again as he grumbled, looking deep into his eyes. Just don't push yourself so far that you can't come back from it. For once, there was no bark, no explosion, just a low, reluctant warning that carried far more weight than his usual shouting ever did. All Might had been silent, watching the exchange with his chest tight. Seeing Izuku weak, shaking, and still vowing to get stronger stirred a pride so fierce it almost hurt, but that pride was tangled with dread. He had heard what One for All could do to a body unprepared for it. And now this boy, his successor, was already standing on the razor's edge. He straightened slowly, his shadow long against the sand. His eyes softened, voice low but steady. Young Midoriya. A faint smile tugged at his lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. That spirit of yours. It's exactly why I chose you. But you must understand, this path is dangerous. More dangerous than even I imagined. And yet. He exhaled, shaking his head in quiet awe. You've already endured what would have broken countless others. For a moment, the symbol of peace looked almost fragile, his gaze flicking between the boy who had inherited his power and the one who refused to let him go. Both of you. You remind me of why I still believe in the future of heroism. With that final sentiment, the beach fell quiet, save for the crash of distant waves. The world felt suspended, like even time itself was holding its breath. Izuku leaned into Bakugo's steady hold, chest rising and falling in uneven bursts. Bakugo didn't let go, his hands still tightly gripping the back of Izuku's shirt, anchoring him. Crimson eyes stayed fixed on him, softer now but no less intense. All Might stood a pace away, towering but silent. Pride, fear, and hope all tangled in his expression, though he spoke no further words. For a long while, none of them moved. The silence wasn't empty, it was heavy, weighted with everything they couldn't yet say. And in that fragile stillness, the three of them breathed together, each holding on in their own way. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until Izuku shifted slightly against Bakugo's hold. His body still ached, his head swam, but the weight of their gaze pressed harder than the pain. Kaken. He rasped, glancing up weakly. Kinda crushing me. For a beat, nothing. Then Bakugo jerked back, ears tinting red. Shut up, sir. You should be grateful I didn't let you choke. All Might's lips twitched, the faintest chuckle escaping before he smothered it in his fist. The tension on the beach eased, just a little, like a storm cloud parting to let through a sliver of sun. Izuku managed a shaky smile, still breathless, but softer now. Thanks, Kaken. Bakugo didn't answer, but he didn't look away either. In the next 3 months leading up to the entrance exam, they all worked together to help Izuku gain control over his quirk. Training was grueling, but Izuku pushed himself harder than ever, determined not to waste the gift he'd been entrusted with. Ultimately deciding to try to only use one for all while at in case the government tried to pull something. Along the way, he discovered something unexpected. Through meditation, quiet moments where he closed his eyes and let the noise of the world fall away, he found a strange clarity. When he drifted close to the edge, he could connect more deeply with the layers of his power. The days blurred together, a rhythm of sweat, bruises, and breakthroughs. At first, Izuku struggled, flickers of red energy sparking unpredictably across his skin, sending jolts of pain through his nerves. Bakugo cursed at him every time he collapsed, barking insults with clenched fists, but he was always the first to comfort him and drag him back to his feet. All Might watched carefully, pride hidden behind his furrowed brow. He corrected Izuku's stances, forced him to breathe through the pain, and reminded him again and again that power without control was nothing but destruction. Then Izuku began experimenting. Instead of letting the quirk flare up only when he needed it, he kept it alive constantly, a dim ember glowing beneath his skin, never snuffed out. At first, it exhausted him. He shook with fatigue after just an hour. But slowly the ember grew steadier. His body adjusted. His mind adjusted. The results showed. When he called on the quirk, it no longer erupted violently. Instead, it answered him. It moved with him. Even though he had grasped control, he never did see that white-haired man again. One evening, after a tough spar, Izuku lay breathing in the sand, faint red lines pulsing faintly along his arms. Bakugo dropped beside him, sweat dripping, scowling but unable to hide the flicker of awe in his eyes. Finally got it through your thick skull, Deku. You're not fighting it anymore. Izuku smiled weakly, his chest heaving. No, we're fighting together. All Might stood a little ways back, the fading sunset casting his shadow long across the beach. He said nothing at first, but his eyes softened, a rare and quiet pride shining there. Yes. He thought. He's mstread it faster than I did. The last evening before the exam, the three of them returned to the beach one final time. It no longer looked like the wasteland it once was. Clean sand stretched for miles, the air fresh and open, a perfect reflection of Izuku and 𝐒𝐲's transformation. Izuku stood at the shoreline, eyes closed, the sound of the waves filling his ears. A faint red glow threaded across his skin like molten veins, pulsing gently but steadily. He no longer shook under its weight. The ember burned within him, alive, but calm. 𝐒𝐲 watched from a few steps back, arms crossed. He scowled, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward as Izuku moved into a sprint. His footsteps thundered against the sand, the glow flaring brighter, controlled, sharp, precise. He launched himself upward, pulling a perfect backflip, the noon air cracking around him as the evening sun illuminated his form, before landing hard and steady, the sand beneath his feet barely disturbed. No collapse. No screaming. No void. Just raw, unhindered power. Show off, 𝐒𝐲 scoffed under his breath with a slight grin. Izuku turned to them, breathing, but smiling with a confidence that hadn't been there 3 months ago. Oh my 𝐒𝐮𝐻, I'm ready. 𝐒𝐲 clicked his tongue, but his crimson eyes burned with a fierce pride he didn't bother hiding. All Might stood tall, his grin wide and proud once more, though his chest ached with the weight of what lay ahead. He looked at Izuku, the boy who had inherited his torch, who had bled and suffered and risen stronger each time. Young Midoriya, he said, voice booming but warm, go show them who you are. The glow beneath Izuku's skin pulsed brighter, steadier, as he nodded. Tomorrow would decide everything. After waving goodbye to All Might, Izuku made his way home with 𝐒𝐲. Having argued with Inko for the last time, she had kicked him out, telling him she couldn't put up with him anymore and that she didn't want to live with a quirk-stealing child. So Izuku had trudged over to 𝐒𝐮𝐻's house with fresh tears spilling down his face. Mitsuki, 𝐒𝐻's mum, had been the one to open the door, pulling him into a warm hug, immediately giving him the motherly love he had craved for so long. From then on, the 𝐒𝐲s had taken him in as their own and allowed him to live with them for as long as he needed. Izuku had sworn to himself that he would repay them for their kindness one day. That night, Izuku and 𝐒𝐻 climbed into bed together, just like they had every other night, tangling themselves in each other's warm embrace, telling themselves that this was normal, convincing themselves that it didn't mean anything. Except this time, they had the UA entrance exam on their minds. So as soon as they hit the mattress, they were out like a light, no longer caring how tight they held each other, or how good it secretly felt. The alarm had dragged them both out of bed at the crack of dawn, 𝐒𝐲 grumbling the entire time as Izuku scrambled to match his pace. They threw on their chosen gym clothes, barely managing to shove breakfast down before bolting out the door. The run to you had been almost anticlimactic, no hurdles, no chaos, nothing but the steady thud of their footsteps side by side, secretly reveling in each other's company. They stopped at the gates with half an hour to spare, breathless but buzzing with energy. Izuku tilted his head back, taking in the massive arch of UA's entrance, and despite himself, he smiled. Well, at least we won't be late, he said, voice light with relief. 𝐒𝐲 shot him a look, clicking his tongue. Tisk, shut it, Deku, he snapped automatically, though the usual venom wasn't there. His glare was softer than usual, and the corner of his mouth twitched as though he was fighting back a smirk. Izuku's grin only widened. He knew 𝐒𝐻 too well, every bark, every bite, and every unspoken flicker of pride hiding behind those crimson eyes. The gates loomed before them, the future waiting on the other side. With time to spare, they decided to head straight to sign in. The halls of UA bustled with nervous energy, students lined up at desks, staff members checking names off lists, cameras flashing for ID photos. Izuku couldn't stop grinning. Every step, every moment, felt surreal. He handed over his paperwork with trembling hands, his face lighting up as though he'd already won something just by being there. When it came time to snap his photo, his smile practically glowed, bright enough to make even the staff member behind the desk chuckle. 𝐒𝐲 stood beside him, arms crossed, trying to look as unimpressed as ever. But when Izuku turned toward him, eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement, 𝐒𝐲's mouth betrayed him, tugging upward into the smallest, sharpest smirk. The camera clicked before he could stop himself. It wasn't until the photo was printed and slid back across the counter that 𝐒𝐲 realized his mistake. His own ID now carried not the fierce scowl he'd intended, but the barest hint of a smile. Izuku glanced at it, eyes widening. "Kaken, you smiled," he gasped, almost bouncing on his feet. 𝐒𝐲's face went red. "Shut up, that. I didn't. It was the stupid timing of the whatever." He snatched the card back, shoving it into his pocket. Izuku's laughter trailed after them as they moved away from the sign-in desk, weaving through clusters of students who buzzed with nerves and chatter. Izuku clutched his new ID card in both hands, staring down at it like it was a treasure, his smile still wide and impossibly bright. 𝐒𝐲 walked beside him, hands shoved deep in his pockets, scowling at nothing in particular. The faintest trace of color still lingered on his cheeks from being caught smiling, though he refused to acknowledge it. They made their way to their assigned classroom, just before the timer for the written test started. Taking seats at opposite sides of the classroom, they promptly gave each other a look that said, "Don't mess this up," as the test began. The test was easy for both of them, so much so that they finished 20 minutes before everyone else, Izuku finishing a minute faster than 𝐒𝐲, sending a sly smirk his way which was met with a glare from across the room. Once the time was up, all the students handed in their papers and made their way to their respective auditoriums. Izuku glanced up at 𝐒𝐲, his anxious smile softening into something smaller, warmer. "Kaken, we're really here. You hi. Can you believe it?" 𝐒𝐲 snorted. "Of course I can, dumbass. We worked hard for this. The only people who can't believe it are the ones who didn't get this far." Izuku chuckled quietly. For a moment, the tension of the exam faded into the background, replaced by the simple reality that they had made it here, together. He was halfway there, and he was determined to keep moving forward. The two of them stopped just outside the doors of the auditorium, the murmur of the gathered students spilling faintly through the walls. Izuku took a steadying breath, and 𝐒𝐲 rolled his shoulders back, ready for what was to come. The doors to the auditorium swung open, and the sound inside washed over them. 100 or so voices tangled together, buzzing with excitement and bravado. Students filled the seats, some grouped with friends, others sitting stiff and silent, all waiting for the same thing. Izuku hesitated at the threshold, his ID card clutched tightly in his hand. His gaze darted from face to face, curiosity sparking. A boy with sharp glasses and rigid posture was lecturing a group of nearby examinees, his hand chopping the air with every word. His tone was loud, precise, impossible to ignore, like he thought he was already a pro-hero giving orders. Not far from him, a round-faced girl with short brown hair laughed nervously as she tried to reassure another student who looked like they might faint. Her laugh was awkward but kind, bubbling like she couldn't help but spill light into the room. Izuku's heart thudded in his chest. They're all like me, he realized. All dreaming. All fighting for the same chance. 𝐒𝐲 shoved past him with a scoff, heading straight for a row of empty seats. Quit gawking, Deku. You'll break your neck staring at everyone in the room. Izuku blinked, then scrambled after him, slipping into the seat at his side. He tried to hide his smile, but it tugged at the corner of his mouth anyway. Every second here, every stranger he looked at, made it more real. For the first time, he wasn't just imagining himself among heroes. He was sitting in the same room as them. The low hum of student chatter was suddenly shattered by a loud voice. You, future heroes. Every head in the auditorium snapped to the stage where a tall man with spiky blonde hair, tinted shades, and a long coat that flared dramatically behind him leapt into view. His grin stretched ear to ear as he threw a fist in the air, his voice filling the room with energy. That's right. It's time for the entrance exam orientation. Yeah. The room erupted in startled murmurs. Some students covered their ears, others blinked in confusion. Izuku flinched at the volume, nearly dropping his ID card, while 𝐒𝐲 just clicked his tongue. It's annoying. Present Mike strutted across the stage, gesturing broadly, feeding off the scattered reactions like it was fuel. I am your examiner and your DJ for today's main event, the one, the only, Present Mike. Are you ready to rumble? His voice boomed again, only to be met with silence. Izuku couldn't help but stare in awe. He's a pro hero. Standing right there. Talking to us like we're already part of his world. Bakugo, meanwhile, leaned back in his chair, unimpressed but focused, crimson eyes sharp. He wasn't here to fanboy, he was here to win. The lights dimmed slightly, a giant screen flickering to life behind Present Mic as he spread his arms wide. All right, future heroes, listen up. Present Mic's voice shook the auditorium walls. You're about to enter the Ultimate Hero Challenge, the practical exam. And no, this isn't your grandma's quiz. Nobody gets a participation trophy. He spun dramatically, pointing to the giant screen behind him where an animated map of the exam arena appeared. Here's how it goes. You'll face multiple robot villains designed to test your skills, your creativity, and your hero instincts. Each robot has a set point value depending on difficulty. Yes, I said point value, because heroes score big when they hit hard. The students murmured, some exchanging excited glances while others clutched their desks. Izuku's heart hammered. Robots. Challenge. Points. I have to focus. And Present Mic continued, jumping to the edge of the stage and almost losing his balance before regaining it. Don't just smash everything with brute force. Strategy counts. Observation counts. Teamwork counts. And for those of you thinking solo heroics are the way to glory, well, you've got a big storm coming. Present Mic cut himself off, seemingly hiding something, but no one really caught on, well, except for Izuku and Bakugo. He flung his arms wide, spinning theatrically once more. So get ready, my future heroes. Step up, show your style, and remember, this isn't just about winning the exam. It's about proving you have what it takes to stand in the light, to rise above, and to become the hero the world needs. The room was electric, students buzzing with eagerness and nerves alike. Izuku tightened his grip on his instruction pamphlet, chest rising and falling rapidly. Bakugo leaned forward, eyes sharp, already analyzing the map on the screen. Present Mic finally threw a dramatic pose, fists in the air. Are you ready? The answer came not from words, but from the collective tension, the pounding heartbeat of nearly 100 aspiring heroes ready to take their first real step. They were all dismissed and given 15 minutes to make their way to their arenas. Bakugo and Izuku stood outside the auditorium to check where they were assigned. Izuku's fingers tightened around his ID card as he glanced down, scanning the assigned arena. His eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in a frown. Kaken, he muttered under his breath, realizing the truth. We're in different arenas. Bakugo, standing beside him, followed his gaze and scowled instantly. Tsuch, figures. Diminute. Izuku's shoulders slumped a little. He had been hoping to tackle this exam alongside Kaken. I guess we'll just have to do our best separately, he said quietly, trying to force a smile. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms. Don't get all mopey about it, Deku. We'll meet up later. But don't screw this up while I'm off beating all these extras. Izuku's frown lingered, but the determination in Bakugo's tone was oddly comforting. All right, I can do this. I have to do this. He straightened his back, tucked the ID safely away, and took a deep breath. The arena awaited. Izuku stepped toward the entrance of his battleground, the roar of Present Mic's voice echoing above him. His heartbeat thudded in his ears, loud and insistent, but he forced himself to slow it down with deep breaths. He pulled his ID card from his pocket and studied it for a moment, remembering why he was doing this, to be a hero and save people, together. Filled with newfound determination, he set his jaw. Hey, I've trained for this. I know the quirk now. I can do this. He closed his eyes briefly, picturing the quirk as he had during his meditation, not something to control, not something to fear. It was him and he was it. They were equals. A steady warmth pulsed beneath his skin, the faint red glow of one for all, and he let it remind him that he wasn't powerless. Focus, he whispered under his breath. Observe. Plan. Execute. He could almost feel Kaken on the other side of the arena, even though they were separated. That thought alone tightened his resolve. I'll make it through this. I have to. When he opened his eyes again, the arena doors loomed before him. the hum of electricity, the faint mechanical whirs from the other side, the faint smell of oil. It was all real now. Go! Present Mike suddenly shouted, giving no warning, and only a select few, Izuku included, ran forward. Izuku barely had time to adjust before a hulking three-pointer lurched out of the smoke, metal jaws clanking. His chest seized with panic, but training took over. He inhaled sharply, grounding himself, then lunged forward with a fist. The punch connected with the robot's leg. The entire lower half of the machine exploded in a burst, sending pieces scattering across the concrete. The robot toppled in on itself with a metallic shriek, sparks sputtering where its systems malfunctioned. Izuku stumbled back, eyes wide. His arm was still glowing faintly, heat rolling off his skin. Okay, he muttered to himself, voice high and shaky. So, too much power. Let's not do that again. He spoke to no one in particular. He shook out his hand as though that might help dissipate the heat, forcing his legs to move. The arena was alive with chaos now, students shouting, machines advancing, the air thick with smoke and static. Izuku ran, scanning for more targets. Each time he spotted a robot, his body moved faster, sharper, more deliberate. He dialed back the force bit by bit, focusing on precision rather than sheer destruction. A one-pointer, down with a kick. Two more, taken apart with careful jabs. Another three-pointer, toppled without a blast this time. 5 points here. For there. Another 10, another 20. He kept a silent tally in his head, numbers flashing like sparks with every success. 2, 5, 9, 20, 34. His breath came hard and fast, sweat dripping down his temple, but his heart thrummed with something other than fear now. Momentum. Purpose. He wasn't just surviving the exam, he was fighting it head-on. Izuku skidded to a stop near the corner of a shattered building, chest heaving. Another one-pointer clattered forward on its spindly legs, sensors flashing red. Before he could move, a nervous-looking boy swung a steel pipe at it, the blow bouncing harmlessly off its armor. Izuku darted in, landing a quick jab to its center. The robot sparked, screeched, and collapsed in a heap of metal. The boy gawked. Thanks. Izuku flushed, waving him off. And no problem. Keep your guard up. He didn't stay for praise. His legs carried him forward again, faster, sharper, his senses buzzing with awareness of everything around him. He turned another corner and spotted her, the same round-faced girl with short brown hair he noticed earlier, pinned against the wall as a one-pointer's claw swiped dangerously close. She stumbled, clearly overwhelmed. Izuku's body moved before his brain caught up. He sprinted across the rubble, sliding in front of her. With one precise strike, he drove his glowing fist into the robot's torso. The machine jolted, sparks flying as it crumpled to the ground. The girl blinked, startled, then broke into a grateful smile. Thank you. I owe you one. Izuku felt heat rush to his cheeks. It's nothing really. He glanced at her briefly, watching as she ran away, then back at the chaos, already searching for his next target. Each encounter fed into his rhythm. He wasn't just collecting points anymore. He was helping, protecting, moving instinctively like the hero he'd dreamed of becoming. The ground suddenly trembled beneath his feet. The air filled with the grinding roar of colossal machinery. Students all around froze as shadows stretched long and heavy across the arena. Izuku's eyes widened, heart lurching in his chest. The zero-pointer. The ground shook harder with each step, dust tumbling from shattered walls. A mechanical roar split the air, and then it appeared, the towering bulk of the zero-pointer. It loomed over the arena like a skyscraper on legs, eyes blazing, gears screaming as its massive arms tore through buildings like paper. Gasps and shouts filled the air as the examinees froze in disbelief. What is that? One student cried. It's not worth any points, another shouted, already backing away. The mass of students scattered, panic breaking them apart. Some sprinted for cover, others tried to fight before realizing their attacks barely dented the colossal frame. The air was thick with fear and the grinding sound of steel tearing through steel. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His whole body screamed at him to run with the others, to get as far away from that thing as possible. No points. It's a trap, it's just there to test us, I should stay out of its way. Then a cry rang out above the chaos. He whipped his head around and saw her, the same brown-haired girl from before. She was pinned under a slab of concrete, eyes wide as the zero-pointer's shadow fell over her. The machine's steps sent cracks racing through the ground, inching closer and closer. The students around her didn't stop to help. They kept running. Izuku's chest tightened, sweat dripping into his eyes as his pulse thundered in his ears. She's going to be crushed. Everyone else had chosen to save themselves. I can't just stand here and watch her get hurt. The thought tore through him like lightning, then the world flickered. For a split second, everything stuttered, like a broken video frame. The sound of grinding gears warped, the ground beneath him vanished, and his vision shattered into static. When his senses snapped back, Izuku's stomach lurched. He was no longer on the ground. He was on the head of the colossal zero-pointer. "Oh," he whispered under his breath, panic surging. His heart pounded against his ribs as the metallic giant's head swiveled slowly, red optics glowing just under him. He hadn't meant to do this. He hadn't even tried. The glitch. It had teleported him here on instinct, without his permission. He wasn't supposed to use it. Not here. The air up this high was sharp, cutting against his sweat-slicked skin. The machine lumbered forward, each step sending tremors up through its massive frame, nearly knocking Izuku off with each step. Far below, he could still see her, trapped under concrete, frozen in fear. The sight cut through the panic buzzing in his mind. It didn't matter if this was the glitch. It didn't matter that he didn't want to use it. He clenched his fists, every nerve alive with determination. If I don't act, she gets hurt. That's all that matters. His mind screamed at him to get down, to run, to hide, but his gaze always snapped back to the girl trapped below, the shadow of danger creeping closer with each colossal step. "No time," he whispered, clenching his fists. "No choice." The glitch flickered around him, the world splitting into fractured frames. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from atop the robot's head and reappeared directly in front of it, suspended in midair, staring straight into its burning red eyes. His heart thundered. One chance. The red glow of one for all erupted across his body, fiery lines racing down his arms, converging into his fist. The energy surged, wild and powerful, but he didn't shy away. He met it, let it meet him, and for one instant they were perfectly in sync. Smash! His fist rocketed forward, colliding with the zero-pointer's face. The impact was tremendous. The world lit up in a blinding flash as metal crumpled. A shockwave tore through the air, rattling the buildings and sending students sprawling to the ground below. The zero-pointer's colossal frame shuddered, red optics flickering wildly before going dark. With a loud groan of twisting steel, the giant machine toppled backward, crashing into the street in a storm of dust and rubble. Izuku plummeted with it, air rushing past his ears, his body protesting from the force he'd unleashed. But even as he fell, his eyes never left the girl below, still alive, still safe. He tried to glitch to the ground but still hit it quite hard, knees threatening to buckle, lungs burning. His arm throbbed, but he was okay. Izuku blinked through the haze, chest heaving, and muttered weakly, "Okay, maybe too much power again." The dust hung heavy in the air, swallowing the arena in a thick haze. Students shielded their faces, coughing, their wide eyes fixed on the fallen titan. The zero-pointer's body stretched across half the street, smoke pouring from its shattered head. And there, at the epicenter of the destruction, stood Izuku. His knees trembled, his right arm swollen, glowing faintly as the last of One for All's power flickered out to a calm hum under his skin. His chest heaved, every breath dragging fire into his lungs. But he was upright. Somehow, impossibly, he was still standing. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Silence drew on for what felt like hours. Whispers finally broke through. Did he just? With one hit? Who even is that guy? From her spot on the ground, the brown-haired girl stared up at him, eyes wide and shining. He'd saved her, no hesitation, no thought of the points. He'd just acted, The same boy who had saved her not even minutes before had done it again, without even thinking. Far across the city, in another arena entirely, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐴 froze mid-strike against a two-pointer. The ground tremor from the zero-pointer's fall rattled his teeth. He snapped his head toward the direction of the sound, eyes narrowing. Deku, he growled, fists clenching tight. A strange mix of fury, pride, and worry churned in his chest, though he'd never admit the latter. Back in the observation room, pro-heroes and faculty leaned closer to their monitors. Their eyes weren't on the wreckage or even the girl saved beneath it. They were on the boy at its center, Izuku Midoriya, still struggling to breathe but standing in defiance of the impossible. The silence lingered like a held breath, the weight of what he'd done settling over everyone. A blaring siren rang out across the arena, signaling the end of the exam. The remaining robots froze in place before collapsing into still heaps of metal, the danger evaporating in an instant. But no one looked at them. All eyes were locked on Izuku. His body screamed at him to collapse. Every muscle quivered, every nerve burned. His right arm hung useless at his side, swollen and trembling. But he refused to bow. Slowly, painfully, he straightened his back. His good arm rose, shaking but steady enough, until his fist stood high above his head. The silhouette was unmistakable. It wasn't just victory, it was defiance, determination, hope. The image of All Might himself. Gasps rippled through the other examinees. The girl he'd saved clutched her chest, eyes brimming with tears. For just a moment, even the faculty watching through their monitors forgot themselves, leaning forward with awe. In another arena, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 froze at the sound of the timer. He hadn't seen what happened, but he felt it. A chill raced down his spine as if something deep inside him already knew. Deku had done something incredible again. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding, but his chest felt tight with a flicker of something dangerously close to admiration. The alarm faded, leaving only the echo of it in everyone's ears. But Izuku's raised fist lingered in their minds, etched into the moment like a brand. And then, finally, his arm dropped. His knees buckled, and the world went dark as exhaustion claimed him. Chapter 8. The darkness was soft this time, not the crushing void of before. Just heavy, warm, and dreamless. When Izuku's eyes finally fluttered open, he was met with the sharp, antiseptic scent of medicine and the faint tick of a clock on the wall. The sterile white ceiling above him told him exactly where he was, the infirmary. A groan slipped past his lips as he shifted. His right arm was bandaged, throbbing in pain. "You're finally awake, huh?" The voice was rough, familiar, and laced with something Izuku didn't expect to hear, relief. Turning his head, he found 𝐒𝐻𝐻 slouched in a chair beside his bed, arms crossed, crimson eyes glaring at him like he'd committed a crime. But there were faint bags beneath those eyes, and Izuku realized 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had probably been there a while. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Izuku rasped, his throat dry. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 clicked his tongue, leaning forward. "What were you thinking, you nerd? A zero-pointer. Really? You could have gotten hurt from that fall." Izuku blinked at him, confused. The memory of the zero-pointer came rushing back. The teleport, the fist, the explosion. He swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing." 𝐒𝐻𝐻's jaw tightened. For a moment, his glare faltered, replaced by something unreadable. Then he growled and sat back, muttering, "Always throwing yourself into danger like that." Izuku shifted again, grimacing as the brace tugged at his arm. The movement made 𝐒𝐻𝐻 lean forward automatically, like he might stop him, then freeze halfway through the motion. He caught himself, scowling, and settled back into the chair with a sharp hiss. Izuku caught it though, the split second of worry he hadn't meant to show. "𝐒𝐻𝐻." Izuku's voice was hoarse, softer this time, but his eyes held gratitude. "Don't." 𝐒𝐻𝐻 cut him off instantly, his tone firm but brittle around the edges. "You're alive, that's all that matters." Silence stretched between them, filled only by the faint ticking clock and Izuku's uneven breathing. For a moment, neither boy looked at the other. Then Izuku couldn't help it. His lips curled into the smallest smile. "Waited here the whole time, didn't you?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻's head snapped toward him, glare igniting like a spark, ready to blow up, but his mouth betrayed him. Yeah, so what? His voice was sharp, but his ears burned red. Someone had to make sure you didn't do something reckless while you were unconscious. Bakugo countered, clearly lying through his teeth. Izuku laughed, weak but warm. The sound only seemed to frustrate Bakugo more, who shot up from his chair, pacing a short line beside the bed. Izuku's smile faded into something softer, his chest aching in a way that had nothing to do with the exam. He had worried 𝐒𝐿𝐴HN again. He wanted to reach out to tell him it would be okay, but his bandaged arm made that impossible. So instead, he just whispered, "I'm still here, 𝐒𝐿𝐴HN." Bakugo tensed, his back to him. His fists unclenched slowly. After a long, silent pause, he finally turned his head just enough for Izuku to see his expression. Not a glare, not a smirk, but something raw, stirred of its usual fire. "You better stay that way." And with that, Bakugo sank back into the chair, crossing his arms again, with a conflicted expression, acting almost as if nothing had just slipped out. He leaned back and closed his eyes. Something tugged at Izuku's chest. He bit his lip, hesitating, then whispered so softly it barely left his throat. "Thank you, 𝐒𝐿𝐴HN." The words hung in the air like a secret. He thought Bakugo hadn't heard, until the other boy shifted suddenly, a crimson eye cracking open, sharp. "The hell are you whispering about, nerd?" His voice was gravelly. Izuku startled, cheeks flushing. "And nothing. Don't lie." Bakugo leaned forward, pinning him with that look, the one that always essayed away his excuses. "You said thank you." Izuku's throat went dry. He swallowed hard, then nodded. "Yeah, I did." For a long moment, Bakugo just stared at him. Then he teased, shaking his head as if trying to hide something behind his sharp edge. "You're such an idiot, Deku," he muttered, settling back into the chair, eyes drifting shut again, with fatigue seeping into his voice. "But you're my idiot, so quit making me sit in hospital rooms, got it?" Izuku blinked, stunned, warmth flooding through him even as his heart hammered in his chest. His idiot. With that thought he let his eyes fall shut too, a small, unshakable smile tugging at his lips. The rest of the night blurred into drowsy half-sleep, the soft rhythm of Bakugo's presence anchoring Izuku in place. By morning he was healed enough to go home, though his arms still throbbed slightly under the bandage. Recovery Girl had fussed over him before finally shooing both boys out with orders to rest until their results arrived. Neither argued, though Bakugo grumbled the whole way back. The following days were agony. Every hour dragged, Izuku's nerves twisting tighter and tighter. He replayed the exam in his head until it burned behind his eyes. Each punch, each mistake, each moment of hesitation. Had he done enough? Did saving her count? Was blowing apart the zero-pointer even allowed? Bakugo, of course, carried himself like he'd already won first place. But even he was jumpier than usual, snapping at small noises, pacing more than he realized. Then, on the fourth day, the envelope arrived. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs as he stared at it, hands trembling. His name was printed cleanly across the front in bold letters, the official U. Stamped wax seal holding the envelope closed. Beside him, Bakugo crossed his arms with a scoff, after already opening his, choosing to revel in each other's acceptance letters instead of opening them at the same time. "Open the DMN thing already, Deku." Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry, fingers fumbling with the flap. This was it. Everything he'd worked for, everything he and 𝐒𝐿𝐴HN had trained for, this moment would decide it all. He peeled the envelope open, breath catching as a slim device slid into his palm. A tiny projection flared to life, light filling the room. And then, all might. Izuku nearly dropped the device, his heart leaping into his throat. The man's towering figure shimmered in projection, smiling brighter than the sun as his booming voice filled the room. "I am here, on a video recording." Izuku flinched at the volume, his hands trembling as he clutched the device tighter. His eyes shone as he leaned forward, hanging onto every word. Young Midoriya. All Might's smile was blinding, but there was warmth behind it, pride radiating through even this pre-recorded message. The entrance exam is not only about combat prowess, but about spirit, judgment, and above all, the ability to save others. Izuku's chest tightened. Save others. His mind flashed back to the examinees he had saved, the girl pinned beneath the rubble, the boy who feebly tried to destroy a one-pointer, the weight of his choice. All Might raised a fist. Your actions showed true heroism. Charging in with no thought for your own safety, you saved a fellow examinee at the cost of nearly outing your own quirk. That, my boy, is what makes a hero. Izuku's throat wobbled, eyes stinging. Beside him, Bakugo clicked his tongue and folded his arms tighter, glaring at the projection. Of course he had to go and say it all cheesy like that. His voice was sharp, but his jaw was clenched too hard for the scowl to look natural. The projection shifted, bright numbers spilling across the wall in bold print. Rescue points, All Might announced, his voice steady but proud. Awarded to those who display selflessness and bravery in the face of danger. Izuku's breath hitched. His eyes widened as the numbers stacked before him. And so, Izuku Midoriya. All Might's smile broadened, impossibly wide. With your total sum of 92 villain points, we hereby grant you 120 rescue points. 30 for the rescue of a fellow examinee. 30 for your first aid and intervention in assisting Uraraka the first time you saved her, and 60 for defeating the zero-pointer, preventing her from being crushed. Izuku's jaw dropped, and Bakugo's eyes widened at the sheer number of villain points Izuku had scored. He had only gotten 77. Izuku gripped the device tighter, as though it might vanish if he loosened his hold. All Might's eyes narrowed knowingly, the pride in his voice unshakable. The faculty even considered awarding you more, since you were the only one to notice the zero-pointer had malfunctioned. Your judgment, courage, and instinct have surpassed all expectations. Izuku's whole body trembled. His breath came uneven, lips trembling as the weight of it sank in. Without further ado, All Might's booming voice swelled, bouncing around the room. With your combined score of a grand total of 212 points, you have not only passed the entrance exam, you have taken first place. The words echoed, bright and impossible. Izuku pressed a hand to his mouth, tears spilling down his cheeks in hot streaks. He couldn't hold them back, couldn't stop his body from trembling with relief and joy. I did it. A scoff cut him off. Bakugo leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, but his crimson eyes betrayed him. They were soft, flickering with raw admiration. He masked it quickly with a growl. 212, huh? Show off. Izuku sniffled, blinking through watery eyes. Kaken, don't look at me like that, thin nerd. Bakugo barked with no bite, cheeks tinged pink despite his scowl as he mumbled under his breath. I knew you'd pass. Izuku's chest tightened at his words as a wobbly smile filled his cheeks and a shaky laugh broke through his tears. We both made it. Bakugo didn't answer right away. His jaw worked, fists clenching and unclenching before he finally muttered, just loud enough to hear, yeah, we did. The projection fizzled out with All Might's final declaration, the words reverberating in their bones. Welcome to your Hero Academy. Bakugo's crimson eyes flicked to him, looking away just as quickly. His lip curled, fighting some invisible battle with himself. When finally, the words broke loose, rough and grudging. Looks like the Wonder Duo isn't just a dream anymore. Izuku froze, his breath catching. He hadn't expected that, not from Kaken, not in a million years. His head snapped up, tears still clinging to his lashes, staring at him in surprise. Kaken. But Bakugo wouldn't look at him. His eyes stayed fixed on the far wall, jaw tight, every muscle in his face straining not to betray the softness that had slipped out. His fists clenched in his lap, as if holding back everything else he refused to say. Izuku's throat tightened, but his voice came out steady, quiet and sure. It never was. Bakugo's head jerked, just slightly, like he hadn't expected Izuku to have the guts to say it back. His mouth opened as if to snap something sharp, but no words came. Instead, he huffed, low, almost disbelieving, and let his head drop back against the wall with a thud. The silence that followed wasn't empty this time. It was thick, alive, humming with something unspoken that neither of them dared touch. Izuku wiped at his eyes with the back of his sleeve, a trembling smile tugging at his lips. For the first time, the future didn't feel like a distant dream. It felt real. Because every path he could imagine, every version of tomorrow worth fighting for, had Kaken in it. His future wasn't his own anymore. It was theirs. Izuku sat at the edge of the bed, knees drawn up to his chest, staring at the faint glow of the city lights beyond the window. His notebooks sat neatly stacked on the desk, but he hadn't touched them all evening. No amount of notes or preparation could quiet the storm in his chest. Tomorrow he would walk into you as a student, and all he could think about was the way his quirk had slipped at the exam, the way the power had glitched and drawn too many eyes. What if someone noticed? What if they asked questions he couldn't answer? He hugged his knees tighter, the fear clawing at his throat. On the other side of the bed, Katsuki shifted, the sheets rustling as he propped himself on an elbow. "Oi, you're buzzing like a live wire." "Knock it off," he muttered, but there wasn't much bite in it. Izuku blinked, startled, then forced a shaky smile. Sorry. I keep thinking about tomorrow. What if I already stood out too much?" His voice was quiet, like he hoped it would disappear before reaching Katsuki. But the silence after stretched warm, not sharp, and Izuku dared a glance over. Katsuki wasn't looking at him, but his scowl seemed more thoughtful than angry. "You did what you had to do. That's it," Katsuki said finally, rolling onto his back again. His voice was gruff, but steady, like he was trying to pin the words into place so Izuku couldn't argue them away. The simple certainty of it made Izuku's throat tighten. He wanted to believe it, wanted to let himself rest in that faith, even if only for tonight. His chest warmed, and he ducked his head, whispering a soft, "thank you," that barely rose above the sound of the night outside. The lamp's glow wrapped the room in a gentle haze as Katsuki turned over, facing away but close enough that Izuku could feel the dip of the mattress pull him nearer. "Sleep, Dad. You'll need it." It wasn't an order this time, more like an assurance. Izuku curled beneath the covers, heart still fluttering but steadier now, comforted in a way he couldn't put words to. The fear of the government coming for him still lingered, heavy and sharp, but with Katsuki's presence beside him, it didn't feel as unbearable. Izuku let his eyes drift shut, the rhythm of Katsuki's breathing tugging him gently toward rest. The morning air was sharp and clean, carrying the hum of the city as they made their way to you. Izuku's stomach twisted with nerves, but every so often his shoulder would brush Katsuki's, grounding him. Neither said anything about it, but Izuku noticed Bakugo never pulled away. When they stopped at the gates, looming tall and proud before them, Izuku couldn't help the grin that lit up his face, his eyes shining with awe and amusement as he recalled the entrance exam and Katsuki's ID photo, which they wouldn't let him retake. Bakugo glanced sideways at him. For a moment, with no one else around, his scowl softened into something more honest. "What's got you so happy?" he asked with a slight grin. But the second footsteps echoed from behind. A group of other first-years chattering excitedly, Bakugo's expression snapped back into place. His lip curled, voice loud and biting. "Hurry up, Dad. Don't make us look like idiots on day one." Izuku jumped, cheeks flushing, but he recognized the shift. It wasn't rejection, not really. Just Katsuki's way of keeping what was theirs safe from prying eyes. As they crossed the gates side by side, Izuku tucked that private moment close to his heart. He knew that when the noise of the day fell quiet again, when it was just the two of them, Katsuki's walls would slip once more. The halls inside were wide, gleaming with polished tile and lined with plaques of U.S. legendary alumni. Izuku trailed behind slightly, drinking in every detail, muttering under his breath about architectural design and hero rankings. Bakugo didn't tell him to hurry up this time, though his hand brushed Izuku's shoulder once, a silent nudge to keep him moving forward. When they finally reached the massive door marked Class 1A, Izuku froze. It was huge, towering, almost intimidating. His nerves clawed up his throat. "This is it," he whispered. Bakugo clicked his tongue, glaring at the door like it had personally insulted him. "Move, Deku. You're not chickening out now." He shoved the door open with his usual force, storming in like he owned the place. Izuku hesitated only a second before following, heart hammering. Inside, students were already scattered around the room, bright personalities, sharp voices, quirks buzzing faintly in the air. All those faces turned toward the doorway as Bakugo strode in, scowl firmly in place. Izuku trailed after him, smaller, more hesitant, but glowing nonetheless. And though Bakugo immediately puffed himself up, barking something loud and abrasive to announce his presence, Izuku caught the faintest glance over his shoulder. Just long enough to check if he was still there. And Izuku was. He always would be. Once Bakugo had made his presence known, all eyes snapped to Izuku as the students murmured to themselves. "Isn't he the one with the dash?" "I know, right? He doesn't look that strong. Are you sure it's him?" "I heard all it took was one punch." "Well, I heard that he was the top scorer in the whole of history. Someone told me he was saving a girl. I heard that she's in this class." Izuku became flustered under the weight of all their eyes. His chest tightened, and he quickly moved to find a seat, hoping to escape their stares. That was when Bakugo cut through the noise with a sharp, dismissive bark, half insult, half warning, that snapped the whispers dead in their throats. The tension eased just enough for Izuku to breathe again. He slipped into the desk directly behind Bakugo, the placement a quiet, ironic contrast to their middle school days. After a moment, Izuku nudged Bakugo's chair with his foot, lightly, teasing, like Kaken had used to do to him every day back then. Bakugo twisted just enough to throw a playful glare over his shoulder. But the look didn't bite like it used to. No fire, no real anger, just a reflex, masking something he wasn't ready to show. The classroom filled, and every new student cast a glance at Izuku. The room buzzed with chatter, some students bickering loudly while the more studious ones fretted over the teacher's absence. Then, without warning, a yellow, human-sized caterpillar slithered out from beneath a desk. Gasps rippled through the room as the strange figure unzipped itself, revealing none other than Class 1A's homeroom teacher, the underground hero, Eraserhead. It pressed a button on a remote control, and the back of the classroom opened up to reveal multiple briefcases, each labeled with students' names and ID photos, much to Bakugo's dismay. "Everyone get changed and meet me on the north field in 10 minutes, Aizawa commanded, and left the class before anyone could protest about how they were supposed to go to orientation or whatever. Students hurried to grab their cases and scurried out of the class to the changing rooms. When everyone hurried to change into their issued gym clothes, more than a few eyes widened at Izuku's physique. Beneath his half-baggy uniform was a body honed and toned with muscle. Far from the scrawny figure they had all assumed, even Bakugo's eyes lingered for longer than they should have, despite the number of times he had already seen his physique. As the class filed out toward the training field for the quirk apprehension test, whispers still rippled through the group, a few of them sneaking glances at Izuku when they thought he wasn't looking. Bakugo clicked his tongue in irritation at the attention, and Izuku tried his best to ignore it, focusing on Aizawa-sensei's monotone instructions instead. The air buzzed with anticipation. Everyone was eager to show off what they could do, but there was a different edge to the mood now. Nobody had expected Midoriya to carry himself with that kind of strength. Most of the students had been in different arenas from his, and their curiosity about what else he might be hiding only grew stronger as Aizawa tossed a ball toward him, telling him to step up first, not before announcing to the class that the person who scored last place in the tests would be moved to general studies. Izuku stepped forward, the ball feeling heavy in his palm, though not nearly as heavy as the dozens of eyes boring into his back. He could almost hear their unspoken questions, the disbelief still lingering from earlier. Drawing in a steady breath, Izuku crouched slightly, trying to ground himself against the weight of all the stares drilling into him. His classmates had been whispering about him since morning, about the way he'd crushed the entrance exam, about how his strength didn't make sense, about how no one had ever heard of his quirk before. They weren't asking his name, or what he was like, or even if he was nervous. No, all anyone seemed to see was power. His power. As though the rest of him, The boy who studied until his eyes blurred, who had trained hard, who wanted to help, had disappeared the moment he'd stepped onto the field. Not one of them had come up to speak with him yet. Not one. Except 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, and that didn't count. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽 knew him in ways no one else could, and that was a whole different knot in his chest. He clenched his jaw, crouching lower, reminding himself not to slip. Not to let the glitch show again. The entrance exam had already been too close. He could still feel the eyes boring into him that day, still hear the murmurs, still taste the panic of nearly being found out. So now, he promised himself, it would only be one for all. No mistakes. No glitches. Just control. Just enough to survive this test without drawing even more attention to himself, if that was even possible. His fists trembled as he focused, forcing the wild storm of his thoughts into something sharp, something he could wield, becoming one with his quirk once again, reveling in that feeling of being whole. When he threw the ball, it wasn't just one for all coursing through his arm. It was every ounce of frustration and determination that had been building since the exam, every muttered comment about his strength, every dismissive glance that made him feel more like a weapon than a person. He put all of it into motion, a raw, unpolished force that cracked through the air as the ball launched upward. A piercing whistle cut across the training grounds before the ball vanished into the sky, and the tracker's distant beep returned with an impossible distance, infinity. Around him, the class gasped, awed whispers rippling through them like he was some spectacle on display. But Izuku wasn't looking at them. His eyes sought only one face. Across the circle, 𝐒𝐲 stood rigid, his jaw tight, faintly displaying a smirk, sparks crackling faintly at his palms. But there was no anger there, not like before. No malice. What Izuku saw instead was fierceness, raw, unshaken, and almost alive. The look in 𝐒𝐲's eyes didn't cut him down. It lifted him, challenged him, dared him forward. It wasn't the same sneer Izuku had grown up bracing himself against. This was sharper, heavier, like fire catching on something it had finally decided to keep burning. And for just a second, as Izuku's chest heaved from the throw, he let himself meet that gaze head-on. His breath stuttered, the noise of the class falling away, every whisper and gasp swallowed by the weight of that silent line between them. No words passed, but the message was there, thrumming through the space like static before a storm. Just because you're stronger, doesn't mean you're gonna win. Izuku's fingers curled at his sides, trembling from the aftershock of both his quirk and the heat radiating off 𝐒𝐲's stare. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once, like standing at the edge of a cliff with the wind howling, not sure if he was about to fall or fly. For the first time all day, he didn't feel like a quirk on display. He felt seen. And then the moment passed. Someone muttered in amazement, someone else asked what his quirk even was, and the noise of the world rushed back in. Izuku forced himself to look away, cheeks hot, heart hammering, as if pretending would make that gaze less challenging. But deep down he already knew, 𝐒𝐲 would never stop trying to outdo him, not out of spite, but because that was the language they spoke best. Their rivalry wasn't a wall between them anymore. It was the thread pulling them forward together, a rhythm only the two of them could keep pace with, a rhythm only the two of them could ever understand. The rest of the tests blurred into a rhythm of sand scuffs, grunts, and gasps as one by one, their classmates showed what they could do. Aizawa's sharp voice cut through the air now and then, keeping them in line, but otherwise he just watched, eyes heavy and unreadable. Izuku tried to focus on the numbers and movements, cataloging quirks out of habit, but every time someone muttered about his throw, his stomach twisted. He hated how it lingered in the air, like his power was the only thing anyone would remember about him. Still, the tests revealed more than gossip could. Tenya Ida moved with mechanical precision, arms slicing the air as his engines roared, sending him bolting past the finish line in the sprint. Mina Ishido was quick and flexible, her acid helping her twist through the tests with a grin that seemed to light up her whole face. Minoru Mineta fumbled nearly every challenge, his sticky ball more of a burden than an aid, and Aizawa's unimpressed stare nearly swallowed him whole. Then there was Shoto Todoroki, whom Izuku had heard got in through a recommendation. He was cold, composed, and quiet, his ice stretching across the field with effortless control. The class gasped at his results almost as much as they had for Izuku's. Names began to attach themselves to faces as the day wore on. Denki Kaminari, who laughed too loud but shot electricity through the standing jump. Momo Yayorozu, who spoke with calm confidence as she created tools on command. Ijiro Kirishima, whose body hardened into stone-like rock, bellowing encouragement even when his results weren't the highest. Izuku carved mental notes frantically, cheeks warm whenever someone glanced his way. He wanted to introduce himself, to be part of the conversation, but every time he opened his mouth, the words stuck. They already had an image of him in their heads, the boy with the unexplainable, explosive strength. Nothing more. It wasn't until Ochako Uraraka jogged back from her long jump that someone finally broke the distance. She spotted him at the edge of the group, her face lighting up like recognition sparking through her. "Hey," she said, bouncing a little on her heels before waving. Izuku blinked, startled, pointing at himself as if she couldn't possibly mean him. But Ochako jogged right over, her cheeks rosy and her smile bright. "You're the boy who rescued me, right? From the entrance exam?" she asked, tilting her head just slightly, her voice bubbling with energy. "I never got the chance to say thank you properly. You saved my life back there. Twice, actually." She laughed a little at herself, scratching the back of her neck. "I was so nervous I didn't even catch your name." Izuku's mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. He fumbled, fingers twitching against his sides as his words tangled in his throat. It's Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. And you don't have to thank me, really, I couldn't stand by and not." He cut himself off, face burning, shoulders hunching as if he could fold in on himself. Ochako just grinned wider, shaking her head. "Still, it was really heroic of you. No one else was going to save me," she said honestly, her tone free of the weight that usually pressed on Izuku when people talked about his power. "And if it's okay with you, I'd like to be friends." For a moment, Izuku could only stare, heat rushing to his ears. Friends? She wanted to be his friend. He stammered again, heart stumbling in his chest, but beneath the nerves was something new, something lighter. From a few steps back, Bakugo watched the scene unfold, his expression tense. Uraraka stood there, grinning as she leaned toward Deku, like she'd already decided she had some claim on him. And Deku, the kind-hearted person he was, seemed to be enjoying the moment, stammering and blushing. Something stirred in Bakugo, a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. The urge to storm over and interrupt clawed at him. He wanted to tell her that she didn't know Deku like he did. No one else could understand the years of struggles and challenges that shaped who Izuku really was. But he stayed put. His fists twitched at his sides, and he forced himself to remain calm. He couldn't give himself away, not like this. Not when Deku hadn't really shown him, that he wanted him back. Until then, Bakugo would keep his feelings hidden and let Uraraka enjoy her moment. Still, as Deku's face lit up in a way Bakugo hadn't seen in a long time, something inside him ached with a need he couldn't express. He would never let anyone else take that joy from him. Not her. Not anyone. Izuku's head turned, almost instinctively, and his gaze brushed over Bakugo. At first, he caught the usual mask, jaw tight, fists clenched, but this time he looked harder. The edges of Kaken's scowl weren't as sharp as they used to be. Behind the frustration, Izuku saw something else flickering there. Conflict, confusion, a heat that wasn't quite anger. His chest tightened. He'd spent years trying to understand Kaken's expressions, bracing for outbursts, but this felt different. And before he could second-guess himself, Izuku shuffled closer, forgetting about Uraraka as this felt more important. "Kaken, are you okay?" His words were clumsy, but his eyes were steady, searching. "You look upset. Not just angry. Something else." For a moment, Bakugo froze, the question hanging between them. His mouth opened, ready to snap, but before he could speak, Aizawa's voice cut sharply through the air, calling the class back to attention. The results were ready. Bakugo felt Izuku's words hit harder than any punch. No one else would have noticed, but Deku had. He had seen past the frustration and recognized the turmoil beneath. His mouth twitched, the instinct to brush it off bubbling up. But the words stuck in his throat, heavy with everything else he wanted to say instead. I'm not angry at you. I hate seeing you look at anyone else like that. I wish you would look at me that way. The thought burned in his chest, and he clenched his fists to keep it down. Izuku's eyes didn't waver, soft and concerned in a way that made Bakugo's heart race. He wanted to tell him the truth, to break down the wall between them just once, but the moment wasn't right. Too many ears, too many eyes. And Deku still hadn't shown him he wanted to hear it yet. Before the silence could linger, Aizawa's voice cut across the field, drawing everyone's attention back to him. All right, I've tallied the results. The tension snapped, and Bakugo took a sharp breath, masking it with a scoff. Saved for now. But the question Deku had asked still burned in his chest, unanswered. As they walked toward the rest of the class, Bakugo nudged Izuku's shoulder, just enough to jolt him out of his worried stare. "Am fine, Deku," he muttered, the words low but softer than he probably meant them to be. Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the reassurance. He opened his mouth to protest, but the small spark in Bakugo's eyes told him to let it go. So he swallowed back his anxious questions and nodded instead, cheeks warming. Kaken didn't say things he didn't mean, not like this. The two of them fell into step beside each other, the hum of the class around them fading into the background. For all the chaos of the day, that single muttered phrase eased something tight in Izuku's chest. Maybe he didn't need the whole story yet. Maybe this, Kaken telling him he was fine, in his own way, was enough for now. Aizawa didn't bother building suspense. He held the tablet loosely in one hand, eyes half-lidded as though he couldn't care less about the anticipation buzzing through the group. Midoriya, first place. 16 points ahead of Todoroki. Izuku's stomach dropped, his pulse racing. First place. His classmates' murmurs rose instantly, some in awe, others edged with disbelief. He could feel every pair of eyes on him again, burning through his skin like he was under a spotlight. His chest tightened with the thought that had hounded him all morning. They're only looking at my power. Not me. Just my quirk. Todoroki, second. Bakugo, third. Aizawa continued, unbothered by the noise around him. The words barely registered past the ringing in Izuku's ears, but the sharp crackle of sparks just a step away snapped him back to the present. He glanced sideways to see Bakugo's jaw set, fists clenched, but when their eyes met, Izuku didn't see fury, he saw understanding. It was fiercer than that, like a vow pressed into the air between them. They were equals, and he felt resolve in the notion that Bakugo thought of him as that. He had been his friend since childhood, and through all the turmoil they had shared, they both realized that quirk or no quirk, it doesn't define who you are as a person. The names kept rolling, Yaoyorozu, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, until finally, Hagakure and Mineta tied for last. Aizawa's tone didn't change, though Mineta let out a groan. Nobody's expelled today. That was a motivational tactic. Relief rippled through the group, laughter bubbling here and there as the weight of expulsion melted off their shoulders. Izuku exhaled shakily, his arms falling slack at his sides, shoulders slumping as though the pressure of the day had finally loosened its grip. He'd made it through. Somehow. But when he turned his head, Bakugo was still staring at him. Not with the smirk Izuku half expected, not with the sharp edge of rivalry. Instead, there was something steadier, quieter, eyes narrowed not in judgment but in question. The sparks at his palms had gone, but the intensity hadn't dimmed. It was a look that said, without words, "Are you okay?" Izuku's breath hitched, his chest squeezing at the unspoken concern. His first instinct was to shrink under it, to deny the quiver in his hands and the storm still rattling in his chest. But then his lips pressed together, his tight expression softening just enough to give a small, uneasy nod. Not entirely sure. Not entirely steady. But it was the closest he could come to admitting the truth in front of everyone else. The corner of Bakugo's mouth twitched, as if he'd gotten the answer he needed. He didn't press, just shifted his gaze back toward Aizawa with a grunt. But Izuku felt the weight of that look linger, anchoring him more firmly than any words could have. From across the field, Ochako lingered with the rest of the class, her hands clasped in front of her as her gaze drifted toward the two boys standing a little apart. Izuku's shoulders were still tense, his nervous energy written across every twitch and shuffle, but the way he looked at 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. It was different. Vulnerable, trusting, like he just handed over a piece of himself he couldn't show anyone else. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻, for his part, didn't seem like the explosive classmate she'd glimpsed throughout the tests. His stance was rigid, sure, but there was a quietness in his eyes, something fierce and complicated, that spoke of years layered beneath the surface. Ochako's chest squeezed unexpectedly at the realization. She'd been about to walk over, to cheer Izuku on and thank him again, maybe even ask a few questions about his quirk now that they weren't in the middle of training. But watching the two of them, she hesitated. Something about the space between them felt untouchable. Like whatever existed there wasn't for her to interrupt. Ochako let out a small breath and decided against it, offering him only a distant, supportive smile instead. Their history ran deeper than either of them had said aloud, that much was obvious. And as much as she wanted to be friends, she couldn't shake the feeling that stepping between them right now would be crossing into something that belonged only to them. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's eyes flicked briefly across the field, sharp as ever. He caught it, the way round face had been about to step forward, then pulled back, her hand hovering like she'd thought better of it. She gave Deku a smile instead, soft and supportive, but distant. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's jaw flexed. She'd figured it out. Whatever existed between him and Deku wasn't hers to touch. He turned back before anyone noticed his stare, shoving his hands into his pockets with a low, dismissive grunt. But the edge in his chest remained, simmering under his skin. He didn't need to explain it, didn't want to. All that mattered was that Deku had looked at him, trusted him, and no one else was getting in the way of that. All right, that's enough. Aizawa's flat voice broke through the hum of chatter, drawing every eye. His scarf swayed as he adjusted it lazily, looking about 2 seconds from falling asleep where he stood. Results are final. No one's getting expelled, for now. Go get changed and head home. Relief swept through the class again, cheers breaking out as students began moving toward the locker rooms, chatter buzzing about rankings and quirks. But Izuku lingered just a moment longer, his feet carrying him automatically at 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's side, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And though 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 didn't look at him, his stride shifted ever so slightly to match Izuku's, as if they'd been walking together like this all their lives. The late afternoon sun dipped low as they walked side by side, the steady crunch of their shoes on the pavement the only sound for a while. Izuku messed with the strap of his bag, chewing at his lip, the silence heavy enough to press words out of him. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, he started, voice thin, do you ever feel like people only see your quirk? Like that's all you are? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 snorted, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets, even though he knew that feeling all too well. You're overthinking again. But when Izuku's eyes stayed fixed on the ground, shoulders hunched, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's frown deepened. What? You seriously think that's all you are? A quirk on legs? Izuku's breath caught, and he nodded faintly. At the test today, everyone just stared. Like I'm some spectacle. Not one person actually asked about me, about anything else. They just whispered about my power, like that's all there is. I didn't feel like a person, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. I felt like an object to be admired. Something to measure. His voice cracked, but he swallowed it down, cheeks burning as he braced for 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's retort. But 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 didn't bark at him. Instead, he clicked his tongue, eyes darting to the side. Dumbass. They don't know you yet, that's all. Don't mean you're just some quirk. You think I see you like that? His voice was gruff, almost biting, but the heat behind it wasn't anger, it was frustration at Izuku's doubt. Izuku blinked, startled. And no, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 cut him off with a growl. Good. 'Cause you're not. You're still the same nerd who won't shut up about heroes, who trips over his own feet, who never gives up no matter how much he stopped, jaw tight, no matter what. The words hung between them, raw and unfinished. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 looked away, sparks faintly crackling at his fingertips before he shoved his fists deeper into his pockets. That round-faced girl, she smiles at you like it's easy. Like she gets you without even trying. And he ground his teeth, scowling at nothing. I don't know how to do that. Don't know how to say the right things. Never tried before. Izuku's steps slowed, his heart twisting at the confession hiding under all that roughness. He opened his mouth, unsure if he had the courage to answer, but Bakugo was already storming ahead, barking over his shoulder, "So quit acting like you're nothing, Deku. You're already more than enough, got it?" And though Bakugo didn't look back, Izuku's chest eased just a little, his lips curving in the most sincere, trembling smile. By the time they reached Bakugo's house, the sky had darkened completely, leaving only the dim glow of streetlights to guide them. The walk had been quiet, the earlier conversation still humming between them in a way that neither quite knew how to address, but it had changed something. The tension that had always pressed in on Izuku now felt different, lighter, warmer, threaded with the unspoken promise of understanding. They changed back out of their uniforms in silence, and then, as usual, made their way to the bedroom. The small space felt more NTMT than ever, the faint scent of Bakugo's home settling around them. Bakugo dropped onto the bed first, stiff and bristling like always, muttering a clipped, "Don't make it weird," as he did every time. His hands twitched, sparks flickering faintly along his fingers before he clenched them into his pockets to calm himself. Izuku slid in beside him, careful not to crowd him. But tonight it felt different. Easier. Not because the space had changed or because the bed was bigger, but because something had shifted between them during the walk. Something unspoken but real. Bakugo had admitted, in his gruff, half-hidden way, that he wanted to be a good friend to Izuku. He wanted to make him smile, to comfort him, to be someone as easy to talk to as Uraraka was. But he didn't know how. No one had ever shown him. All he knew was subtle smirks, anger, and quiet brooding, his version of expression. And yet, Izuku was the only one who had ever made him smile as much as he had in years. Izuku hugged Bakugo's back to his chest, feeling the warmth of his presence, like he did every night. He could feel the careful tension in Bakugo's body slowly giving way, just a fraction, as if he were letting himself be near him without the walls he always put up. "Kaken," Izuku murmured softly, pressing his face gently against Bakugo's back, the warmth of him grounding the frantic thoughts still swirling in his chest. "Even though you might not think it, I trust you more than anyone." His voice wavered slightly, but there was certainty behind it, a quiet courage that had taken years to build. "And even though I know you don't show it, I know what you're feeling, what you're trying to say." His hands gripped Bakugo's shirt loosely, as if holding on to the moment itself. "You don't need to be nicer, or change yourself for me. Or anyone for that matter." Bakugo's fists twitched beneath the sheets, sparks threatening to flare for just a second before he clenched them tighter, forcing them down. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected Deku to look past his walls, past the anger and rough edges, and see him so clearly. I like you the way you are," Izuku continued softly, voice barely above a whisper, trembling in the quiet room. "Not because of your quirk. Not because of anything you can do. But because you're you. Kaken." Bakugo's jaw flexed, a rough exhale slipping past his lips. He didn't turn, didn't say anything, not yet, but the heat behind his scowl softened, just slightly, and for the first time in a long while, he let himself just be near Izuku, letting the words settle between them without needing to respond. And in that quiet, dark room, the space between them felt lighter, safer, like it had always belonged to them alone. The next morning came too quickly. Izuku woke to the faint morning light spilling through the curtains and the steady warmth now at his back. For a second, he froze. Bakugo was still there, fast asleep, his breathing even and his hold softened into something almost gentle. Izuku slipped out of bed as quietly as he could, cheeks warm with the memory of what he'd whispered the night before. He hadn't expected to say it, hadn't expected Bakugo to let him. But the words had felt right. By the time they arrived at uniforms neat and bags slung over their shoulders, it felt like nothing had changed on the surface. Bakugo still walked with that same sharp stride, jaw set, eyes daring anyone to challenge him. Izuku still shuffled beside him, muttering under his breath and fiddling with his notebooks. But beneath the surface, between the quiet, stolen glances they caught when they thought the other wasn't looking, everything felt different. Classes rolled on through the morning. math, literature, even the first rounds of hero ethics. Izuku took careful notes, hunched over his desk, though he couldn't ignore the way Bakugo sat in front of him, arms folded, with his taut shirt perfectly hugging his lean frame. Every time he moved and tensed his muscles, it left Izuku's heart skipping just enough to throw off his train of thought. When the afternoon rolled around, the classroom buzzed with restless energy. A sudden gust of air swept the room, and then, impossibly bright, impossibly loud, All Might himself filled the doorway, his booming laugh shaking the walls. "I am coming through the door like a normal person," he bellowed, striking a pose that made the whole class erupt in awe. All Might's grin widened as he clapped his hands together. "Today, young heroes, you will be testing yourselves in a trial of might and wits, your very first hero training exercise." The classroom erupted in cheers and nervous murmurs, excitement rippling through the air. Izuku gripped his pen tighter, his heart hammering against his ribs. From his seat just behind Bakugo, he could feel the charged presence radiating off him, the restless energy practically sparking from his shoulders. Every twitch, every shift of Bakugo's posture was a signal Izuku had long since learned to read. And though Bakugo never once turned around, he knew Deku's wide, unblinking eyes were fixed somewhere on his back. He could feel it like static in the air between them, invisible and undeniable. The noise of the room blurred around them, the cheers and chatter distant, as if the only thing anchoring them both was the storm gathering quietly in that unspoken awareness. This is gonna be fun. The locker room was loud with chatter and the clatter of metal doors, the air sharp with the scent of fresh fabric and nerves. Excited voices bounced off the walls, students laughing and speculating about what kind of costumes they'd each be wearing. Izuku fumbled with the clasp of his case, fingers trembling as he lifted the lid. His costume gleamed inside, every piece carefully packed. His breath caught in his throat, equal parts pride and dread stirring in his chest. Would it make him stand out too much again? Would everyone look at him the way they had during the quirk test, like he was a spectacle instead of a person? Across the room, Bakugo leaned against his own locker, arms crossed, eyes fixed forward with his usual scowl. But his ears caught every word, every too eager comment from their classmates about how cool Deku had been in the tests, every laugh that carried his name. He felt the heat crawling up his neck, but it wasn't just anger. It was something heavier, knotted deep in his chest. When Izuku finally lifted the costume free, Bakugo couldn't stop his eyes from dragging over him. The nervous way Deku adjusted the gloves, the concentration in his face as if he was preparing for a battle no one else could see, it made Bakugo's palms prickle, the urge to grab him, shake him, say something boiling up inside. Instead, he only clicked his tongue, shoving his own gear on with sharp, practiced movements. But in the reflection of the locker's metal surface, he caught Deku glancing sideways at him, quick and fleeting. Like always. Like it meant everything. When the class gathered on the training grounds, the air practically buzzed. Excitement, nerves, the thrill of finally stepping into their hero identities, it was all written across every face. But for Izuku, the world narrowed. He caught sight of Kaken striding forward, wrapped in the battle gear he'd no doubt fine-tuned to the last detail. Every line of it clung to his frame, highlighting the strength carved into his arms and shoulders. Izuku swallowed hard, heat prickling his neck. He knew he shouldn't stare, but the sight was magnetic, pulling at him in ways he didn't understand, or maybe ways he was just too scared to admit. Bakugo, for his part, was no better. He'd meant to sneer, to laugh at how extra Deku's costume looked, but the words died before they reached his throat. Deku's suit hugged him too well, each piece molded to his frame, making him look less like the bumbling nerd Bakugo had grown up with and more like someone impressive, someone impossible to ignore. Bakugo's jaw clenched, a spark of frustration bubbling inside him. Why did it make his chest feel tight? Why did his gut twist every time Deku moved? They didn't say a word, but their glances kept catching. Kick, stolen, burning, hungry. Neither of them looked away fast enough. "All right, young heroes," boomed All Might, stepping to the front, larger than life. His voice echoed through the hall, pulling everyone back to attention. Today, you will split into pairs for a trial that will test both your strength and your strategy, the hero versus villain exercise. The room exploded in cheers and murmurs. Teams will be chosen by random draw. All Might added with a gleeful grin. As the lots were drawn and names called, Izuku's hands curled into fists at his sides. He couldn't keep his mind from spinning, not with Kaken's presence burning into his peripheral vision, not with the way his costume seemed to fit him like a second skin. And from the rigid set of Bakugo's shoulders, he knew Kaken was fighting the same storm. It wasn't just friendly rivalry anymore. It was something sharper, heavier, humming in the air between them like a live wire. The lots spun out one after another until finally, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku, you will be the villains. Ida Tenya and Uraraka Ochako, you will be the heroes. Izuku's breath hitched. The word villain clanged inside his head, loud and heavy, but before the dread could take root, he caught sight of Bakugo smirking sharp and fierce, sparks crackling at his palms. Of course Kaken would look thrilled at the idea. Don't slow me down, Deku, Bakugo muttered under his breath as they moved toward the designated building. The words were sharp, but there wasn't real venom in them, not anymore. Izuku could hear it, the unspoken "you're okay, I've got you." The exercise exploded into motion. As villains, they were a storm contained inside concrete walls, Bakugo's blasts shaking the foundations, Izuku's strength tearing through obstacles like paper. For all their clashing, their movements fit together almost naturally, each instinctively covering the other's blind spots. By the time the buzzer blared, signaling the exercise's end, they'd overwhelmed their opponents completely, falling into the roles of villains perfectly, even adding in a long monologue, just because they could. Once they were all back in the observation room, a few students whistled low, impressed. Some muttered about how effective they'd been together. But it was Mineta, snickering from the back, who said it outright. Geez, you two were way too good at being villains. Kinda scary, honestly. Laughter rippled through the class. Izuku froze, smile dropping. His stomach lurched, his hands curling tight against his sides. The word echoed, villain, 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 dragging up shadows he spent every day trying to outrun. All for one ghosted in his mind, the BLD in his veins suddenly feeling heavy. No one noticed the way his face paled. No one but Bakugo. Later, when the others had drifted off for their turns, Bakugo caught Izuku's hand in a firm grip, tugging him around the corner of the observation room where no one else could see. The hell's wrong with you? Bakugo muttered, low and gruff, but there was no bite in it. His hand was hot against Izuku's, grounding instead of threatening. Izuku blinked up at him, throat tight, jaw trembling as he forced it steady. Nothing. I'm fine. Don't give me that. Bakugo's eyes softened even as his brows furrowed, his grip loosening just slightly, thumb brushing the inside of Izuku's hand without him realizing. That grape-haired extra runs his mouth and you look like you're about to be sick. I know that look, dead. His voice dipped quieter, almost careful. Don't let it stick in your head. You're not him and you never will be. Izuku's chest clenched, the words lodging somewhere deep. His lips parted, but no excuse, no self-deprecation came out. Just a shaky nod. Thank you, Kaken. Bakugo watched him for a beat longer, then let out a sharp exhale, trying to mask the way his shoulders eased. He finally let go of Izuku's hand, but not before muttering, rough and almost awkward. You good now? Izuku blinked, startled by the softness under the gruff tone. After a pause, he nodded again, quieter this time. Why, I'm good. Bakugo grunted, looking away too quickly, sparks fizzing harmlessly at his palm as if to cover for the fact that he'd asked at all. By the time they stepped back into the observation room, the noise of the class swallowed them whole. Students were crowded around the monitors, watching the next match play out, laughing and shouting over each other. It was easy enough to melt back into the group, to pretend nothing had happened in the quiet corner of the hall. Izuku slid into place near the edge of the crowd, Bakugo a step behind him, arms crossed and scowl firmly in place. To anyone else, it looked like the same old Kaken, impatient, restless, sparks nipping at his fingertips as if he was itching for another fight. And Izuku? Well, No one ever questioned when he went quiet, eyes tracking the screen a little too intently. But their hands still buzzed with the memory. It wasn't until Izuku shifted his weight, flexing his fingers nervously at his side, that he realized just how long Bakugo's grip had lingered. That warm, grounding heat clung to his skin like a phantom. He swallowed hard, eyes glued to the monitor, not daring to glance over. Bakugo, meanwhile, had gone tense in the shoulders, jaw tight. He could still feel the press of Deku's hand against his palm, the subtle way his thumb had moved without thinking. It wasn't like holding hands, it was holding hands. And that thought alone was enough to send a confused, frustrated spark snapping from his palm. Neither of them spoke, but as the class roared at another clash on the screen, both found themselves strangely distracted, hearts hammering with the weight of something they both knew and wouldn't dare let anyone else see. The week that followed blurred into a strange, heavy rhythm. Lessons stacked one after another, combat drills, rescue scenarios, quirk control exercises, and though Izuku and Bakugo both kept their heads down, neither could quite shake the ghost of that moment in the training hall. For Izuku, it lived in his hands. No matter how many notes he scribbled down, no matter how many calculations he muttered to himself in class, the memory of Bakugo's grip stayed with him, warm, steady, unshakably real. He'd tell himself it didn't mean anything, that Kaken only did it to snap him out of his spiral, but then he'd catch Bakugo's shoulders going rigid when their eyes met, and his heart would race all over again. For Bakugo, it burned in the back of his mind like a fuse that never went out. He wanted to shove the memory down, bury it under explosions and scowls, but every time Deku glanced at him, even for a second, it flared back up. He hated how much he thought about it, hated even more how much he wanted to think about it. The worst part was that Deku didn't seem any different on the surface, just his usual muttering, awkward self, like it didn't mean as much to Izuku as it did to him. By Friday, the tension hummed between them like static, unspoken but constant. It was during homeroom that Aizawa dragged his tired voice across the room, announcing, "We need to pick a class representative." The room lit up instantly. Hands shot into the air, voices overlapped. Some students leapt to their feet with wild enthusiasm. Ida launched into a formal declaration about leadership and responsibility, while Kaminari joked about electing whoever looked coolest in their costume. Izuku sank a little in his seat, not daring to put himself forward. Leadership had never been something he thought he deserved. His quirk, his powers, they already drew too much attention. He wasn't sure he could handle more. In front of him, Bakugo's hand raised, still half bent at the elbow, his glare daring anyone to challenge him. "Obviously it's me. None of you extras are cut out for it." Groans and protests filled the room, but Izuku found himself biting his lip, a strange mix of pride and frustration bubbling in his chest. Typical Kaken, charging forward without hesitation. And yet, beneath all the noise, Izuku felt that same pull he'd been wrestling with all week. A quiet, aching want to stand next to him, not just as a rival, not just as someone always chasing from behind, but as something closer. The class was still in chaos when Ida pushed his glasses up and cleared his throat. "If I may," he said, raising his hands stiffly until the noise dwindled. "Leadership is not something to be taken lightly. We should vote for two people to ensure balance. One of those votes may be for yourself, though in my opinion, that would be rather selfish." The room quieted further, students exchanging uncertain glances. "That's actually a good idea," Jiru said, tapping her desk. "Two reps instead of one. Makes sense. That way it's unbiased." Aizawa, already half in his sleeping bag, muttered something that sounded like, "Fine, whatever, just get it done," before tugging the zipper up. Slips of paper went around, and the scratching of pens filled the room. Izuku sat frozen over his ballot, his pen trembling. He didn't want to put his own name down. Even after the entrance exam and the villain exercise, he still felt like his quirk had painted a target on his back. He wasn't sure the others saw him as anything more than raw power. Still, when he thought about the students he did trust, the first name that came to mind was obvious. His hand shook as he wrote it down, adding Uraraka's name a minute later. Bakugo scrawled his choices without hesitation, jaw set. He told himself he didn't care about class rep, not really, he just wasn't going to let anyone else stand above him. That was all. But when he scrawled Midoriya beneath his own name, he paused. The thought crept in unbidden, at least with Deku, I'd know it wasn't all on me. When the votes were counted, the result shocked nearly everyone. Midoriya Izuku, 7 votes. Izuku nearly fell out of his chair. S7. That's not, why would anyone? And Bakugo Katsuki, 6 votes. The room erupted in chatter. Kaminari whistled low. Guess people think you two make a good team. They do balance each other out, Yaoyorozu agreed thoughtfully. Midoriya has a calm, analytical approach, and Bakugo has decisive drive. Together, well, effective. Izuku's face burned as the words washed over him. People didn't just see his quirk, they saw him. And they saw him standing beside Kaken, not in front of him. Bakugo, meanwhile, scoffed and crossed his arms, but his chest thrummed with something hot and unsettled. A part of him wanted to bark at the class, to insist he didn't need Deku to lead, even though he himself voted for him, but another part, the one he hated admitting even to himself, didn't mind the idea of standing at Deku's side, shoulder to shoulder. Aizawa didn't even bother opening his eyes when the results were tallied. Fine. Midoriya and Bakugo, you're the reps. Go stand up front and say something. Izuku froze in his seat, stomach twisting into knots. Every eye in the room turned toward him, and for a second he wanted to sink into the floor, to hide under his desk until they all stopped looking. His palms sweated as he pushed himself to his feet, legs stiff and awkward, but the sound of Bakugo's chair scraping back steadied him. Kaken was already stomping toward the front, head high, scowl carved sharp into his face. Typical. Izuku trailed after him, clutching his notebook against his chest like a shield. Standing there, shoulder to shoulder with Bakugo, he could feel the weight of the class's attention pressing in. It was overwhelming, but for the first time, it wasn't suffocating. They'd voted for him. For him. Not just his quirk. I'll do my best, he stammered out, bowing quickly. His cheeks burned, his voice trembled, but there was an honest, glowing edge to his words. Thank you. For believing in me. I won't let you down. Beside him, Bakugo crossed his arms and let out a teeth. Listen up, extras. I don't care if you voted for me, 'cause you actually wanted me here or just didn't know who else to pick. Doesn't matter. I'm your rep now, so shut up and deal with it. His voice was rough, sharp, commanding. But the corner of his mouth twitched upward, a smirk that wasn't cruel this time. With me and Deku at the front, we're not losing to anyone. Got it? The class let out a mix of laughter, groans, and even a few cheers. Kaminari muttered something about Bakugo being intimidating, while Yaoyorozu gave a satisfied nod. Izuku, cheeks still flushed, risked a glance sideways. Bakugo stood tall, fierce as ever, but Izuku caught it, the spark of pride hidden beneath the scowl, the thrill of standing there together. And though Kaken would never say it out loud, Izuku knew. He knew that for all his yelling, Bakugo wasn't angry at all. For Bakugo, it was simple. Standing there, side by side with Deku, felt like this was how it was supposed to be. Like this was the only future he could picture. The cafeteria was buzzing that afternoon, 100 voices bouncing off the high walls. Class 1A had claimed a long table in the corner, trays stacked with curry, rice, and more food than Izuku thought he could ever finish. He kept sneaking nervous glances at Bakugo, who was tearing into his plate like it had personally offended him. It almost felt normal. Almost. Then the lights dimmed, the chatter broke, and a loud alarm split through the air. Warning. Security breach. Level 3. All students proceed with caution. The message repeated, mechanical and cold, but the words barely registered. Panic rippled through the room like fire on dry grass. Chairs screeched back, trays clattered to the floor, voices pitched into screams. Students shoved past one another in a frantic surge for the doors. SHT, Bakugo hissed, already on his feet. Izuku was shoved hard into the edge of the table, his breath catching as the crowd swelled around them. Someone tripped and fell, and the rush didn't slow. Feet stamped down, too fast, too loud. The air grew hot and heavy, the sound of panic drowning everything else out. "Kakin, people are getting trampled." Izuku shouted over the roar. His eyes darted frantically, heart hammering. The chaos reminded him too much of the entrance exam, feeling helpless while disaster struck and no one dared to stop it. "Then we stop it, dumbass." Bakugo barked, eyes sharp, as if he had read Izuku's mind. He grabbed Izuku's arm to anchor him, grounding them both as the mob surged. Uraraka stumbled nearby, pale with fear but still on her feet. Izuku's gaze snapped to her instantly. "Ochako, your quirk. Can you make Kakin float?" "What?" She blinked, startled. Izuku's voice was tight, urgent, but steady. "If he's up high, he can blast big enough to grab their attention, make them look. That'll stop the panic." Bakugo was already snarling, palms sparking. "Tisich, fine. Round face, get me up there now." Uraraka tapped her fingertips against Bakugo's shoulder, and in an instant, his boots lifted off the ground. He rose awkwardly at first, arms flailing until he found his balance, a determined expression on his face. "Everyone look at me!" he shouted, sending a burst of energy into the air above the crowd. The flash of light caught everyone's attention, cutting through the panic. His voice rang out, strong and commanding. "Quit your screaming. You're students of act like it." The chaos slowed just enough for Izuku to move. His legs carried him forward instinctively, weaving through the crowd. "Watch out, don't push, this way's clear," he called, reaching down to help a girl back to her feet. Her knee was scraped, but she was still able to stand. Another boy was coughing, his arm at an awkward angle from the fall. Izuku crouched beside him, his expression reassuring. "It's okay, you're safe now. Lean on me, I've got you." Everywhere he moved, Bakugo's bursts of energy flared above, guiding Izuku through the storm. Like two halves of a single rhythm, they worked in harmony, Bakugo commanding the space, Izuku providing comfort, catching the pieces that might have fallen apart. Slowly, the panic began to fade. Breathing steadied, footsteps slowed, voices softened from screams to murmurs. The air still buzzed with tension, but it was no longer spiraling out of control. Finally, when the last injured student was settled against the wall and help arrived, Bakugo floated back down. Uraraka tapped her fingertips together, releasing him, her face slightly pale. He landed with a heavy thud, shoulders heaving, energy still crackling at his palms. Across the room, Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, heart still racing as he met Bakugo's gaze. For a moment, they simply looked at each other through the quiet that followed, the unspoken bond between them stronger than the distant alarms still sounding overhead. They didn't need to say it. They both understood. When chaos erupted, they moved as one. The cafeteria felt empty once the chaos subsided, like a storm had passed and left only remnants behind. Students shuffled in uneasy silence, some nursing scrapes and bruises, others with eyes still wide and trembling. The air carried a faint smell of smoke from Bakugo's earlier actions, heavy with the lingering adrenaline. Izuku lingered by the wall, wiping his palms against his uniform as he took a deep breath. His chest still ached with the echo of fear, not his own, but the panic he had witnessed in everyone's eyes. He glanced up just as Bakugo approached, his scowl firmly in place, but his eyes appeared softer, tired. "You didn't freeze up," Bakugo muttered, low enough for only Izuku to hear. "You moved." Izuku blinked, surprised, before lowering his head with a faint, shaky smile. "Because you were there." Bakugo clicked his tongue, face warming as he brushed past him, muttering something that sounded like a playful insult. But he didn't walk too far ahead. He waited at the door until Izuku caught up. The two of them fell back in line with the others, acting as if nothing had happened, like their hands hadn't brushed when Izuku had steadied Bakugo after he landed, like they hadn't just understood each other's every move without speaking. By the time they reached the classroom, Aizawa was already waiting, wrapped in his sleeping bag at the front. His eyes, however, were sharp and focused, watching each of them as they filed in and took their seats. The tension in the room was thick, as if no one dared to breathe too loudly. Finally, he sighed, pulling himself upright. That was not acceptable. His voice was flat, cutting through the silence. "You're supposed to be the future of hero society. And you lost your composure at the first sign of trouble." He scanned the room, unimpressed. A crowd of panicked students trampling each other. If that happens here, in a controlled environment, what do you think will happen out there? On the street. With real civilians. Villains. The guilt in the room was palpable, sinking into every bowed head and shifting foot. Aizawa's gaze narrowed. That so-called security breach. Just the press. The media trying to force their way onto school grounds. Nothing more. He let that sink in, his tone cool and measured. "And you still lost control." The silence deepened, heavy as stone. Then, after a long moment, Aizawa added, quieter but sharper. "So, it would have been worse without a few of you stepping up." His eyes flicked deliberately to 3 students. "Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka. You kept the damage minimal. Good instincts." Izuku's breath caught, warmth rushing to his chest so fast it almost hurt. Praise, from Aizawa-sensei. His hands twisted in his lap, unsure what to do with themselves. Beside him, Bakugo didn't smile. He didn't even look up. But his jaw unclenched slightly, and he leaned back in his chair with a grunt that was almost satisfaction. Uraraka beamed, cheeks pink, though she kept glancing at Izuku and Bakugo like she'd seen something she couldn't quite put into words. Aizawa tightened his capture weapon around his shoulders, already sounding bored again. "Don't let it go to your heads. Just remember what happens when you don't think. That'll be all." The bell rang not long after, releasing them for the day, but the echo of his words, and the memory of how close they'd all come to a disaster, hung over the class like a shadow. The streets were quieter than usual on the walk back, the last burn of daylight spilling gold across the pavement. Izuku trailed just a half-step behind Bakugo like always, backpack slung heavy on his shoulders, the silence between them stretching taut. It wasn't uncomfortable exactly, just. Finally, Izuku let out a shaky breath, his words tumbling out before he could stop them. "Kaken. Back there in the cafeteria." He tightened his grip on his bag straps. "If you hadn't acted first, I don't know what would have happened. I probably would have just stood there, overthinking, and people could have gotten really hurt." Bakugo stopped walking for a second, glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. His face was hard to read in the fading light, but his voice came out rough, unpolished. "You're a damn idiot if you think that." Izuku blinked. "Shut. You didn't freeze. You moved." Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets, looking away. "You grabbed people, got him out of the stampede. You didn't wait for someone to tell you what to do. That's more than half the extras in that room can say." The words hit harder than Izuku expected, stealing the air from his chest. His throat worked, but all he managed was a small, almost disbelieving smile. "Thanks, Kaken." Bakugo grunted, like he already regretted saying it, but he didn't take it back. They walked on in silence for a while, the sound of their shoes tapping against the pavement filling the space. Then, almost too quietly to hear, Bakugo muttered, "Didn't like seeing you look like that. When that grape-haired guy ran his mouth. Or in the cafeteria, when you thought people would get crushed." Izuku's steps faltered, his heart lurching. He glanced up at Bakugo, catching the way he kept his head turned, jaw tight, ears just the faintest bit red. "You noticed?" "Of course I noticed, dumps." Bakugo finally looked at him, eyes sparking with something sharper, deeper than anger. "You think I don't know what your face looks like when you're about to break? That fear. I've been looking at it my whole life." Izuku swallowed hard, his pulse hammering. The words caught in his throat, tangled up with 100 things he wanted to say but couldn't. So instead he just nodded, voice small but steady. "I'm glad you were there, Kaken." Bakugo scoffed, turning his head away again. But this time, he didn't speed up to put distance between them. If anything, their steps fell into the same rhythm, side by side, all the way home. By the time they reached the Bakugo residence, the sun had dipped fully beneath the horizon, the last streaks of orange fading into deep blue. The quiet pressed in around them, broken only by the soft creak of the front door and the shuffle of their shoes in the entryway. Neither spoke as they climbed the stairs, but every step felt heavier, charged with the weight of the day that clung to their shoulders. When they finally settled into 𝐒𝐲𝐻's room, uniforms swapped for the comfort of worn t-shirts and sweatpants, the tension thinned but didn't vanish. They lay side by side on the same bed as always, the hum of the city faint through the open window. Izuku stared at the ceiling, words swirling in his head, but his chest was too tight to let them out. Beside him, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 shifted once, twice, like he had something to say too but couldn't find the right way to force it free. It wasn't until Izuku whispered, "Thanks for today." "Really?" that 𝐒𝐲𝐻 let out a low grunt, rolling onto his side with his back to him. "Tee, don't make a big deal out of it." But his shoulders eased, and when Izuku dared to edge closer, wrapping his arms around 𝐒𝐲𝐻, neither of them moved away. For the first time since sharing the bed, sleep came quickly, lighter, easier, as though they were both used to the predicament and openly invited it into their hearts. The next day slipped back into routine, lectures, training drills, and the low buzz of chatter in the cafeteria. Though the atmosphere was still tense, students jolting at the crash of a dropped tray, eyes darting toward the doors whenever voices rose too loud. Even laughter sounded nervous, thin around the edges. Izuku noticed it most of all, the way people checked over their shoulders, and each time it made his stomach twist with guilt. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, on the other hand, barked at a few of them for jumping like a bunch of scaredy cats, but didn't miss the way Deku's shoulders curled in whenever the room got too loud. And yet, between them, something subtle had shifted. Their eyes met more often in class, quick glances that lingered too long, conversations carried out in murmurs beneath the noise. They didn't speak about that night in 𝐒𝐲𝐻's room, or the way the cafeteria had bound them together, but it lived in the space between every shared look. A week bled into another, the days a steady rhythm of studying, sparring, and stolen moments. Izuku found himself smiling more often, not because the pressure had vanished, it never did, but because sometimes, when his thoughts grew too heavy, he'd look up to find 𝐒𝐲𝐻 already staring back at him, expression unreadable but steady in a way that grounded him. It was during homeroom, as their exhaustion settled into the desks like a second skin, that Aizawa finally raised his head from his capture weapon and spoke. His voice, flat as ever, cut through the haze. "Tomorrow, we're heading out for rescue training. Off campus." The room stirred with murmurs, the promise of something new cracking through the monotony. Excitement, nerves, even fear, all of it buzzed in the air. Izuku's pen stilled in his hand, his chest tightening. Rescue training. Real scenarios. Real stakes. In front of him, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 leaned back in his chair, a sharp grin tugging at his mouth. But when his eyes flicked behind him to Izuku's pale face, the grin softened, just a fraction. He didn't say anything, but he didn't have to. And for reasons Izuku couldn't quite untangle, the weight in his chest eased. That night, the house was quiet. 𝐒𝐲𝐻's mom had gone to bed early, the hum of the fridge downstairs the only sound cutting through the silence. In his room, the two of them lay in the same bed as always, the darkness settling around them like a heavy blanket. But something was different tonight. Izuku shifted closer, almost without realizing, his forehead brushing the curve of 𝐒𝐲𝐻's shoulder as he hugged his side. His heart pounded hard enough to shake his ribs, but the warmth seeping into him felt too good to pull away from. He'd never admit it aloud, but nights like this, sharing the same space, the same breaths, were the only times he felt like he wasn't coming apart at the seams. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 tensed at first, instinctively bristling at the closeness, but he didn't move away either. Instead, he let his arm fall back just enough that Izuku could settle more comfortably against him. His chest rose and fell with slow, steady breaths, but inside he was thrumming with things he didn't know how to say. All he knew was that Deku felt small against him, fragile in a way that made his teeth grit. Like if he didn't hold his ground, the idiot would vanish. Seconds stretched into minutes, neither of them speaking. Just the quiet rhythm of breathing, the subtle weight of trust building between them. It felt too safe. Because neither of them could know what waited for them the next day. Neither could know how quickly comfort could be ripped away, how fast the world could change. For tonight, all they had was this. The fragile warmth of each other, the soft press of closeness in the dark, and the hope that maybe it could last forever. And so they drifted off to sleep, closer than ever before, hearts steadying against each other, unaware of how short-lived the moment would be. Morning sunlight spilled across the campus, the kind of crisp, early light that made everything feel sharper, clearer, like the world was buzzing with possibility. Students gathered near the bus in messy clumps, voices overlapping in a dozen conversations. Some had their hero costumes on in full, others slung bags over their shoulders with their attachments bundled inside, still groggy from the early hour. Excitement rippled through the group though. It was obvious in the way people fidgeted, laughed louder than usual, or leaned into whispered conversations. Izuku stood a little apart from the crowd, his clipboard pressed to his chest like it actually served a purpose. The list of names Aizawa had given him felt heavier than paper should, but it was part of the job now. Class rep, responsibility. He inhaled deeply, trying to steady himself. He needed to be thorough. He needed to be the kind of leader everyone could trust. So he started his head count. One by one, he glanced over faces, checking names silently in his head. Yaoyorozu, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Mina. The list ticked by. It helped calm him, focusing on something concrete. If he made sure everyone was accounted for, he'd at least be useful. That thought eased some of the tightness in his chest even though he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that pricked at his skin. When the last student climbed onto the bus, Izuku lingered outside, eyes flicking quickly over the group. He opened his mouth to ask for everyone's attention when a voice called out from inside. Quit staring at the door. I already counted. Izuku blinked, startled, and climbed the steps hesitantly. At the front of the bus, Bakugo leaned against the nearest seat with his arms crossed, looking confident. His scowl was firmly in place, but when his eyes cut toward Izuku, there was something else there. A nod. The barest flicker of a smirk tugging at his mouth. Confirmation. Izuku's breath caught. Thank you, Kaken, he stammered, cheeks warming. He clutched the board tighter to keep his hands from shaking. I said I did it already. Bakugo cut him off, voice gruff but softer than usual. He jerked his chin toward the rows of students who were already bickering over seats. Don't make it weird. Izuku bit down on a nervous laugh, nodding quickly. He slid past, finding an open spot beside Bakugo near the middle of the bus. The seat dipped under their combined weight, the faint brush of their shoulders sending Izuku's pulse racing. He tried not to look like he noticed. The chatter around them swelled as the engine rumbled to life. Kirishima was leaning across the aisle, trying to convince Kaminari that today was going to be manly as hell. Mina squealed at the idea of getting to use her acid in an actual training scenario, while Shiro made a joke about not melting your teammates, please. Uraraka and Ida were talking animatedly near the front, their voices clear and bright above the noise. Izuku smiled faintly, watching them out of the corner of his eye. It felt good to see his classmates excited, even if the knot in his stomach didn't ease. He shifted his clipboard onto his lap, staring at the neat list of names. He'd done everything he was supposed to. Everyone was safe and accounted for. Still, he couldn't shake the restless energy and unease gnawing at him. Beside him, Bakugo tapped impatient fingers against his knee. Izuku glanced sideways, catching the small crease between his brows. He looked restless too, though not in the same way. For Bakugo, restlessness usually meant eagerness. He was itching to get to USJ, itching to prove himself again. The idea made Izuku's chest twist in that strange, complicated way it always did when it came to Kaken. Bakugo must have felt the weight of his stare because he snapped his head around suddenly. What? And nothing. Izuku squeaked, snapping his gaze forward so fast his neck cracked. His ears burned. Bakugo scoffed, muttering something under his breath, but he didn't press further. Instead, he shifted in his seat, one arm hooking casually along the backrest. The motion brought him just a fraction closer, enough that Izuku felt the warmth radiating from him, seeping into his skin. He tried not to fidget, tried not to think about how his heart was beating too fast for someone who was just sitting on a bus. The ride stretched on, the scenery outside flashing by in streaks of green and gray. Laughter rose and fell in waves, students teasing each other, swapping predictions about the training. Bet Todoroki's gonna freeze half the building in under 5 minutes, Kirishima grinned. Please, Mina rolled her eyes. The real danger is Bakugo blowing it up before anyone else even gets a turn. The whole row laughed, and even though it was meant as a joke, Izuku felt Bakugo bristle beside him. His hand twitched against his knee, but he caught himself. Izuku glanced up at him, worried, but Bakugo only replied, "Like hell I'm gonna let anyone show me up." His tone was harsh, but Izuku caught the faintest edge of self-control threading through it. He leaned back in his seat, voice careful. "You won't. You never do." Bakugo's eyes flicked toward him, sharp and searching. For a heartbeat, Izuku thought he'd say something real, something that sat heavy between them in moments like this. But then Bakugo just huffed and looked away, jaw tight. Izuku's chest ached anyway. As the bus rolled on, conversations shifted. Ida stood up at one point, trying to give an impromptu speech about safety and composure, which most of the class ignored and mocked lightly. Kaminari made paper ball out of spare notes and flicked them at the back of Jiraiya's head until she smacked him upside the ear. Even Todoroki, usually silent, asked a quiet question about the USJ facility that Momo was all too eager to answer in great detail. Through it all, Izuku and Bakugo sat side by side, quiet. Every so often, Izuku's knee would brush against Bakugo's. Every so often, Bakugo's arm would shift against the seat back, knuckles grazing Izuku's shoulder. Neither said a word about it, but both felt the electric thread pulling tighter. Izuku glanced down at his clipboard again, the neat list of names, and thought about responsibility. About what it meant to keep people safe. He thought about how easily things could go wrong, how quickly lives could change. His hands clenched in his lap, knuckles whitening. Beside him, Bakugo finally muttered, almost too low to hear, "Quit overthinking. Just do your job." Izuku turned, startled, only to find Bakugo staring straight ahead, jaw set. His voice softened just enough to be noticeable. "You're not alone, Deku." The words sank deep, lodging themselves in Izuku's chest. He wanted to respond, to express his gratitude, but his throat felt too tight, and his body wouldn't let him, so he only nodded, gaze dropping to his lap. Outside, the bus rumbled closer to its destination. Inside, the chatter only rose, oblivious to the storm on the horizon. And in the quiet middle row, two boys sat shoulder to shoulder, hearts restless, eyes fixed forward, both too close and not nearly close enough. Izuku should have joined in. He should have felt relief, pride even, at being part of this group, laughing about the little things. Instead, his gaze flicked sideways to the boy beside him. Bakugo now sat rigid, shoulders tense, staring out the window as the scenery began to change with the huge USJ on the horizon. His jaw was tight, but there was no explosive outburst, no yelling. Silence. Izuku wondered if Bakugo felt it too, the strange pressure in the air. He couldn't settle, so he scribbled notes into his journal, muttering under his breath, a comfort habit that made Uraraka smile from a few rows up. His pen scratched fast when he wrote about 13. 13's here, he whispered, half to himself, half in awe. The space hero, the MSTR of Black Hole, one of the most incredible quirks ever recorded. Their rescue missions. Their control of gravitational singularities. His eyes practically sparkled, immediately taking his mind off of the nervous pit that swirled in his stomach. He felt his pulse quicken, not just with excitement, but reverence. 13 wasn't about flashy battles or explosions. They were about saving people. About doing what heroes were meant to do. Izuku couldn't wait to see them up close, to maybe ask a question, if his nerves didn't get the better of him first. The bus slowed, jolting his thoughts to the present. Heads turned toward the massive, dome structure that loomed ahead. The USJ looked like another world entirely, its silhouette sharp against the sky, vast and mysterious. As the students shuffled off the bus, Izuku instinctively fell back into his role, scanning each head, making sure no one was left behind. He wasn't surprised when Bakugo brushed past him at the doors, throwing him a brief look, Not hostile, not smug, but almost firming. As if to say, "I've got this too, idiot." The moment they stepped inside, Izuku froze. His eyes widened, his breath catching. The facility stretched endlessly, an entire landscape contained under a dome. Mountains, rivers, city ruins, even a mock-up of disaster zones. His heart hammered with awe. This is incredible. He muttered, notebook already halfway out of his bag. 13 greeted them warmly, their suited figure bowing slightly. Their voice, soft yet commanding, echoed across the space. Izuku clutched his journal tighter, hanging on to every word, unable to contain the spark in his chest. This was it. This was what he dreamed of, standing here, learning from real pros. But as their teacher spoke, that same spark began to twist. Izuku's stomach knotted, his palms damp. Something felt. He glanced around, eyes narrowing, hyper-aware of every shadow, every corner. His classmates laughed and whispered around him, but Izuku's body had gone rigid. That sense of unease. He couldn't explain it, but it pressed down on him like a storm just over the horizon. His instincts screamed at him, urging him to be alert. He darted a look at Bakugo, who caught it for just a second before scoffing and turning away. But Izuku saw it, the faint crease of his brow, the subtle stiffening of his posture. He felt it too. And then, the lights flickered. Izuku's breath hitched, every nerve alight. Something was wrong. So very, very wrong. "This isn't right," he shouted, the words bursting out of him, filled with urgency. His classmates all turned, startled, but he stood his ground. "Stay on guard." As if responding to his warning, the air at the center of the plaza began to shift. Shadows twisted, a mist forming until it opened into a dark void. And from it, figures began to emerge. 1, 2, 5, dozens. Men and women, armed with various weapons, their presence radiating danger. Their footsteps echoed as they entered the plaza, expressions twisted with malice. "Villains," Izawa muttered, his eyes narrowing. The fatigue in his posture vanished, replaced by sharp focus as his scarf unfurled. "Stay back." Gasps rippled through the students. A few screamed. Izuku couldn't breathe. His body trembled, but his eyes were locked on the figure at the center of the crowd, a man with unsettling features. "Children, we are the League of Villains," the man drawled, his voice grating. "And we came here to take down All Might." The tension in the plaza shattered into chaos. The sound of boots on steel rang out as the villains surged forward. They weren't illusions or training robots. These were real threats, and the hunger in their eyes was unmistakable. Izawa's scarf snapped outward, latching onto the first villain who lunged. In the same moment, his eyes glowed, and the man's abilities vanished. Izawa twisted, dropped him, and was already moving for the next. "Stay calm." 13 shouted, her voice cutting through the panic as students staggered back toward the stairs. "This is no training exercise. Get to the exit, now." Izuku felt frozen. He was rooted in place, heart racing, eyes wide as the mist thickened near the villain's leader. That strange void spread wider, curling upward and blocking the view of the ceiling. Then a voice emerged from the fog. "Scatter them." The mist surged. Izuku gasped as darkness enveloped him, a cold grip pulling at his body. He twisted, reaching instinctively for the one person he always reached for, Kaken. His fingers brushed empty air. The portal swallowed him whole. The world twisted. His stomach flipped, as if he was being pulled apart and put back together. And then, water. Cold, deep water surged around him, filling his ears, stinging his eyes. Izuku thrashed until he broke the surface with a gasp. The shipwreck zone. Shattered boats and splintered wood surrounded him like markers of a lost battle. Waves lapped against the structures, eerily quiet. Midoriya. A webbed hand caught his arm, pulling him to a broken mast where 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 crouched, her wide eyes calm despite the chaos. Beside her, Mineta flailed, trying to find something solid to hold onto. "We got split," 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐴 said evenly. "There are villains in the water. What's the plan?" Izuku froze. The question hit him harder than any blow. The plan. They were looking to him for direction. He took a ragged breath, forcing his mind to steady. Analyze. Prioritize. Quirks unknown. Terrain dangerous. Stay calm. His eyes darted to the surface of the water, shadows flickered beneath. Villains were waiting to strike. They don't know our quirks yet, or else why would they have put you here, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸𝐵? He managed, voice trembling but focused. That's our advantage. We use surprise. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸𝐵, your mobility gives us control of the water. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻, your abilities can trap them. And me, he clenched his fists. One for all buzzed faintly in his bones. I'll draw them out. For the first time since being swallowed by the portal, he felt steady. Leadership wasn't something he sought, it was something move upon him. And if he faltered, they could be in danger. Across the USJ, 𝐒𝐻𝐻's world snapped back into focus in the fire zone. Flames curled around warped steel, the heat blasting against his skin. He landed hard, rolled, and sprang to his feet in one motion. Not good, he hissed, scanning the area. Villains, 5 of them, closing in fast. He clenched his fists, energy sparking, but his chest burned hotter than the flames around him. He hadn't seen Deku when the mist swallowed them. He'd heard his voice, frantic, reaching for him, but then nothing. The thought of Deku alone, surrounded by danger, made 𝐒𝐻𝐻's vision pulse with determination. You picked the wrong class to mess with, he snarled, sparks bursting brighter, lighting his glare. The villains hesitated for a moment. That was all he needed. He rocketed forward, explosions propelling him straight into their line, fist slamming into the nearest villain with enough force to send them reeling. The next fell to a blast that sent him crashing into a wall of flames. He didn't care how many stood in front of him. He'd push through every last one of them to find Deku. Back in the shipwreck zone, the plan unfolded in bursts of urgency. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵 launched into the air, her long tongue wrapping around Izuku's waist to pull him aside just as a villain lunged upward. Izuku twisted midair, his fist glowing faintly, and slammed it into the surface. The water erupted, sending the villains into disarray. Nice one. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 shouted, hurling sticky spheres into the waves. They latched onto the struggling villains, tangling them into a mess. Izuku's chest heaved. His body ached, but his mind was sharp. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐵, get us out before more show up. She didn't argue. Her tongue snapped outward, catching the edge of a broken ship, and in seconds they were vaulting out of the zone, villains still tangled below. For a fleeting moment, victory felt real. But as Izuku's feet hit solid ground, his heart twisted. Where's Kaken? Back in the fire zone, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 wiped sweat from his brow, glaring as the last villain fell. Smoke hung heavy, the heat stifling, but he didn't pause. His eyes darted upward, scanning for the central plaza. He could hear faint echoes, shouts, crashes. The fight was bigger than just here. He spat to the side, his hands trembling not with exhaustion but determination. Determination to get back to Deku. He didn't care if he had to break through walls himself, he'd find him. When they returned to the plaza, it was already chaotic. Aizawa was struggling, his capture scarf fraying under the Nomu's relentless strength. His quirk flickered, exhaustion pulling at him, but he fought fiercely, every strike aimed to protect the students. Izuku's stomach nodded. The Nomu is too strong. Even All Might, and then he saw him. A burst of light, a roar of determination. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 shot forward, palms crackling with energy. He slammed into the Nomu's chest with a loud impact, forcing it backward. Don't just stand there, he shouted, voice strained. Move. Relief flooded Izuku so fast it was dizzying. He was here. He was alive. He was fighting, but the relief twisted into fear almost instantly. The Nomu's chest, already damaged from 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻's hit, began to heal. And in the same breath, its massive arm shot out, grabbing 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 tightly. No. Izuku's scream tore from him. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 struggled, sparks flying, his teeth gritted in determination. But the Nomu's grip was unyielding. He couldn't break free. Izuku's legs moved before he could think, sprinting across the plaza toward him. But out of the corner of his eye, Shigaraki. The villain's hand stretched toward 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐵, who had stumbled, cornered against shattered stone. His fingers twitched, eager to reach her. Izuku's body froze mid-stride. His chest tightened. Kaken, Kaken. He couldn't breathe. He had to choose. And in that instant, the choice made itself. With a shout, he hurled himself sideways, grabbing Tsuyu around the waist and pulling her out of Shigaraki's reach. His hand missed her shoulder by less than an inch. The stone wall behind her crumbled, a reminder of what could have happened. But in saving her, Izuku's head snapped back just in time to see it. The Nomu, annoyed at Bakugo's sparks, swung its arm like a child tossing away a toy. And Kaken, his Kaken, was hurled through the air, slamming against the concrete before his limp body ricocheted across the plaza. No. The world slowed into unbearable clarity. He saw Bakugo's head snap back, BLD flicking in the air. Saw his arms slacken, his body fold. Saw him soar helplessly, weightless, until the shipwreck zone's dark waters swallowed him whole. The sound of the splash rang in Izuku's mind. His breath fractured into ragged pieces. His legs gave out, but he forced them forward, clawing at the ground. His voice broke as he screamed, raw and jagged, echoing across the whole of the Yuhi. Kaken! His emotions surged, his body shaking violently, unable to hold it back anymore. The weight of it, the fear, the pain, the determination, boiled over. Izuku's body moved before his mind could catch up. One heartbeat he was screaming across the plaza, the next he was gone, swallowed in a flash of energy that tore through the air. The world reformed around him in cold darkness. The bottom of the shipwreck zone pressed against him, murky waters surrounding him. And there, sinking deeper, pale and still, was Kaken, his eyes wide, barely feeling the water around him. No. Izuku's arms lashed through the water, pushing forward with everything in him. His chest burned, his throat felt tight, but nothing mattered, nothing but the limp figure drifting weightless, hair fanning in the current. His fingers brushed against Bakugo's clothes. The fabric felt wrong. Too loose, too heavy. He hooked his arm around his torso, pulling him tight, clutching so hard his nails dug into the damp fabric. He's cold. Izuku kicked hard, every muscle screaming, until he broke the surface in a violent gasp. He pulled Bakugo onto the wreckage, water pouring off his body. Kaken! Izuku's voice cracked. He laid him down, trembling hands splayed over Bakugo's chest. His head lolled to the side, lips parted, his face frighteningly slack. Not a spark. Not a twitch. His body looked empty. Izuku's lungs felt heavy. His vision blurred, the world around him dissolving into a meaningless haze. All he could see was that face, the boy who had screamed at him, fought him, walked beside him, pushed him when no one else did. The boy who he loved, lying there like a broken doll. No, please, please, and his sob came out jagged as he bent over him, clutching Bakugo to his chest, tears spilling down his cheeks, rolling onto Bakugo's pale skin. Something inside Izuku snapped. The edges of his vision warped, colors bleeding, sound distorting until every scream, every clash of battle outside fell away. His body trembled, every nerve firing wrong. Static burst across his skin. Black and red lines tore through his arms, crawling up his neck, twisting across his face. His pupils narrowed, dilating until they drowned out the green. And then, he was gone. In less than a breath, he wasn't kneeling over Bakugo anymore. He was above the Nomu. The creature barely had time to react before Izuku's form tore through it like a storm. He hit the creature's neck with such force that the world itself seemed to stutter. The Nomu's head separated in a single snap. But Izuku didn't stop. His body flickered. Here, then there, then everywhere at once, slashes of static cutting across the plaza. Chunks of the creature rained in every direction, its regenerative abilities overwhelmed before they could stitch together again. Every time the Nomu tried to rebuild, Izuku's glitch carved deeper, until it wasn't a Nomu anymore. Just pieces. Just remnants. The plaza was covered in it, the air thick with the aftermath. Black ooze smeared across shattered concrete, sizzling against static that still tore jagged across the battlefield. And Izuku stood in the middle of it all, his chest heaving, hands trembling with what remained, static swirling around his body. His face was twisted in something unrecognizable, anguish, rage, grief. A force. And still, he clutched his chest like Bakugo's body was still pressed there. Like he could feel the weight even after he'd left him behind. Shigaraki froze. For the first time since he'd stepped into the light of the USJ, his grin faltered. His wide, twitching eyes narrowed, caught on the sight of the Nomu. His Nomu, splintered into glitching remnants. Pieces scattered across the plaza, its regenerative pulse smothered by the static still consuming it. This. His voice cracked in disbelief, fingers twitching at his neck. This wasn't supposed to. Kurogyari didn't wait for orders. The portal ripped open behind him, swallowing the villain in smoke, his body yanked out of the battlefield in a rush of panic. For the first time, Shigaraki looked afraid. And then the world trembled. Izuku's scream tore through the USJ like the earth itself had split open. A sound that wasn't entirely human, but raw, animalistic. A sound born from the kind of grief that could shake the very foundations of reality. Static bled from him like a tidal wave, tendrils ripping through the air and searing into the ground. The walls flickered. The floor cracked. Metal and earth warped into impossible shapes. Lights burst overhead, exploding one after the other in a shower of sparks. And at the center of it all was Izuku, his body glitching like a broken recording, fractured pieces of him never quite aligning. Tears streamed down his face, but they weren't just tears. They fizzled and sparked, dark streaks spilling down his cheeks, dripping onto Bakugo's pale skin where they sizzled harmlessly. He cradled Bakugo against his chest, rocking him gently. His fingers trembled as they threaded into wet blonde hair, his forehead pressed to Bakugo's temple. Kaken. Kaken, wake up, please. Please don't leave me. You promised. I can't do this without you. His voice broke into sobs, desperate gasps that barely resembled words. He felt overwhelmed, his entire body shaking with fear that Bakugo might never open his eyes again. The chaos around them intensified, filling the air with tension. Villains shouted in panic, their voices high-pitched as they struggled against the overwhelming force surrounding them. Their distress was only a faint echo of what Izuku felt, his heartbreak resonating through every part of the turmoil, making them feel only a fraction of the pain that hollowed him out. But the power never touched his classmates. It warped around them, leaving them untouched even as the ground beneath them cracked and trembled. Aizawa, injured but determined, stared from where he had fallen. His eyes were wide with disbelief as Izuku's cries filled the air. Midoriya. The others gathered close, horrified. Tsuyu wrapped her arms around herself, eyes glistening. Uraraka's lips trembled as she whispered his name. Even Todoroki, usually composed, showed a flicker of concern. None of them had ever seen power like this. None of them had ever seen Izuku like this. Izuku's arms tightened around Bakugo, as if sheer force alone could keep him here. His chest felt like it was splitting in two, a raw ache tearing through him with every ragged breath. Bakugo felt heavy against him, too heavy, unnervingly still. His head rested against Izuku's shoulder, damp hair clinging to his forehead, lips parted but silent. Izuku pressed his cheek against Bakugo's, trying to will warmth into the cold skin. His body shook with tremors, his quirks spilling out of him uncontrollably, warping the air around them. The ground beneath them quaked, cracks spreading further with each sob he couldn't contain. But none of it mattered compared to the silence in Bakugo's chest. Izuku pressed his hand against Bakugo's torso, clutching at him as if his touch could restart a heartbeat. His fingers dug into the fabric of Bakugo's hero costume, desperate for any sign of life. Kaken. The name slipped from his lips, breaking apart like glass. His voice cracked, high and desperate. Please, please don't do this to me. Not you. Tears blurred his vision, spilling down his cheeks and onto Bakugo's face. Each droplet felt like an apology, a failure he couldn't erase. He bent forward, resting his head against Bakugo's temple, clinging to the last fragment of hope. His breath hitched, the words clawing at his throat, words he had kept buried for years, too scared to admit. But now, with Bakugo cradled in his arms, there was no time left for fear. I love you. The confession tumbled out on a sob, raw and vulnerable. He pressed his forehead against Bakugo's, rocking him gently, hoping to soothe him awake. Please, Kaken, please hear me. I've always loved you. From the very beginning. Even when you pushed me away. I couldn't stop. I can't stop. His hands trembled, clutching at Bakugo's torso, desperate as if letting go would mean losing him forever. He buried his face in Bakugo's chest, his sobs muffled but relentless, whispering sweet nothings against the stillness of his skin. Please. Anyone, just bring him back to me, Izuku whispered, his voice fragile. I'll do anything. Just don't take him from me. Not Kaken. Please. Around him, the world flickered in time with his anguish. His quirk lashed out in waves, warping the very air, distorting reality. The chaos still echoed from every corner, but Izuku's focus remained on the one person who mattered most. And yet, even as his power spread like wildfire, consuming everything it touched, the boy at the center of it all held on, rocking a limp body in his arms, whispering broken love and desperate prayers into the void, hoping for an answer that might never come. And then, something soft pressed against his lips. For half a second his brain couldn't understand it. His thoughts raced, and he felt a surge of emotions. His mouth parted on instinct, until he realized. Bakugo. Kaken was kissing him. His lips were warm. Alive. Trembling faintly but there. Not empty. Not gone. Izuku froze, his entire body locking. The world around him fell silent. Bakugo's lips lingered on his for one moment longer, and he kissed back, firm, telling, soft in a way Izuku had never thought possible from him. It wasn't just to stop him. It wasn't just to ground him. It was everything, longing, desperation, relief, love, pressed into one impossible kiss. When he pulled back, Bakugo's eyes fluttered half open. Exhausted. Faint. But alive. And his lips quirked up into a small, weak smile. Told you I wouldn't let some half-hearted extras show me up, he grumbled weakly. Izuku choked back a sob, his body collapsing forward, arms tightening around him as if he could meld them into one and never lose him again. His tears flowed freely down his cheeks. Without thinking, without caring who saw, his quirk activated again, teleporting them both. One flash of light, and suddenly they were in the only corner of the USJ untouched by chaos, near where the others had gathered. The class gasped as Izuku materialized out of thin air, still cradling Bakugo gently. His face was streaked with tears, eyes wide and filled with emotion. His arms shook as he clutched at him like a lifeline. Nobody spoke. Nobody breathed. They had all seen it. The chaos. The emotions. The heart-wrenching confession. And the kiss. Izuku's chest heaved as he held Bakugo, whispering through raw, broken sobs. You're here. You're alive. You didn't leave me, Kaken. I thought I'd lost you. Around them, the silence stretched heavy. His classmates could only stare, at him, at Bakugo, at the aftermath, at the way Midoriya Izuku had just looked like both a hero and a boy overwhelmed by emotion. And none of them knew what to say. Izuku hugged Bakugo closer, the confession he had whispered moments before still burned between them, no longer a secret, no longer a dream he'd been too afraid to speak. And Bakugo had answered it with a kiss. The weight of that truth was too heavy to grasp, too raw to believe, but Izuku held him tighter all the same, burying himself in the scent of smoke and ash that clung to him. He couldn't stop trembling. He didn't even try. Around them, Class 1A was still frozen. Not a word had passed since the kiss, since the moment that had threatened to consume the plaza blinked out in an instant, leaving silence in its wake. The students stood in a ragged half-circle, shaken, their wide eyes locked on the scene in the center. It wasn't just shock. It was too tangled for that. Confusion. Relief. Kirishima's mouth was parted slightly, but no words came out. Yaoyorozu gripped the hem of her torn uniform's skirt tightly. Ochako looked as though her knees might give way, one hand pressed hard over her pounding heart. Tsuyu's wide eyes darted between Bakugo and Izuku. Even Todoroki, still unreadable, could not hide the tension pulling at his shoulders. They had all seen Midoriya in a moment of intense emotion. And yet now, as he held Bakugo close and whispered broken, desperate words of gratitude into his ear, they saw him as a boy, fragile, raw, consumed by something deeper than any quirk. His forehead pressed tighter to Bakugo's temple, his arms shaking as he held him as though he would never let go. The only words he managed to force out were a hoarse, trembling mantra, spilling into Bakugo's ear. Bakugo's arm twitched weakly, curling just barely around Izuku's back, his voice rasping through dry lips. "Deku, I'm not going anywhere." The class gasped softly at the sound, shock rippling through the group. Not one of them tried to pull them away from each other. No one dared. They had all seen the storm he had unleashed, the raw power that had swept through the villains, yet somehow left each of them untouched. They had felt the weight of his grief and determination in the air, almost like a living thing. To separate him from Bakugo now would have been crueler than anything. When the doors finally slammed open, the sound echoed like salvation. Ida stumbled in first, breathless and frantic, All Might towering behind him, his presence filling the ruined hall. Behind them came several pro-heroes, Recovery Girl, Snipe, Cementos, faces tight with alarm as they scanned the scene. "Students, gather together, quickly." All Might's booming voice filled the chamber, but even he faltered as his eyes landed on Izuku, hunched and trembling, cradling Bakugo against his chest. The sight of them, the wreckage around them, the tear-streaked face of the boy he had chosen, stole the breath from him. Cementos moved first, his voice softer. "Come on, children, let's get you to safety." He ushered groups together, guiding them toward the exit. Still, no one touched Izuku. Not even All Might. The pros knew instinctively, his grip on Bakugo wasn't one that could be broken. And so, when the pros finally began ushering the class out, Izuku followed, Bakugo cradled carefully in his arms. He held him bridal style, every step steady and deliberate, as if the smallest misstep might shatter him. Bakugo stirred faintly now and then, but he was too drained to argue or push him away like he normally would. For once, he let himself be carried, his head resting against Izuku's shoulder, breaths shallow but present. All Might walked at Izuku's side, his long shadow draping over them both like a shield. He didn't speak, didn't flash his trademark grin, just stayed close, silent and protective, watching as his successor bore the weight of someone he refused to lose. And no one, not even the pros, tried to make Izuku let go. Off to the side, paramedics swarmed over Izawa, who lay injured and barely conscious on a stretcher. His scarf was shredded, eyes swollen, face pale beneath the bruises. All Might cast a glance toward him, torn between his students and his colleague, but stayed beside Izuku until the last of the class was shepherded out. Only when they were clear of the USJ, the wreckage behind them, did All Might hurry to Izawa's side. The underground hero cracked open one eye, his voice rough but still sharp as ever. "They knew, Toshinori. About you, about the symbol of peace being at you. But the students," he coughed but continued, whispering. "Midoriya. His quirk. Lost control. But not on them. Just the villains. You need to understand what that means." All Might's face darkened, his hands curling into fists. He crouched low beside Izawa, listening with grim attention as the man detailed what had unfolded, the villains, the Nomu, Shigaraki, the way Izuku's power had consumed the battlefield. And all the while, just off to the side, Izuku never once loosened his grip. His classmates lingered in a wide circle around him, shaken and whispering, but none dared interrupt. Not even Uraraka, who had tears streaming silently down her face. Because the sight of Izuku Midoriya, tears falling freely, and Bakugo Katsuki held safe and unmoving against his chest, was not something anyone would forget. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. The ambulance ride blurred by in fragments, sirens wailing, paramedics shouting. Izuku barely registered any of it. He only remembered the way Bakugo's pulse thudded weakly under his fingertips, how every bump in the road made his chest seize with fear that the beat might falter. He refused to let go, clutching Bakugo against him as if he were his lifeline. The pros tried, gently, to coax him into a seat, to let the medics work more easily, but Izuku wouldn't move. And when Bakugo's hand twitched faintly against his sleeve, as if clinging back even in unconsciousness, they stopped asking. At the hospital, they had to pry him away only long enough to clean and stitch Bakugo's wounds. But as soon as he was allowed in, Izuku climbed onto the narrow bed without hesitation, curling carefully along Bakugo's side. His arms slipped around him, steady and protective, his forehead pressed against his shoulder. It didn't matter that he wasn't supposed to be there, or that the nurses gave him looks of sympathy mixed with worry, he wasn't leaving. Not when Bakugo was still breathing, still warm, still here. Sometime in the deep of the night, sleep finally dragged him under. And when morning light filtered through the blinds, pale and gentle, the two of them were still curled together on the same bed. Bakugo's breathing had evened out, faint but steady. Izuku's arms were locked around him like a shield, their legs tangled, his face buried in Bakugo's hospital gown. For the first time since the nightmare of the US, Izuku let himself believe, just for a moment, that they were safe. Bakugo woke to warmth. Not the sterile, suffocating heat of hospital lights or the heavy weight of bandages, though both were there, but something softer. Something that shifted faintly with every breath, steady and unrelenting. He blinked against the harsh white above him, his throat raw, his body aching with a bone-deep exhaustion. For a disorienting second, he thought he was still underwater, sinking, lungs burning, the world tilting away from him. But then he felt it, arms wound tightly around him, chest pressed to his side, a mop of unruly green curls tickling under his chin. His voice came out cracked, more a rasp than a word. The body beside him jerked awake immediately. Izuku's eyes flew open, bloodshot and bleary with exhaustion, his expression collapsing into trembling relief. "Kaken, oh God, why you're awake." His voice broke, tears already gathering as he sat up enough to cradle Bakugo's face between his hands. "You're okay, you're here." Bakugo frowned faintly, though his hand twitched to catch one of Izuku's wrists. His body still felt like lead, weak and heavy, but Izuku's warmth was real, grounding him. "You look like you need some rest, nerd," he muttered, voice weak but carrying its familiar edge. Izuku laughed, shaky, broken, the kind of laugh that cracked under the weight of everything he'd been holding in. His forehead fell against Bakugo's shoulder again, his whole body trembling. "You almost," he whispered, voice muffled and hoarse. I thought I lost you, Kaken." Silence stretched for a moment. The steady beep of the monitor filled the space between them, along with Izuku's unsteady breaths. Slowly, Bakugo lifted his arm, heavy and clumsy, but enough to hook it weakly around Izuku's back. The gesture was small, almost fragile, but it was there. "He takes more than that to get rid of me." His voice cracked halfway through, betraying the lie. Izuku pulled back just enough to look at him, green eyes brimming, shining. Don't you ever do that to me again," he whispered fiercely, his grip tightening on Bakugo's hand like he was afraid it would slip away if he loosened even a little. Bakugo met his gaze, raw and unguarded in a way he never let anyone else see. And though his lips twisted, it wasn't into a smirk or a scowl. It was something softer, almost aching. "Idiot. Like I wanted to." Izuku's tears slipped free, but his smile wavered through them. He leaned down, pressing his forehead to Bakugo's, their breaths mingling in the small space between them. Izuku couldn't stop touching him. His thumb brushed over Bakugo's cheekbone, down the side of his jaw, as though to convince himself this wasn't a dream that would shatter if he blinked too hard. Every second Bakugo's chest rose and fell against him felt like a miracle. For a while, he just let himself breathe him in. The antiseptic tang of the hospital air was sharp, but beneath it was the familiar warmth that was Kaken, something Izuku had always known as home even if he had never dared name it. Kaken." His voice shook, and he swallowed hard, gathering the courage to say it again. The words had tumbled out in the chaos, in desperation, but now, with the world quiet around them, it felt heavier. More real. "I meant what I said. Back there. When I thought you." He squeezed his eyes shut, the tears threatening again. "I love you." Bakugo's crimson eyes snapped to his, sharp even in their haze of exhaustion. His breath hitched, and for a moment, the familiar fire burned there, defensive, flaring at the vulnerability between them. But it flickered, softened. His gaze lingered, steady and unwavering in a way that made Izuku's heart pound. "Dumps," Bakugo muttered, his voice rough and quiet. "You're gonna say that when I can't even sit up." "When I can't?" His grip tightened weakly on Izuku's wrist, dragging him an inch closer. "Shut up until I can kiss you back properly." Izuku's breath caught. His heart stumbled against his ribs, aching and bright and so alive it almost hurt. "Kaken." His lips trembled, parting around the name like it was a prayer. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but not in anger. His voice dropped, softer still, as though the admission itself stole the rest of his strength. "Don't you dare take it back, Deku. Not when I'm awake. Not ever." Izuku's tears spilled over, but this time his smile broke wide through them. He leaned down, pressing his forehead gently against Bakugo's, careful as though the slightest shift might undo everything. His arms curled tighter around him, holding him as though the universe had no choice but to let them stay like this. "I won't," he whispered, fierce through his tears. "Never." The room stayed hushed, just the beeping of the machines and the fragile warmth of two boys tangled together, clinging to the precious truth of being alive. Izuku lost track of time. Morning light crept through the blinds, pale and hazy, but he didn't notice it. His whole world was the steady rise and fall of Bakugo's chest beneath his arm, the faint beat of his heart against his ear where Izuku rested against him. Every so often, Bakugo stirred, a twitch of his fingers, a sharp inhale, his brow furrowing as if he wanted to speak but didn't have the strength. Each movement sent a rush of relief through Izuku, his arms tightening, his own heartbeat quickening every time as though relearning how to match Bakugo's. "Don't move too much," Izuku whispered whenever he shifted. "You scared me enough already." His voice wavered, but he smiled faintly through it, brushing stray strands of ash-blonde hair off Bakugo's forehead. "Dumb nerd," Bakugo rasped back once, his voice barely more than a croak. "You're making it harder to breathe, clinging like that." But he didn't push Izuku off. If anything, his hand, weak but insistent, tugged him closer, settling over Izuku's wrist like a promise. Izuku's heart clenched with warmth. They stayed like that for hours, wrapped in the hush of machines and the muffled world outside their door. Every now and then, Izuku whispered things, half thoughts, half hopes, because the silence felt too fragile to leave unguarded. Bakugo never answered much. Sometimes he muttered, "Shut up," or "idiot," under his breath, but his grip never loosened. His eyes, when they fluttered open, always found Izuku first, as if to reassure himself just the same. The hours blurred, afternoon melting toward evening. Nurses peeked in occasionally, but none of them asked Izuku to move. Something in his face, in the fierce, unwavering way he held Bakugo, made them hesitate. They adjusted IVs and checked vitals in silence, leaving as quickly as they'd come. It was only when footsteps gathered outside the door, multiple sets, heavier, more purposeful, that the fragile cocoon cracked. The quiet murmur of voices swelled, a familiar deep timbre cutting through, all might. Then Ida's clear, urgent tones, hushed by someone else. Their classmates. Izuku froze, his arms tightening instinctively around Bakugo's shoulders. His heart thudded as the voices grew nearer, a soft knock sounding against the door. "Midoriya. Young Bakugo." All Might's voice, low and careful, carried through the crack. "May we come in?" Izuku looked down at Bakugo, who cracked one crimson eye open, his expression tired but sharp. For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Izuku could almost hear the unspoken words between them. "I don't want to let go." "Then don't." Izuku's fingers curled tighter into the fabric of Bakugo's hospital gown. His own voice came out rough, but clear enough. "We're here." That was all he could manage. 2 words, but they broke the silence. The door eased open, a stream of light spilling across the room as figures filled the doorway. Ida was at the front, his glasses slipping down his nose, his usually perfect posture stiff with worry. Uraraka hovered just behind him, her eyes already glassy, her hands clutched tight at her chest. Kirishima, wide-eyed, stopped halfway in, like he wasn't sure he had the right to intrude. Tsiu lingered further back, her gaze steady, while the others crowded around, hushed and wide-eyed. And finally, All Might stepped inside. Not as the booming symbol of peace, but with a tense frame, his features drawn with concern as his eyes landed on Izuku and Bakugo. No one said a word at first. How could they? Izuku sat on the edge of the bed, Bakugo tucked into his arms like he belonged there, their foreheads still pressed together. Bakugo hadn't moved, though his eyes, half-lidded, shifted to the door, to the group of people staring at them. He scowled faintly, his pride wounded by being seen like this, but he didn't pull away. He stayed. The silence grew thick, heavy with awe. They had seen Midoriya fight, seen him smile in the face of danger. They had seen Bakugo burn bright and wild with determination. But this raw, open bond, this almost sacred closeness, was something else entirely. All Might was the first to speak, his voice low, softer than most had ever heard from him. You've both been through more than anyone should have to endure. No one here will fault you for this. Uraraka sniffled, her voice small but earnest. Deku, I'm just glad you're both alive. Ida adjusted his glasses, his hands shaking slightly, his usual certainty faltering. Indeed. The circumstances are secondary. What matters most is your safety. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck, his jaw tight, before muttering, I've never seen either of you look that. You scared us, man. Don't you ever do that again. Tsiu simply croaked quietly. You really thought you lost him? Izuku couldn't answer. His lips parted, but only a choked sound slipped out, more sob than word. So instead, he pressed his forehead tighter against Bakugo's, whispering again just for him, though everyone could hear. I'm never letting that happen again. Bakugo's hand twitched, his fingers curling weakly into Izuku's shirt, almost imperceptible. His lips moved, voice scratchy, barely audible, but Izuku caught it, felt it. And the room went quiet again, struck dumb by the intimacy of it, by the truth humming in the air between them. Bakugo had been discharged and put on house arrest for the next few days to rest. He and Izuku headed home. The quiet click of his bedroom lock echoed in the small space, and for a heartbeat, the world outside ceased to exist. Izuku turned, still fussing with Bakugo's clothes, about to ask if he needed water or to sit, when the air shifted. Bakugo's eyes, soft and unblinking, fixed on him with an intensity that stole the words from his tongue. Before Izuku could so much as inhale, warm lips pressed against his own. It wasn't rough, not at first. It was grounding, desperate in its gentleness, as if Bakugo was afraid he might wake up to find this a dream. Izuku's breath stuttered in his throat, his pulse racing as he melted forward, his fingers twitching at his sides before giving in and clutching weakly at the fabric of Bakugo's shirt. Every ounce of longing he had buried for years unraveled in that single kiss, an unspoken confession passed from mouth to mouth, heart to heart. Izuku kissed him back, tentative at first, afraid of pressing too hard. His lips ghosted over Bakugo's, reverent, as if mapping out the shape of something sacred. But Bakugo's growl of frustration vibrated against his mouth, cutting through Izuku's caution. In the next instant, Izuku's back hit the door with a muted thud, Bakugo's palm braced firmly beside his head, the other fisted in his shirt. Kaken, Izuku's protest was a whisper swallowed whole as Bakugo claimed his lips again, more urgently this time. The kiss deepened, tangled, messy, as though years of restraint had finally snapped all at once. Their mouths moved with a hunger that no amount of closeness could sate. They needed more, closer, tighter, until there was no space left between them. Izuku's hands slid up to Bakugo's shoulders, gripping, anchoring himself. Then Bakugo tilted his head, lips parting just enough to catch Izuku's bottom lip gently. He tugged, slow and deliberate, not demanding but inviting. Izuku's breath caught, a soft sound escaping him, and he let go of the last of his hesitation, lips parting willingly, an invitation, a surrender, and a promise all at once. The moment Izuku yielded, Bakugo's control shifted. His tongue swept in, tasting, claiming, pushing until Izuku's knees felt weak against the weight of it. The sound Izuku made, half gasp, half sigh, shot straight through Bakugo, and he pressed closer, until it felt like their hearts were trying to beat out of their bodies and into each other. Izuku clung to him, fingers curling in his shirt so tightly the fabric strained, like he was terrified that if he let go, this moment would vanish. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer intensity of it, the warmth of Bakugo's mouth, the raw want radiating off him. Every brush of tongue, every press of lips, stole more of Izuku's breath, until breathing itself seemed irrelevant compared to the ache of staying connected. Bakugo tilted his head again, deepening the kiss, not content with anything soft or fleeting. He savored him, like he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. His hands found Izuku's waist, sliding under his shirt, as if he could connect with him in every way possible. Izuku broke the kiss only to gasp for air, his cheeks flushed, but Bakugo chased him instantly, pressing kiss after kiss along his jaw, down to his throat. Izuku shuddered, tilting his head back against the door, granting him space, granting him everything. Kaken, his voice cracked, breathless. Bakugo bit down gently at the edge of his pulse, pulling another sound from him, low and unrestrained. "Shut up, Deku," he rasped against his skin, though his voice shook, thick with want, with something far more vulnerable hidden beneath. "Don't you dare stop me now that I can finally do this." Izuku's hands slid upward, threading into Bakugo's hair, tugging lightly, desperate to anchor himself in the storm of him. Cutting him off as their mouths crashed together again, harder, faster, tongues tangling, neither able to get close enough. Every kiss was frantic now, chasing something more, something deeper, something that could fuse them so wholly that they'd never have to pull apart. Their breaths came ragged, lips slick, the heat between them coiling tighter with every second. Izuku felt like he was burning alive, but he welcomed it, craved it. Bakugo's lips crushed against Izuku's, urgent and unyielding, the wood of his bedroom door pressing firm into Izuku's back. The slam of his heartbeat drowned out every other sound, and for a moment Izuku thought his legs might give out entirely if not for Bakugo's body pinning him in place. It wasn't gentle. It was messy, rough, lips sliding as they kissed, but beneath the urgency there was a trembling undercurrent, something fragile, something they both tried and failed to hide. Bakugo's hands gripped Izuku's hips tighter, dragging him closer as though even the smallest inch of space between them was unbearable. Izuku made a soft sound into his mouth, the sound muffled but still enough to make Bakugo falter for a heartbeat. His grip tightened, then loosened just slightly, one palm flattening against Izuku's chest as though to feel the frantic race of his heart. "Deku!" Bakugo's whisper was a low growl, ragged with something Izuku had never heard from him before, not anger, not annoyance, but raw, aching need. His name, spoken like that, sent heat flooding Izuku's veins. He arched forward helplessly, his hands clutching at Bakugo's shoulders. His lips parted again, and Bakugo wasted no time devouring the invitation, sliding his tongue past Izuku's lips in a kiss that was desperate and consuming. Izuku gasped into it, his grip tightening slightly when Bakugo pressed harder, pinning him firmly to the door. He could feel him, the undeniable evidence of how badly Bakugo wanted this, wanted him, and Izuku's own body responded in kind, burning hot and needy. The room was dark, quiet but for the sounds of their mouths and the quick, shallow breaths neither of them could seem to control. It made Izuku's skin prickle with awareness. Bakugo's parents asleep just down the hall, the house still and fragile around them, and yet here they were, trembling with the force of something too big to contain. Bakugo broke the kiss just long enough to rest his forehead against Izuku's, both of them gasping softly in the quiet. "You good?" he whispered, his voice low and rough. Izuku's lips trembled, but he nodded, eyes wide. "Why, just don't stop." A smirk flickered at Bakugo's lips, fleeting and broken by the sheer intensity in his gaze. "Wasn't planning on it." He shifted then, catching Izuku's wrists and pinning them above his head against the door, his larger hand wrapping easily around both. The move made Izuku's breath hitch, his chest rising and falling too fast, heat pooling low in his stomach. Bakugo's free hand slid down the curve of his side, fingers pressing possessively against his hip before slipping beneath the hem of his shirt. The touch was electric, and Izuku jerked at the contact, a muffled sound slipping past his lips before he could stop it. Bakugo shushed him immediately, pressing his mouth hard against Izuku's again, swallowing the sound whole. "Quiet, nerd," Bakugo muttered against his lips, his tone harsh but the tremor beneath it betrayed him. "You'll wake them." Izuku nodded frantically, though the effort to stay quiet was already unraveling him. He leaned into every touch, every kiss, body arching desperately toward Bakugo's hand as it slid higher, brushing over his ribs, the dip of his stomach. His whole body jolted as Bakugo's fingers toyed there, just shy of where he needed him most. "Kikakin," he breathed, barely audible, his voice shaking with both plea and warning. Bakugo's hand hovered, the heat of his palms searing even through the thin fabric. He was close enough that Izuku could feel the tremor running through him, the way Bakugo's body was caught between unrelenting hunger and something far gentler, something infinitely more fragile. His crimson eyes flicked upward, catching Izuku's in the dim light, and for the first time since the kiss had begun, Bakugo stilled. The fire in him was still there, molten and unyielding, but layered beneath it was hesitation. A question, raw and wordless, straining against the back of his throat. "Can I?" It wasn't spoken aloud, but Izuku felt it as surely as if it had been shouted. In the tightening of Bakugo's jaw. In the trembling pressure of his fingers, ready to pull back at the faintest sign of rejection. In the way his breath hitched, waiting, almost bracing himself for the answer. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. All their lives, Bakugo had pushed forward without asking, without hesitation. He had taken, demanded, commanded. But now, here in the dark of his bedroom with the world outside sleeping, Bakugo didn't take. He asked. And that, more than the kiss, more than the fire blazing in his eyes, undid Izuku completely. His breath shook as he searched Bakugo's gaze, finding in it not only want but something he'd never expected: respect. Patience. Love so fierce it had to restrain itself or risk burning them both alive. Izuku's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, his whole body trembling beneath the weight of the choice before him. Then, with the smallest shake of his head, he whispered his answer, "Not yet." For a heartbeat, silence stretched between them, heavy and fragile. Izuku braced himself for the sting of disappointment, for the fire in Bakugo's eyes to dim or flare with frustration. But it never came. If anything, the look Bakugo gave him only deepened. His gaze softened, molten and unyielding all at once, and the intensity of it stole Izuku's breath more surely than any kiss could have. Slowly, carefully, Bakugo reached up and cupped Izuku's jaw, his thumb grazing lightly over his cheek as though Izuku were made of the finest glass. He leaned in, not with the usual force of someone who demanded the world bend to him, but with the kind of restraint that spoke volumes. And then, with deliberate patience, he pressed his lips to Izuku's in a kiss so gentle it unraveled him from the inside out. Bakugo's hand slid from Izuku's waistband to settle firmly at his hip, grounding him, anchoring him. There was no urgency, no hunger that sought to take more than Izuku was ready to give. The kiss was slow, reverent, a quiet promise woven into every careful movement. Because in that moment, and in every moment that would follow, Bakugo didn't care about going further, about bodies pressed closer or hands exploring. None of that mattered. What mattered, what had always mattered, was Izuku's comfort. His choice. Distrust. And Bakugo would honor that, even if it meant holding himself back against the inferno burning inside him. Izuku's breath trembled against Bakugo's lips, his quiet refusal still hanging in the air like a fragile thread. But instead of pulling away, Bakugo only held him steadier, thumb tracing the edge of his jaw, eyes locked to his like he could see every thought flickering behind them. The hard armor Bakugo always wore, the sharp edges, the unshakable bravado, cracked in that silence. His throat worked, tight with something he'd never once dared to let out. And when it finally slipped free, it was rough, unpolished, almost broken. "I love you, Deku." The words landed heavy, burning through every wall Izuku had built inside himself. His eyes stung as the truth of it sank in, raw and imperfect, but so painfully real it nearly undid him. "Kachin," he whispered, the syllables catching on his breath. Before he could say more, Bakugo kissed him again. There was no hesitation, no question, just the steady heat of lips that had waited far too long to speak what his heart had been screaming. It wasn't rushed or desperate. It was slow, sweet, the kind of kiss that branded and soothed in the same breath, leaving Izuku trembling against him. When they finally parted, their foreheads rested together, breaths mingling in the quiet. The world outside their little room didn't matter. The only thing that did was this: the weight of Bakugo's hands still firm at his hip, the warmth of his chest pressed close, the unshakable truth that nothing between them would ever be the same. They climbed beneath the blankets like it was the most natural thing in the world. No fireworks, no dramatics, just the quiet intimacy of two boys who had finally stopped fighting what had been there all along. Bakugo wrapped an arm around him, pulling Izuku flush against his side, and Izuku curled into him with a trembling exhale that sounded like a sigh of relief. For the first time, they weren't rivals struggling with friendship or friends hiding something deeper. They were more. Lovers. Boyfriends. The word felt both small and impossibly big, but Izuku embraced it as Bakugo held him close. In the quiet of the dark, with Bakugo's heartbeat steady beneath his cheek, Izuku knew he had found home.